Her Possessive Minotaurs by Celeste King.
3 brutal beasts saved her. Now they demand everything.
She fled her past, only to fall into the hands of 3 towering Minotaurs.
Thalos, the cold, calculating leader.
Irix, the wild, untamed fire.
And Kale, the gentle healer with hands that explore more than they mend.
They say she's theirs to protect, but it feels more like she's theirs to own.
To get the unabridged version of any Celeste audiobook and never miss another steamy scene, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
With code YouTube30, you can get 30% off of any digital product.
Take this time to subscribe to the channel for more free full audiobooks like this one.
Liking and commenting shows your support for Celeste and keeps this channel going.
This is Celeste King's Her Possessive Minotaurs.
Chapter 1. Lair. The cold stone beneath me offers no comfort. Its rough surface digs into my bruised flesh. I can't move. Each breath sends sharp pain through my ribs, and I taste blood on my lips. The courtyard feels vast and empty, but Erendor's presence lingers like a shadow. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the memory of his cruel smile as he held the dagger to Leora's throat. My own voice, pleading, cracking under desperation. "Kill her," he commanded, the words as cold as the blade he pressed into my hand. "No," I whispered, the knife trembling in my grip. "I can't." His eyes narrowed, a predator scenting weakness. "You will." "I won't," I said, louder this time. Defiance tasted bitter on my tongue. Erendor's hand moved with a speed that defied reason. One moment Leora stood before me, tears streaming down her face. The next she lay crumpled on the ground, her life draining away with each heartbeat. "See what you made me do?" His voice dripped with false sorrow. The memory twists inside me like a knife of its own. Leora's lifeless eyes haunt me, accusing and empty. My tears mix with the dirt beneath me, silent sobs racking my body. I force myself to stand, each movement a battle against my own battered body. If I stay outside, I'll freeze to death. My legs shake as I push off the cold stone, my breath hissing through clenched teeth. Every step toward my quarters feels like wading through molasses, slow and agonizing. The familiar path twists before me, and I stumble through it on autopilot. Each painful drag of my feet echoes in the silent corridors. Where is everyone? The estate never lies this still, this lifeless. I reach my quarters and pause, hand on the wooden door. Silence presses in from all sides, thick and unsettling. No murmurs of servants, no clatter of weapons from the guards. Nothing but a heavy, oppressive quiet. Pushing open the door, I step inside and scan the room. Empty, just like the hallways. My heart races as I realise what this means. An opportunity. A sliver of a chance. I grab a cloak from my bed and wrap it around my shoulders, its rough fabric scratching against my bruised skin. With one last glance at the room that's been both prison and refuge, I slip back into the hallway. The estate remains eerily deserted as I make my way toward the outer gates. My footsteps quicken, urgency propelling me forward. I half expect Erendor to appear from the shadows, his cruel smile ready to crush this fleeting hope. But he doesn't. Reaching the gates, I find them unguarded and slightly ajar. My pulse pounds in my ears as I push them open wider and slip through. For the first time in years, I stepped out of the estate. My feet moved on instinct. I run, my blood rushing to my feet and pushing me to the limits. Despite the pain racking my body, I don't stop. This is my only chance. The cold night air of Protheka's wilds bit into my skin as I sped up, each breath coming in ragged gasps. My lungs burn, and the pain is sharp and unforgiving. The dense foliage closes in around me, branches clawing at my coat like desperate hands. I have no particular direction, only the desperate need to escape. The wind howls behind me, a predator on my heels, each gust carrying phantom whispers of Erendor's cruel laughter. Every shadow feels like his presence, looming, waiting to drag me back into darkness. My vision blurs, the edges of the world fading as dizziness threatens to take me. My body protests, starved, exhausted and trembling with fear. But I push on. The one thought pulsing in my mind: freedom. I stumble and catch myself on a nearby tree, its bark rough against my palm. The forest stretches out before me like a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. I force myself to move again, every step a battle against the weariness threatening to pull me under. My cloak snags on a tree, and it's beyond damaged. Without it, the freezing air wraps around me, chilling me to the bone. As my heart pounds against my ribcage, a frantic rhythm that drowns out the silence of the night, I imagine Erendor's eyes watching, waiting for the moment I falter. But I won't give him that satisfaction. Not now that I've tasted freedom. The outside. I look back, and I still see the faraway lights of the estate. Not enough. I need to move faster before they realise I'm free. I continue, and the forest thickens further, branches intertwining overhead like a cage of darkened bones. The path grows uneven, each step more treacherous than the last. I push forward, driven by the hope that somewhere ahead lies safety. I can barely see, but thanks to moonlight, it chases some of the shadows away. A sharp pain shoots through my ankle as I trip over a root and fall hard onto the ground. For a moment, I lie there, gasping for breath and fighting back tears of frustration and the agonizing pain of my injuries worsening. No, I whisper to myself, not here. Suddenly the wind feels like Erendor's cold hands clamping down on my shoulders like iron. I shudder, feeling the phantom weight of his touch even now. The memory of his cruel smile, his voice dripping with malice as he whispered promises of pain, invades my mind. I try to shake it off, but the images flash violently before me, the broken bodies of my friends, their lifeless eyes staring at me, haunted and accusing. No, I murmur to myself. Focus. I crawl, trying to push myself up. I must run away if it's the last thing I do. Get up, I whisper through gritted teeth. I would rather brave these treacherous woods than go back to Erendor. I scrambled back to my feet, blood smeared down my leg. Each step sends jolts of agony through my body, but I push on. The wilds felt like a suffocating embrace as I threaded deeper. I can't stop. Not now, not ever.
Chapter 2. Thalos. The forest is eerily silent, save for the heavy footfalls of my brothers and me as we hunt. My massive form cuts through the wilderness like a beast unleashed, every step calculated, every muscle coiled and ready. Irix moves beside me, his breathing steady but charged with anticipation. His hand grips the hilt of a broad-bladed axe, muscles twitching with eagerness. "Stay sharp," I murmur. "Always am," Irix replies, a feral grin splitting his face. He waves his axe as if imagining taking down his prey in front of him. The smell of our prey, some wild beast, hangs in the air, thick and tantalizing. My nostrils flare, drinking it in. But there's something else. Something off. Kale lingers behind us, quieter than usual. His sharp eyes scan the undergrowth. He draws in a long breath and stops abruptly. "Thalos," he says, voice barely above a whisper. "Human blood." I halt, my senses sharpening to a razor's edge. "Are you sure?" He nods, eyes narrowing. "Fresh." Irix growls low in his throat. "Lost traveler or a trap? Some of our enemies love using human baits. One can't even fill my stomach, they're too small for my taste." "Only one way to find out." I motion for Kale to take point. He moves forward, every step silent and deliberate. We follow him through the dense foliage, my mind racing with possibilities. Human blood in our territory? It could mean many things, none of them good. As we move toward the smell of human blood, a sudden rustle catches my attention. I raise a hand, signaling a halt. My eyes narrow, scanning the shadows. A prey is close, I growl, voice low and measured. Irix's lips curl into a grin, eager for any challenge. Let the beasts come. I've been itching for a fight. Kale frowns, glancing at Irix. We should focus on the human first. The scent is strong. They're wounded. Irix shrugs, his grin never faltering. A hunt's a hunt. Humans be damned. Besides, who gets the bigger prey wins tonight's spoils. I would love to take the bigger portion. I snort at their banter, but keep my focus sharp. Enough talk. We flank it. Kale to the left, Irix to the right. We'll deal with the human later. Kale, with a solemn face, nodded, followed by grinning Irix. With precision, we spread out, moving like shadows through the dense underbrush. Each step is deliberate, each breath controlled. The wilds are our domain, and we know every inch of it. Kale moves to the left, silent and methodical, his bag ready with his healing herbs and tools, just in case. Irix takes the right flank, axe at the ready, muscles taut with anticipation. A rustling in the distance snaps our attention forward. I signal for silence with a raised fist. My deep voice rumbles through the stillness. Here it comes. Ready. Irix's eyes gleam with excitement, asking in a playful tone, Ready to see who gets the prize? Focus, I command, though a hint of amusement tugs at my lips. The underbrush parts ahead of us as something massive moves through it. The air grows thick with tension, each heartbeat echoing like thunder in my ears. Kale crouches low, eyes darting between us and the approaching beast. Stay alert. I am, Irix mutters back, grip tightening on his weapon. Every muscle in my body coils like a spring, ready to release as we prepare to face whatever comes our way. And then it breaks through the foliage, a hulking shadow moving with deadly grace. Its horn is sharp, pointing at us as if it anticipated their presence. Now, I whisper, and we move as one. The forest explodes into violence as the beast lunges at us. Its eyes blaze with fury and its claws tear through the air, aiming for our throats. It whips its head toward us. But Irix is quicker. With a roar, he swings his axe, the blade slicing through the creature's side with a brutal swipe. Blood sprays, painting the leaves crimson. Irix grins, teeth bared in savage delight. Not so tough now, are you? The beast howls in pain, but isn't finished yet. It swipes at Irix, claws grazing his arm, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, he twists away, readying for another strike. Kale moves in silently from the side, his own axe glinting in the dapple light. He's always been the quiet one, but in battle he's as deadly as any of us. His movements are precise and calculated. He waits for the perfect moment, then drives his axe into the beast's neck with a swift, deadly strike. The creature staggers, blood gushing from its wounds. Kale pulls his axe free and steps back, giving Irix room to deliver the final blow. Irix doesn't hesitate. He brings his axe down with a powerful swing that cleaves through bone and sinew. The beast collapses with a final gurgle, its lifeblood soaking into the forest floor. I stand back, watching with satisfaction as my brothers finish the kill. They work well together, Kale's precision balancing Irix's brute force. It's a dance they've perfected over countless battles. I didn't even have to lift a finger. Seeing them grow to be fine warriors brings me much joy. After all, we only have each other. Good work, I say as they step away from the carcass. Irix wipes his axe on the grass and grins at me. Told you I'd get it. Kale merely nods, already turning his attention back to our surroundings. Ever vigilant. Stay sharp. Now let's deal with the human, I murmur again, more to myself than to them. I take a deep breath, trying to pinpoint the source of the human blood smell. Where is it coming from? The forest is quiet now, save for the distant rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call. But beneath it all is that unmistakable scent. Faint, but persistent. I narrow my eyes, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. We came here for a hunt, but it seems we've stumbled onto something far more complicated. And I intend to find out what it is.
Chapter 3. Lair. Twigs snap beneath my bare feet, each step a knife slicing through my soles. My lungs burn, every breath a ragged plea for mercy. I've been running for hours, maybe days. Time blurs into one endless nightmare. The forest swallows me whole, its dense foliage a maze of shadows and whispers. I don't feel hungry nor thirsty as I focus on survival. The only thought in my mind is to run further, to keep more distance between Erendor's estate and me. I stumble on a slope, the ground vanishing beneath me. I tumble, my body rolling down like a broken doll, limbs flailing helplessly. Pain explodes in my knee as I hit a rock, but I can't even muster a scream. Finally, I crash to the forest floor, my body giving in. The cold ground presses into my cheek. Dirt and blood fill my mouth, gritty and metallic. I spit weakly, but the taste lingers. Darkness edges my vision, the world spinning in a cruel dance of exhaustion and despair. This must be the end. Maybe it's better this way. To die here, alone in the wilderness, free from Erendor's grasp. No more chains, no more beatings, just peace. But then I hear it, movement. Heavy, deliberate footfalls echo through the forest like the steps of giants. My heart lurches with a mix of hope and dread. Is it Erendor? Has he found me? No, these footsteps are different, slower, more measured. I try to lift my head but fail. My body shudders in exhaustion. The sounds grow closer, each step sending vibrations through the earth beneath me. My breath comes in shallow bursts as I lie there, helpless and broken. Through the haze of pain and fatigue, one thought pierces through. I'm not alone. A shadow looms over me, blocking out the moonlight. I blink, trying to focus, my heart hammering in my chest. A massive figure stands above me, horned, hulking, and terrifying. The moonlight casts eerie shadows across his face, highlighting sharp, predatory eyes and a snarl that sends chills throughout my body. His muscles ripple under coarse fur. Each breath he takes is like the growl of a beast. "What have we here?" A deep, gravelly voice murmurs, almost to himself. Another figure approaches, equally fearsome. Blood splatters across his chest, his savage grin splitting his face. Their presence fills the air with raw, primal energy. Monsters. They're monsters. "Looks like a stray," the second one says, his voice rough and filled with dark amusement. My throat with fear as I try to push myself, but my body refuses to obey. My limbs are leaden, my strength gone. I'm too weak to fight, too weak to run. How can I survive? "What should we do with her?" the first one asks, eyes gleaming with curiosity and something darker but also pity. The second one chuckles, a sound that sends my heart somersaulting in fear. "Depends on how much fun you want to have." Panic claws at my chest. What can I do? My mind races for an escape, but my body betrays me. Every muscle screams in protest. The first monster crouches down, bringing his face closer to mine. "Can you speak?" His breath is hot and smells of iron and earth. I manage a weak nod, though my voice fails me. "Well?" He presses on, impatience edging his tone. Please," I whisper over the pounding of my heart. The second one laughs again, but it's not a kind sound. She begs already? Pathetic. Tears sting my eyes as I lie there helplessly. Desperation churns in my gut. What should I do? What will these monsters do to me? The first monster reaches out, his massive hand closing around my arm. His touch is rough, almost clinical, as if he's inspecting livestock. The sensation sends a fresh wave of fear through me. I try to jerk away, but his grip tightens, holding me in place. He chuckles, low and dark, but there's no warmth in the sound. What do you think, Thalos? A gift from the gods? Another figure steps forward, even larger than the first. His dark eyes scan me with an expression colder and more calculating than the others. She's no gift. She's trouble, Kale. Trouble. The second one scoffs, his hand squeezing my arm tighter. She looks half dead to me. Looks can be deceiving, Irix, Thalos says, his gaze never leaving mine. We've been fooled before. Irix's savage grin widens. Should we test her then? See if she has any fight left? My heart pounds so hard it feels like it might burst from my chest. They talk about me like I'm an object, a curiosity to be poked and prodded. Fury mingles with my terror, sparking a fire inside me. Or maybe we should just put her out of her misery, Kale, the one with a softer gaze, suggests, his voice calm. Our eyes meet, and there's something in there aside from savageness. It's like he's looking at me with pity. My lips curl in disdain. Why would a monster feel pity for me? The idea of them ending me here and now should fill me with relief. But all I feel is rage. If they're going to eat me, I'll make sure they remember me. The anger gives me strength to defy them. I glare at them, my eyes burning with defiance. Do it then, I rasp out, but I won't make it easy for you. Thalos tilts his head, curiosity flickering in his dark eyes. She has spirit, he muses. The one called Irix me effortlessly, slinging me over his shoulder like a sack of grain. Pain flares in my body again, but I grind my teeth and refuse to cry out. I struggle hard against him, kicking and screaming as much as my strength can muster. My fists pound uselessly against his back as he carries me deeper into the forest. Feisty little thing, he remarks with amusement. She'll tire soon enough, Thalos says coolly. I wouldn't mind breaking her in myself, Irix adds with a dark chuckle. Their banter fuels my anger further. I twist and thrash with every ounce of strength left in me, but their grip remains unyielding. If this is how it ends, at least I'll go down fighting.
Chapter 4. Irix. I drop her like a sack of rice. Her body hits the ground with a dull thud, and she scrambles to move, trembling but with eyes still full of defiance. Despite her injuries, she still has energy. I can't help but admire that fire. It's not often we see such spirit in humans. I circle her, my golden eyes gleaming with curiosity. There's something about her, something that pulls at me, though I can't quite name it. She's small and fragile, yet she radiates an inner strength. You don't look like much, I say, crouching down to bring my face close to hers. But you've got fire in your eyes. I wonder how long that will last. She glares at me and I almost laugh at the absurdity of it. A human glaring at a Minotaur. Bold. Monster! She spits out, her voice hoarse yet filled with venom. I lick my lips, savoring the word. Monster? Is that what you see? What else would you be? She retorts, trying to push herself up but failing. I lean back on my haunches and chuckle. A Minotaur, I say simply. And those are my brothers, Thalos and Kale. You can call me Irix. Her eyes dart to them, widening in fear but quickly snapping back to me with renewed anger. What do you want from me? Want? Now there's a question. I reach out and tilt her chin up with a finger. Her skin is cold and clammy against mine, yet there's heat in her gaze. We found you half dead in our territory. You're lucky we didn't leave you for the wolves. I don't need your help, she snaps, yanking her chin away. Oh, but you do, I say, amusement coloring my tone. You're not going to last long out here on your own. Better dead than with you, she says through gritted teeth. Her words hit a nerve, but I hide it behind a grin. Such spirit. It's almost refreshing. She looks taken aback by my response, but quickly masks it with defiance again. I'm not afraid of you. Liar, I say softly, leaning closer so our noses almost touch. I can smell your fear. Her breath hitches for a moment before she steadies herself. Maybe so, she admits, surprising me again with her honesty. I straighten up and glance at Thalos and Kale, who are watching with interest. She's got more spine than most humans, I comment over my shoulder. Thalos grunts in agreement while Kale nods silently. Let's see how long that lasts, I murmur as I turn back to her. I squat down again, close enough to feel her ragged breath on my skin. What's your name? I ask, my voice low and demanding. She presses her lips together, her eyes blazing with defiance. Silence stretches between us, thick and tense. I asked you a question, I say, my tone growing sharper. Still, she refuses to speak. Thalos steps forward, his massive shadow falling over us. Answer him, he growls. Laya's gaze shifts between us, her lips trembling but set in a stubborn line. She takes a shaky breath and finally mutters, Laya. Well, Laya, I say, letting her name roll off my tongue like a new discovery. Maybe you're more than just prey. Maybe you'll bring flavor into our lives. Thalos snorts, crossing his arms over his broad chest. She's a liability. We don't need dead weight. What can a fiery spirit do when she doesn't have the strength to back it up? I rise to my full height, muscles rippling beneath my fur. We could use someone with that kind of will. Laya's eyes narrow as she glares up at us. I'm right here, you know, she says, her voice edged with frustration, but still shaky. She's trying so hard to pretend she's okay, but she looks as pale as the moon. Irix shakes his head. Laya continues, I can hear you talking about me. A laugh escapes me, rich and full of genuine amusement. I like your will, human, but you don't know your place yet. I step closer, looming over her as my eyes rake all over her body. You should be begging us to help you. Her jaw tightens and she meets my gaze head-on, refusing to show submission even in her weakened state. I grin wider, feeling an odd mix of respect and amusement for this defiant creature at our feet. I step closer, my eyes raking over her body with open curiosity. Her skin, marred by scars and bruises, tells a story of pain and survival. I like what I see, strength hidden beneath fragility. Leaning in, I bring my face close to hers, almost kissing her. She stiffens, but her eyes never waver from mine. I can feel her breath on my lips, quick and shallow. My nostrils flare as I take in her scent. Sweat, blood, fear, and something uniquely hers. It's intoxicating. I lower my head to her neck and sniff deeply before letting my tongue trace a path along her skin. She shudders beneath me, a weak hand pushing against my chest. Her resistance is feeble. She's too exhausted to fight me off. A laugh rumbles from deep within me. I like you, I say, the words dripping with amusement and desire. I want more of you. My hands wander over her body, fingers brushing against her ribs and down to her hips. Her flesh is warm despite the cold night air. She squirms under my touch but can't muster the strength to push me away again. Kale stands at the edge of the group, his silence a heavy presence. His brow furrows slightly as he watches our exchange. Thalos shoots him a glance. You don't need to heal her, Thalos says, his voice cold and commanding. Let nature take its course. I watch Laya's eyes flutter closed, her breathing growing shallow. Her defiance fades into unconsciousness. She's not dead yet, I say, challenge lacing my tone. Let's see what she's made of. I trace a finger along her jawline before rising to my full height again. She may be fragile now, but there's potential here. Potential for something more than just prey or dead weight. Turning back to Thalos and Kale, I let a grin spread across my face. This one's going to be interesting.
Chapter 5. Kale. Irix and Thalos leave, their heavy footfalls fading into the distance. I carry the girl to the makeshift bed in the corner of our lair, her body limp and fragile in my arms. She feels so light, like a bird with broken wings. I kneel beside her, my hands moving with the practiced ease of a healer. Blood stains her skin, marring the pale canvas with dark crimson streaks. Her breath comes in shallow gasps, each one a battle for survival. She's on the edge, but not beyond saving. "Hold on," I murmur, though she can't hear me. She's so fragile, and Irix handled her so roughly. He should have carried her instead. Her wounds tell a story of brutality and suffering, marks left by cruelty. I cleanse each cut and bruise with gentle precision, applying salves and herbs to stem the bleeding and dull the pain. As I work, her eyelids flutter. Our gazes lock, her green eyes wide with fear. "Don't worry," I say softly. "I'm healing you." She tries to push herself up, but fails, her strength all but spent. "Why?" Her voice is barely a whisper. "Because a life is a life," I reply, my tone steady and calm. "Do you not want to survive? Do you not want to live?" Her eyes flicker with confusion and defiance. She tries to speak again, but only manages a pained moan. "You need to rest," I insist. "If you behave, my brothers might let you live. You must understand that you're in no condition to fight or run. My brothers doesn't want trouble, especially from you, so be a good human." She stares at me, her eyes swimming with exhaustion and doubt. "I know you're scared," I continue, my voice as soothing as I can make it. "But you're safe here, for now. Trust me. I'm a healer." I press a damp cloth to Laya's forehead, wiping away the dirt and blood. Her skin is soft beneath the grime, a stark contrast to the roughness of my own fur-covered hands. My brow furrows in concentration as I tend to her wounds, my touch as gentle as I can make it. Where my brothers see a potential threat or an object for fun, I see a life worth preserving, especially with one who has such a fire for life. Humans were nothing in Protheka, and I never bothered with them. But I can't look away when one dropped half dead in front of me. Even if I'm a Minotaur and I kill for a living, I still distinguish between the innocents and my foes. Her eyes flutter closed again, her body too weak to stay awake. She needs rest more than anything else right now. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm the storm of thoughts swirling in my mind. Her small frame seems so delicate, so breakable. It's strange to think that such fragility can house such defiance. I can't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about her, about what she's endured, and how she managed to escape. But I pull back from these thoughts. It's not my place to pry into her past or her pain. My role is to heal, not to judge or question. I focus on the task at hand, methodically cleaning each wound and applying healing oils. The smell of herbs fills the air, mingling with the faint metallic tang of blood. Her breathing steadies as she slips into unconsciousness once more. "You shouldn't be doing this," Thalos growls from behind me, his voice a low rumble of disapproval. I didn't notice his approach. He moves silently like a predator in the night. "She's not our concern." I don't look up, my focus entirely on the woman before me. Her skin is pale, almost translucent in the dim light afforded by the torch. If she dies, it will be on me. Besides, I add, my voice calm but firm, she's no threat in this state. "She's a human," Thalos snaps, his frustration evident. "Exactly," I say, pressing a cloth to a particularly deep gash on her arm as gently as my strength will allow me. "I know what they're capable of, and they can't hurt us. Right now, she's just a wounded girl who needs help." Thalos crosses his arms, his eyes narrowing. "We can't afford to take risks. You're thinking with your heart, not your head." Thalos continued, "What we do is survive. That's all that matters." I take a deep breath, trying to keep my emotions in check. "Life is life," I insisted. Irix steps into the room, his eyes flicking between us. "What's going on?" "Kale wants to save the girl," Thalos growls. "And you don't?" Irix asks, tilting his head curiously. "No," Thalos replies flatly. "We had an agreement," Irix says with a shrug. "I think she might be interesting." He grins at me. "But if she becomes a problem, it's on you, Kale." Thalos shakes his head in frustration. but doesn't argue further. The majority wins. I return my attention to Laia, feeling my brother's gazes on me but refusing to back down. She stirs slightly, her eyes fluttering open for a moment before closing again. "You're safe now," I whisper more to myself than her. I feel her pulse, weak but steady, and a flicker of relief passes through me. She's holding on, against all odds. Thalos watches in silence, his arms crossed, his gaze hard. "Don't get attached," he warns. "She's not one of us. She's here for a reason." I don't respond immediately, focusing instead on the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. The forest's silence presses in around us, broken only by the faint sounds of my brothers moving about the lair. Thalos continues, his voice low and insistent. "Humans are cattle, slaves." I press a fresh cloth to Laia's forehead again, her skin cool and clammy beneath my fingers. "I am aware, brother," I say, my tone neutral. "Aware? So why do you insist on having her here? You and Irix always need to have your way." Thalos's voice rises slightly, incredulous. "What will this girl ever offer us? I don't get why you and Irix want her around." "I think she deserves a chance," I say simply. "And majority wins, brother."
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 6. Laia. I wake, every muscle screaming in protest as I shift on the makeshift bed. A flickering fire casts long shadows on the walls, its light dancing over the unfamiliar space. The scent of herbs lingers in the air, mingling with the earthy tang of blood and sweat. My head pounds as I try to sit up, but my body refuses to cooperate. My limbs feel like lead, my throat is dry and raw. I force my eyes to focus on the fire, its warmth a small comfort against the rough bed beneath me. "You're awake." The voice startles me. I turn my head slowly, wincing at the sharp pain in my neck. One of the Minotaurs crouches near me, his eyes studying me with an unreadable expression. It's Kale, the one who tended to my wounds. "Where am I?" My voice comes out a croak, barely audible. "Safe," he replies, his tone even but firm. "For now." I try to push myself up again, but Kael's hand on my shoulder stops me. "Rest," he says. "Your body needs time to heal." "I can't stay here," I whisper, panic rising inside me. "I need to keep moving." "You won't get far in your condition," he says, his eyes locking onto mine. "You're not strong enough." His words sting, but I know he's right. My body is weak, and every breath feels like a struggle. I slump back against the stone floor, frustration boiling inside me. "Why are you helping me?" The question slips out before I can stop it. Kael's expression softens just a fraction. "A life is a life," he says quietly, "even one as stubborn as yours." Thalos steps forward, his massive form blocking out the firelight. "Why are you here?" he demands, his voice cold, unforgiving. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. His gaze pins me to the spot, and my mind races for an answer that won't get me killed. I escaped," I finally managed to say, my voice trembling. Thalos's eyes were narrow, dark, and piercing. From whom? I swallow hard, the memory of Erendor's cruelty flashing through my mind. Lord Erendor, I whisper. He kept me as a slave. His gaze doesn't soften. If anything, it hardens further. And you thought you could outrun him? You think you're safe here? I had no choice, I say, desperation creeping into my voice. I couldn't stay there any longer. I run without a particular direction. My only thought was to escape without thinking of the repercussions. Yet you bring your troubles to our doorstep, Thalos growls. Do you realize the danger you've put us in? Kale shifts beside me, his hand still on my shoulder. She's in no state to be a threat, he says quietly. Thalos ignores him, his focus entirely on me. Answer me this. Why should we keep you alive? I search for words, something that will convince him not to end my life right here and now. I can be useful, I stammer. I'm not helpless. A harsh laugh escapes Thalos's lips. Useful? How? As a burden? No. The word bursts out of me before I can stop it. I can work, fight if I have to. Irix, the one with the savage grin, prowled closer toward me like a hunter that found its prey. Do we look like we need you to fight? You look like a wind will blow you over. His muscles spasm, bursting with power. I know I'm out of options. The firelight casts eerie shadows, making the Minotaurs appear even more monstrous. My heart races, each beat a reminder that if I don't convince them to keep me alive, I'll be dead by morning. Thalos's cold gaze bores into me, and I know I have to speak now or never. My voice trembles, but I speak with all the strength I can muster. I can offer you something else. Irix's golden eyes widen, and he raises an eyebrow, intrigued. And what could a human offer us? I swallow hard, forcing myself to hold his gaze. I know herbs, I say quickly, my words tumbling over each other in my haste. I was trained as a healer before Erendor took me. I can help you, tend to your wounds, prepare remedies. Thalos snorts, unimpressed. We have Kale for that. Desperation claws at me, but I press on. I know things about Erendor, I add, my voice growing stronger. Secrets he wouldn't want anyone to know. Thalos's expression doesn't change, but I see a flicker of interest in Kale's eyes. Go on, Thalos says slowly. I heard things while I was his slave, I continue. Plans, weaknesses. If you ever face him in battle, this knowledge could give you an advantage. Irix steps closer, his towering form casting a long shadow over me. He crouches down, bringing his face close to mine. Interesting, he murmurs, his voice a low rumble. But not enough. My pulse quickens as his eyes search mine. There's something almost predatory in his gaze, but also a hint of curiosity. My heart pounds crazily, a drumbeat that drowns out the crackling of the fire. I fix my gaze on Thalos, then Irix, then Kale, trying to read their thoughts, but they're like stone walls to me, impenetrable. My voice barely shakes as I lay my last card on the table. My body, I say, the words tasting of desperation and iron. My loyalty. I'll serve you, do whatever you want, if you protect me. Silence crashes down on us like a wave. It stretches on, thick and suffocating. Thalos's eyes darken like a storm cloud ready to burst, his massive hands curling into fists at his sides. Kale's expression is softer somehow, a quiet sympathy in his eyes, but he remains silent, bound by some unspoken brotherly pact. Irix. His smile just grows wider, those golden eyes of his glinting with a mix of amusement and something else, something primal. Thalos takes one heavy step closer, and I feel his breath hot against my skin. You think you can bargain with us? He asks, his voice a low rumble of barely restrained anger. "You're nothing. You have nothing." My hands shake, whether from fear or defiance I can't tell, but I refuse to back down now. I've played too many of Erendor's twisted games to let fear rule me any longer. "I have me," I say with all the strength I can muster. "I have my life, and if that's not enough, then kill me now." The air between us crackles with tension, a spark ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Irix leans forward slightly, as if he's witnessing the most fascinating spectacle of his life. Kale's eyes never leave mine, and in them I see an echo of my own resolve. Thalos stands before me like a judge passing sentence, a sentence that can end everything or grant me a sliver of hope. His jaw clenches tight as he considers my words. "Then prove it," he finally says, his voice like thunder rolling across the hills of Protheka. The challenge hangs heavy in the air, but it's a challenge I accept without hesitation. Because for the first time since Erendor claimed me as his own, my fate is mine to shape, even if it's in the hands of these Minotaur brothers.
Chapter 7. Thalos. Thalos watches Laia as she appears at the entrance of their cave, a bucket of water in her hands. 2 days since Kale patched her up, and she's already moving around. Lucky human to have Kale's pity. "Come here," I call out, voice low but commanding. "Follow me to my cave." She hesitates for a moment, then steps forward, her eyes wide with apprehension. The firelight dances across my chest, highlighting the scars that mark my skin. She stands before me, trembling but resolute. Her green eyes meet mine, defiant yet fearful. I step closer, towering over her. She looks even smaller, more fragile in my shadow. "Do you think you can keep your end of the deal?" My words cut through the silence, each one deliberate. She nods, swallowing hard. "Yes." "Words are cheap," I say, my gaze never leaving hers. "Show me." Her hands shake as she sets the bucket down. She stands straight, her chin lifting in a show of courage that almost impresses me. Almost. "What do you want me to do?" Her voice is steady despite the fear I see flickering in her eyes. I lean down until my face is inches from hers. "Everything," I say softly. "Everything I command." She doesn't flinch, though I see the effort it takes for her to hold her ground. Good. She'll need that fire if she wants to survive here. "You'll have to earn it," I growl, my voice low, a rumble in the silence between us. My gaze roams over her, assessing and calculating. Trust isn't given. It's taken. Her heart pounds in her chest. I can see it in the way her throat pulses, hear it in the slight catch of her breath. But she meets my gaze, defiant despite the fear curling in her stomach. She's offered her body and her loyalty, but she knows it's not enough. Not for me, not for us. My hand reaches out, fingers brushing the side of her face. Her skin is softer than I expected, almost fragile under my touch. I feel a strange mix of power and restraint, knowing how easily I could crush her. My thumb trails down to her lips, and her breath hitches, a small sound that betrays more than she intends. I put my thumb in her mouth and she gasps. My eyes stare at the seemingly soft lips as I push my thumb in and out, mimicking the movement of thrusting inside a female's core. "You're desperate," I murmur, my voice a dark whisper against the crackle of the fire. But desperation doesn't make you strong. I pull my thumb out and I lick it, tasting her saliva in my mouth. Not bad. Her lips part slightly as if to speak, but no words come out. The defiance in her eyes flickers, but doesn't die. She's still fighting, even now. It's almost admirable. Her pulse quickens once more under my touch as my fingers skim down her neck, over the curve of her shoulder. The heat between us grows, an unspoken tension tightening the air. She feels it, the weight of my dominance pressing in on her, challenging her. I see the conflict in her eyes, fear mingling with something darker, something she doesn't fully understand. I grip her waist, pulling her closer. My breath brushes hot against her ear. Her skin tingles beneath my hands. A shiver runs through her. She doesn't pull away, though I sense the struggle within her to stay composed. "You feel that?" I whisper, my voice low and dangerous. Her body trembles slightly, but she nods. There's a defiance in her eyes that refuses to be extinguished, a spark that keeps her standing tall despite the fear coursing through her veins. My hands are rough, calloused from years of battle, but the way they touch her, she shivers again. It's a small movement, but telling. She's caught between terror and a strange curiosity. Lust. "Good," I murmur against her ear. "You'll need that fire. That desire. I want my woman willing." Her breath catches as I press closer, feeling the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. She's fragile yet fierce, a contradiction that intrigues me more than it should. My grip tightens slightly around her waist. "Remember this moment," I say softly. "Remember who holds your fate." She swallows hard, a mixture of fear and determination flickering in her eyes as she meets my gaze once more. For a fleeting moment, something like respect passes between us, a mutual recognition of strength in different forms. I step back, releasing my hold on her. She stands there, chest heaving with each ragged breath, eyes locked on mine with that same defiance. This human is more than she appears. But survival here requires more than just courage and desperation. It requires submission and strength in equal measure. Laya's face is throwing a challenge at me. She moves closer to me. "I want to prove that I can do it," she chokes, her breath hitching. I lean down, my lips brushing against her neck. Her skin is warm, almost feverish. "You want to prove yourself?" I whisper a dark taunt. "Then show me." Her breath catches, and I feel her body respond to my proximity, despite the fear curling in her gut. My hand slides down her back, gripping her tighter. She's trembling, but she doesn't pull away. My other hand moves with deliberate slowness, teasing her and testing her resolve. My fingers trace the lines of her body, skimming over the curve of her waist and down to her hip. It's a game, a reminder of who holds the power here. My fingers found her peaked chest, and I pinched them, loving the feel of it. I've never screwed a human before, but there's something so addicting about her vulnerability and softness. She gasps softly, her skin alive with sensation under my touch. I see the struggle in her eyes, fear mingling with something else, something she doesn't quite understand yet. But then, just as the tension peaks, I stop. I pull away, my eyes dark and unreadable. "Not yet," I say softly, releasing her. The absence of my touch leaves her breathless, her body still humming with the heat of my dominance. "You'll have to earn my trust first."
Chapter 8. Liar. I crouch by the fire, my hands busy slicing herbs I found earlier in the forest. The smell of fresh thyme and mint fills the air, mingling with the smoke from the cooking meat. I stir the pot, watching the broth bubble, my mind drifting back to the night 5 days ago, to Thalos's touch and his commanding presence. My body shivers as I recall what happened inside his cave. I push the thoughts away as I notice Kale from a distance. I wave at him, gratitude filling my heart. Kale's care has worked wonders. My wounds are nearly healed. Over the past 5 days, I've found ways to be useful around the lair. Cleaning, cooking, doing anything to prove my worth. Fortunately, they seem to like my cooking. It's pretty normal. The broth bubbles more vigorously now, and I add a handful of sliced herbs into the pot. The aroma intensifies, and I take a moment to savour it. Normality is a strange concept here. Yet, in these small tasks, preparing meals, keeping their space clean, I find a sliver of peace. But a hollow ache lingers in my chest, a reminder of what I've given up. My body, my freedom, all traded for survival. Is this who I've become? My hands grip the wooden spoon tightly, knuckles whitening with the strain. A woman who trades her body just to keep breathing. What was the difference between this and Erendor? The memory of Erendor's cruelty flashes in my mind, his cold hands on my skin, his brutal smile as he inflicted pain. I shudder, shaking myself free of the thoughts. He drained my friend's blood without a flicker of remorse, and when I refused to kill for him, he beat me until I could barely stand. His cruel laughter echoes in my ears, as if he's just beside me. My body jolts in fear, and cold sweat drips from my forehead. Clenching my hands, I tell myself I'm not that girl anymore. I'm not a victim. This is the difference between Erendor and the Minotaurs. Here, I made a choice. I glance around the lair, at the rough stone walls, and the flickering firelight casting shadows on their faces. This place is vastly different from Erendor's mansion. This rough lair is the closest place I can call home. My gaze locks with Thalos's dark eyes. He follows my movements from across the room, always assessing and always watching. His presence is a constant reminder of my bargain. Amongst these Minotaurs, each day brings its own battles, small victories like cooking a meal they enjoy or cleaning without complaint. The broth simmers gently now, filling the air with warmth and comfort that feels foreign yet welcome. I stir it once more before ladling some into bowls for them. The Minotaurs sit nearby, their massive forms casting long shadows against the cave walls as they talk in low voices. Thalos watches me with those penetrating eyes, always observing, always calculating. Irix sprawls lazily by the fire, his muscular frame relaxed but ready to spring into action at any moment. Kale, quieter than the others, sharpens his knife in the corner, the rhythmic scrape of metal on stone filling the space. I walk over to Thalos first, handing him a bowl. His fingers brush mine as he takes it, a fleeting contact that sends a shiver down my spine. He nods in acknowledgement, but says nothing. I move on to Irix, who grins up at me with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "What's this?" he asks, sniffing the bowl. "Something to warm you up," I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. Irix chuckles. "You might be more useful than we thought." Kale accepts his bowl with a quiet, "Thank you," his soft blue eyes meeting mine for a brief moment before he returns to his task. I return to the pot, filling a bowl for myself, and sit down by the fire. The heat from the flames warms my skin, a stark contrast to the coldness that seems to seep into my bones whenever I think about Erendor. "You've done well," Thalos says suddenly, breaking the silence. His voice is low and authoritative. I glance up at him, surprised. "Thanks." He nods again, more to himself than to me. "Keep it up." The simple praise sends a wave of relief through me. It's not much, but it's something, a small step toward earning their trust. As I sip the broth, I can't help but feel a strange sense of belonging here. It's not home, it will never, but it's safer than anything I've known in years. Thalos's eyes are still on me, calculating as always. But there's something else there too, something softer, almost approving. It's fleeting and disappears as quickly as it came, but it's enough to keep me going. I'm not just a prisoner here, I'm becoming part of their world. I've cleaned their lair, gathered plants to make it more livable, and now I'm cooking for them, showing them that I'm more than just a desperate woman running from her past. Irix stretches out his hand, bowl empty, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "More," he says, voice a teasing rumble, starting to feel like home. I force a smile, though my heart feels like lead. This dark, dangerous place isn't home yet. There's an odd sense of belonging creeping into my bones. I ladle another portion into his bowl, my hands steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts. "Thank you," I say, keeping my tone light. Irix's grin widens, That predatory edge is always present. "You're learning," he says, almost approving. He takes a deep breath, savouring the aroma before diving back in. A small smile forms on my lips as I slowly gain their trust. But the ache remains. The loss of freedom weighs heavily on me. Irix catches my eye again and raises his bowl in a mock toast. "Here's to our new cook," he says with a laugh. Thalos grunts in response, barely acknowledging the exchange. Kael looks up from his task and offers me a small nod of encouragement. It's a silent message. "You're doing well. For all their rough edges and danger, these Minotaurs have given me a chance to prove myself beyond my past." I return to my spot by the fire, taking comfort in its warmth. Home may be an impossible dream here in Protheka's wilds, but for now, this will have to do.
Chapter 9. Irix. The wind cuts through my fur like a blade, cold and biting. I crouch low on a slope, eyes fixed on the movement below. Dark elves. My fingers tighten around my axe, knuckles cracking in anticipation. "They've come for her," I mutter. My voice sounds more like a growl, even to my own ears. My eyes narrow, watching their every step. They move with caution, their dark armor glinting in the patches of light filtering through the trees. The air around them seems to chill further, tainted by their presence. One of them steps forward, his helmet adorned with twisted horns. He looks around, suspicious but not yet aware of my presence. Good. Let them come closer. I flex my muscles, feeling the tension coil within me, like a spring ready to snap. These bastards think they can just waltz into our territory? Think again. Thalos' words echo in my mind. She's trouble. Maybe she is, but she's our trouble now. And I'll be damned if I let these dark elves take her back to that hellhole she escaped from. I inch forward, my movement silent and deliberate. Each step brings me closer to the edge of the ridge, closer to them. I count their numbers. 5, scouting party, light armor, but well armed. They won't be an easy kill, but then again, nothing worth fighting forever is. One of them stops suddenly, raising a hand to signal the others. He sniffs the air, his eyes narrowing as if sensing something off. A trickle of unease runs through me. Do they know I'm here? I grip my axe tighter and roll my shoulders back. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get. Their leader motions for them to spread out, searching for any signs of disturbance. They're methodical, but not infallible. A branch snaps beneath one of their feet. A tiny sound in this vast forest, but loud enough to betray their position to me completely. I smirk and take one last breath of the crisp air before pushing myself off the slope with a powerful leap. "Surprise," I whisper to myself as I descend upon them like a force of nature. The first elf doesn't even see it coming. My axe swings down with brutal efficiency, cleaving into his shoulder before he can react. His scream cuts through the forest air as his comrades whirl around in shock. Too late for them now. I stand, rolling my shoulders, my weapon familiar and comforting in my hand. The metallic smell of blood and adrenaline lingers in the air, a testament to the brief but violent encounter. For a moment, I debate my next move, eyes scanning the forest for any signs of more dark elves. But there's nothing. Just the stillness of the wilds and the soft rustling of leaves. Thalos needs to know. Turning back toward the lair, I move with swift, powerful strides. The forest parts for me as if sensing my urgency, branches and underbrush yielding to my passage. The distance melts away under my determined pace, every step bringing me closer to our stronghold. As I approach the entrance, the familiar scent of home, earthy, musky, fills my nostrils. The firelight flickers within, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. I step inside, my brothers looking up at my arrival. "Dark elves," I say, my voice laced with disdain. "They're close, probably looking for the girl." Thalos' jaw tightens, his eyes narrowing with a mix of anger and calculation. He crosses his arms over his broad chest, his muscles tense beneath his fur. For a moment he says nothing, just staring into the fire as if seeking answers in its flames. "We're not using her as bait," Thalos finally says, his voice firm. "At least not yet." Kale looks up from his place by Laia's side, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. My gaze flicks between us all, a smirk playing at my lips. I cross my arms as well, waiting for Thalos' next command. The tension in the lair is palpable, but there's also an unspoken understanding among us. We protect our own. For now. My eyes flick to Laia, who's standing nearby with a pale face. She overheard the conversation, her hands trembling slightly. A wicked grin spreads across my lips. "Maybe she should decide," I say, my voice dripping with challenge. "If she wants to prove herself, this would be the way to do it." Laia steps forward, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "I don't want to be abandoned," she says quietly. "I'll help, however I can." Is that so? I cross the room in a few swift strides, looming over her. The scent of fear mingles with determination radiating off her. It's intoxicating. "Then prove it," I growl, my gaze darkening as I lean closer. "Kill for us. It's the only way." Laia's breath hitches, but she doesn't back down. She meets my gaze head-on, defiant and resolute despite the tremor in her limbs. This girl, there's something about her. Something about her drives me to the brink of my sanity. She nods, her jaw set with grim determination. "I'll do it." We move out quickly, the dense forest swallowing us whole. The smell of pine and earth hangs thick around us, mingling with the dampness of the night air. My steps are silent, predatory, each movement deliberate and controlled. Laia follows close behind, her heart pounding loud enough that I can almost hear it over the rustling leaves. Another group of dark elves are close now, their voices low and hushed as they scan the area. I signal for Laia to stay back, a quick gesture that she acknowledges with a tense nod. I creep forward, every sense attuned to the slightest movement. I see them first, a trio of dark elves moving in a loose formation. Their eyes dart around, searching for any sign of disturbance. They don't notice me until it's too late. My axe swings in a brutal arc, cleaving through the first dark elf's neck with a sickening crunch. Blood sprays across the forest floor, dark and gleaming in the moonlight. The second elf lunges at Laia, his blade flashing dangerously close to her throat. For a moment, she freezes, terror paralyzing her limbs. But I'm faster. I step in front of her, blocking the blow with my axe. The impact jars through my arms as metal meets metal, but my grip holds firm. With a swift motion, I twist and drive my axe into the elf's chest. He gasps, blood bubbling from his lips as he collapses at my feet. I turn to Laia, my eyes gleaming with a mix of challenge and expectation. "You're next," I growl, voice low and intense. Her face is pale, eyes wide with shock and fear. But there's also something else, determination flickering beneath the surface. She swallows hard, her gaze locking onto mine. "Show me," she whispers, her voice trembling but resolute. I nod curtly and step aside, pointing to the last remaining elf who stands frozen in horror at the sight of his fallen comrades. "He's yours," I say. Laia hesitates for only a moment before stepping forward, hands trembling but steadying as she grips the dagger I hand her. This is it, her chance to prove herself that she's now one of them. And she takes it.
Chapter 10. Laia. Irix drags the last dark elf to me, his black eyes wide with fear as he struggles against Irix's iron grip. "Do it," Irix growls, shoving the elf to his knees before me. "Prove your loyalty." My hands shake, the dagger heavy in my grip. I stare down at the elf, my vision blurring as memories flood in. Erindor's face, the screams of my friends, the taste of blood in my mouth as I watched them die. The dark elf looks up at me, his lips moving in silent prayer, his eyes pleading. For a moment I hesitate. I'm not a killer. I've never been this person. "Do it!" Irix's voice snaps me back to the present. The dagger feels like a lead weight in my hand, and my heart pounds so hard it feels like it might burst from my chest. The elf's eyes lock onto mine, and I see something familiar. Fear, desperation. My grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles white against the rough leather. The memories press in closer, Erendor's laughter echoing in my ears, the sight of blood pooling around lifeless bodies. Bile rose in my throat. I can't. The words slip out before I can stop them. Irix's snarl is immediate. You have no choice. His hand clamps down on my shoulder, fingers digging into my flesh. Prove your worth or die trying. Tears blur my vision as I lift the dagger higher. The dark elf's silent prayers become audible whispers, words I don't understand, but feel deep in my bones. I take a shaky breath and step closer, the cold metal of the blade reflecting the moonlight. The forest around us seems to hold its breath, waiting for what comes next. My heart screams at me to stop, to run away, but there's nowhere left to go. This is my life now, a life where survival means becoming someone else entirely. Irix's grip tightens again. Now. I raise the dagger above my head, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. The dark elf's face morphs into something else. His face distorts into loathing, looking at me as if I'm less than dust. Then, I remember. Erendor's cruelty. The way he slaughtered my friends without mercy. The way he broke me, piece by piece. And something inside me snaps. My body moves on instinct, the blade driving deep into the elf's chest. His breath hitches, and for a second time seems to freeze. Then, with a final gasp, the life fades from his eyes, and he slumps forward, dead. I stare at the body, my hands covered in blood. I feel sick and hollow, but there's something else too. Anger, rage, power. The blood on my hands feels both foreign and familiar, as if it has always been there, waiting for this moment. My chest heaves with laboured breaths as I look up at Irix. His grin is feral, satisfied. There it is, he says, voice low and approving. I swallow hard, fighting the bile rising in my throat. Is this what you wanted? My voice is hoarse, barely above a whisper. Iron nods slowly. More than that, he says, stepping closer. I wanted to see what you're made of. I drop the dagger. Its weight suddenly becomes unbearable. The sound of it hitting the ground is swallowed by the forest's silence. Now you know, I murmur. He reaches out, lifting my chin with a rough finger. Oh, I know. His eyes bore into mine, searching for something deeper. The power I felt moments ago still simmers beneath my skin, but it's tainted by the horror of what I've done. The anger is there too, a raw wound that refuses to heal. You're stronger than you think, Irix says softly, almost as if he's talking to himself. I shake my head. I'm not strong, I'm just desperate. Desperation can be a kind of strength, he counters. I look down at the dark elf's lifeless body once more. The blood on my hands has dried to a dark crimson stain, an indelible mark of what I've become. Maybe, I say quietly. But inside, a part of me wonders if I've just taken the first step down a path from which there's no return. Irix watches me, his expression unreadable. You did it, he says softly, almost approving. You're one of us now. My heart pounds in my ears as I wipe the blood from my hands, my mind racing. I've killed, and though guilt gnaws at me, I know I'll do it again, because in this world it's kill or be killed. The Dahl elf's lifeless body lies at my feet, a stark reminder of what I've become. The forest seems to close in around us, the trees whispering secrets of survival and death. Irix's gaze never wavers, his eyes searching mine for something. Approval? Respect? Fear? I'm not sure what he sees, but his nod is almost imperceptible. Good, he murmurs. You're learning. The blood on my hands feels like a brand, a mark that will never wash away. But as much as it sickens me, there's a strange sense of relief too. The power I felt when I drove the dagger home. It was real. Tangible. I had no choice, I say, more to myself than to him. There's always a choice, Irix replies, his voice low and steady. But you made the right one. I glance down at the dark elf again, my stomach churning. This isn't who I wanted to be, but maybe it's who I need to be to survive here. Come on, Irix says, breaking the silence. We need to get back before Thalos wonders what's taking so long. He turns and starts walking back toward our lair, leaving me standing there with my thoughts and the corpse at my feet. For a moment, I consider staying, letting the forest swallow me up. But then I remember Erendor's face, the way he tore me to pieces. I take a deep breath and follow Irix, each step feeling heavier than the last. But at least now I know I can fight back. As we walk through the dense underbrush, the impact what I've done settles in my bones. This is my life now, a life where survival means becoming someone else entirely. And though guilt gnaws at me, a small part of me knows I'll do it again if I have to. Because in this world, it's kill or be killed, and I've chosen to live.
Chapter 11. Kale. I sit beside Laia, her arm cradled in my hands. The flickering firelight casts long shadows on the cave walls, painting our world in shades of orange and black. Her skin feels warm under my touch, marred by cuts and bruises that tell stories of battles fought and pain endured. There are new ones too. Irix was harsh but necessary. You did it, I murmur, winding the bandage around a particularly nasty cut. My eyes meet hers, searching for something I can't quite name. You have way more strength than I give you credit for. She winces as I tighten the bandage, but then her lips curve into a small, almost shy smile. I don't feel it, she whispers, her voice barely more than a breath. My brow furrows, my hands pausing their work. You've survived. Isn't that all that matters? That's strength. My voice comes out softer than I intended, reverent as if speaking to something fragile yet precious. Her eyes widen slightly at my words, and for a moment, the cave feels smaller, more intimate. The whiff of herbs mingles with the earthy smell of the cave, grounding us in this fleeting moment of peace. Laia's heart tightens. I can see it in the way her chest rises and falls more rapidly. A warmth spreads through her cheeks, a blush she tries to hide by looking away. I continue to work on her wounds, my fingers brushing against her skin with a gentleness that feels foreign even to me. Each touch is deliberate, careful not to cause her more pain. She's been through enough. You know, I say after a while, my voice breaking the quiet. Strength isn't always about physical power. Sometimes it's about enduring when you have every reason to give up. Laia's eyes meet mine again, and this time they're filled with something akin to hope. It's a fragile thing, but there nonetheless. She nods slightly, as if accepting my words as truth. Thank you, she whispers. For what? For tending to her wounds? For seeing her as more than just a survivor? The questions swirl in my mind but remain unasked. Instead, I offer her a small smile and continue my work, knowing that sometimes words are unnecessary. She opens her top, and I hold on to my breath. My fingers trace the wounds on her shoulders down to her back. My hands linger far more than necessary, sending a tingle in my body as we keep in contact. There's something unspoken between us, a tension that neither of us knows how to address. It hangs in the air, thick and palpable. It's like a hand clutching at my throat. Her eyes meet mine, and I see a mix of fear and curiosity there. I wonder what she sees when she looks at me. A healer? A protector? Or just another monster who could turn on her at any moment? Before I can dwell on it further, the silence is broken by the sound of footsteps echoing through the cave. Irix strides in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Am I interrupting something?" he asks, a smirk tugging at his lips. I stiffen but don't move away from Laia. My hand remains on her arm, a silent show of defiance. "Leave us, Irix," I say, my voice firm but calm. Irix raises an eyebrow, clearly amused by my reaction. He takes a step closer, his gaze flicking between Laia and me. "Touchy, aren't we?" he says with a chuckle. "Laia needs rest," I reply, my tone leaving no room for argument. "Go find Thalos if you're bored." I stiffen when Irix moves closer, leaning on the wall beside Laia. He's looking at her with that crazed, savage look in his eyes when he sees prey. And here I am, healing her and trying to be a friend she needs, especially after my brother forced her to kill for the first time. It's never easy to have blood in your hands, even if it's from your enemies. Irix chuckles and interrupts my thoughts, saying, "Why? You're not doing anything interesting." He grabs Laia by the wrist, pulling her up and into his arms with a roughness that makes her gasp. "Let me show you how it's done." Before Laia can react, Irix's mouth crashes down on hers, the kiss hard and demanding. His hands grip her waist, pulling her flush against him. I want to tell her to push him away so I can care for her. She should push him away, but part of her responds, a thrill of something dangerous sparking in her eyes. I can see it. Maybe she needs this too. My jaw tightens, fists clenching at my sides. I'm torn between wanting to stop it and not knowing how. This is who Irix is, wild, uncontrollable. He's my brother. Irix pulls back, a grin on his lips as he looks at me. "See? You're too soft, brother. She needs someone who isn't afraid to take what he wants." Enough. I step forward, my voice low and dangerous. I pull Laia from Irix's grasp, my hand on her arm firm but gentle. "You've made your point." Irix laughs, stepping back with a shrug. "You're boring," he says, his tone mocking as he leaves us alone. I watch him go, my face hardening. Turning back to Laia, I soften my voice. "Are you all right?" Laia nods, though her heart still races. "I'm fine," she whispers as she tries to act nonchalant, but I can see the emotions in her eyes and hear her heart beat wildly. Silence reigns between us, the tension between us heavy in the air. My hand remains on her arm, offering what little comfort I can. "I won't let him hurt you again," I say softly. She looks up at me with wide eyes, searching for truth in my words. I smile at her and say, "Irix is tough. We can say he's a savage through and through, but he also has a soft heart under all those tough muscles and coarse fur. You might not see it, but he's a good Minotaur. In my opinion, it should be Thalos you should watch out for."
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking.
Chapter 12. Laia. The river's cool spray hits my face as I stand beside Kale. The sound of rushing water fills the air, a soothing backdrop to a peaceful interaction between us. He's showing me how to fish, his hands moving with a grace that belies his size. Like this, Kale says, throwing a spear with a fluid motion. His eyes flick to mine, a small smile playing on his lips. You're getting the hang of it. I try to mimic his actions, feeling the spear tremble in my grip. Thanks to you, I reply, my voice softer than I intended. But I don't have your physical strength. He grins. That's why I'm here. He captures one using his hand and grabs my spear, putting the fish at the tip as I got it myself. I laugh out loud. Kale shrugs his shoulders as if it's the most natural thing to do. He has this very calming presence about him. There's something about the way he moves, the quiet strength in his every gesture. He's different from Thalos and Irix, gentler, more thoughtful. I can't help but stare at him. He notices my gaze and chuckles. You'll catch more fish if you watch the water instead of me. A blush creeps up my cheeks, and I quickly turn my attention back to the river. Right, I mumble, embarrassed but oddly warmed by his teasing. The minutes pass in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional splash of water as we throw our spears. There's an ease between us that feels novel. He's a beast and a human after all. Why did you help me? I ask, unable to keep the question at bay any longer. Kale's eyes soften as he looks at me. Because you needed it, he says simply. But Thalos. Thalos doesn't always see things clearly, Kale interrupts gently. He's focused on survival, our survival. Sometimes that makes him hard. He's the most logical out of the three of us, making him more dangerous. And you? He hesitates, as if choosing his words carefully. I see someone who deserves a chance. His words wrap around me like a warm blanket on a cold night. For so long, I've been seen as nothing more than a burden or a tool to be used and discarded. To hear him say this, it means more than he could know. Thank you, I whisper, feeling a warmth spread through my chest. I find myself thank you a lot. Kale's smile soften. We all have scars, Lair. Some are just deeper than others. Suddenly, he splashes me with water, and we end up playing like children. I stumble, and I drag him with me. Our gazes lock, his face so close to mine. You're amazing, I whisper, my eyes lingering on his lips, but I push up and run away as my heart thumps against my chest wildly. I'll cook the fish. Kale and I spend the afternoon moving through the dense forest. His voice is a steady guide, showing me how to track the animals that roam these woods. See here, Kale says, pointing to a set of hoofprints in the soft earth. Deer. They passed through not long ago. I nod, crouching beside him, studying the tracks as he taught me. The air is cool, filled with the scent of grass and earth. It's easy to forget the world outside of the silent forest. Kale's hand brushes mine as he reaches for a branch, and I look up to find him smiling at me. There's something gentle in his eyes, something that makes my heart ache with an unfamiliar warmth. But then, like a shadow falling over us, Irix appears. His eyes gleam with jealousy, his voice cutting through our peace like a blade. Enjoying yourselves again? He asks, sarcasm dripping from every word. I see you guys everywhere. You're monopolizing her, Kale. I stiffen, the tension between the brothers palpable. Irix steps closer, his gaze darting between me and Kale, his lips curling into a sneer. You think you can just run off with my brother and forget about me? About Thalos? Kyle steps forward, his body tense and ready. As you can see, I'm teaching her things necessary for survival. Irix ignores him, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. You belong to all of us, he says, his voice low and dangerous. Don't forget that. My heart races, fear and something indescribable clawing at my chest. My mind flashes back to that night with Thalos, the way he touched me, the way he made me feel. Every time I see him now, that same urge flares up inside me, an undeniable desire that makes me question my sanity. I swallow hard, trying to push the memories away as Irix's gaze bores into mine. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut, and I can feel Kael's protective presence beside me. Thalos, Kale and me, we'll take turns with you, Irix declares, his voice low and deep. His thumb presses on my lips. You better get that into your head. Even if you like Kale, it won't just be him. Kale shakes his head, pulling Irix's hand away, and I can finally breathe. Give her time. Suddenly, I catch a glimpse of Thalos in the distance. He stands, half hidden among the trees, watching us with those cold, unreadable eyes. My body betrays me, heat pooling in my belly as the memory of his hands on my skin fills my thoughts. It's wrong. I know it's wrong, but I can't stop the way my body responds to him. Irix steps closer, ignoring Kale. With his breath hot against my ear, he says, "You feel it, don't you? That pull. It's not just me. It's Thalos too. We all feel it." My eyes flutter closed, my mind spinning. I'm caught between them, between the safety of Kale's quiet strength, the wildness of Irix, and the raw power of Thalos. What should I do? What do I even want? Kale's hand on my shoulder brings me back to the present. "Focus on me," Kale says softly, his voice a soothing balm against the storm of desire inside me. But how can I, when every part of me is being torn in different directions, when each brother offers something I crave but can't fully grasp? The tension hangs thick in the air, an unspoken question lingering between us all. What happens next?
Chapter 13. Thalos. Laia stands before me, the fire casting flickering shadows on her face. Her chest rises and falls with each nervous breath, and I can't help but admire her courage. Killing the Dark Elf Scout was a test, and she passed. But now comes the real challenge. I lean back in my seat, keeping my gaze steady and unreadable. "You can stay," I say, my voice low and commanding, "but you must do what I tell you." Her eyes widen slightly, a mix of relief and apprehension flashing across her face. She nods, though her hands tremble as she clutches the hem of her clothes. "Strip," I order, my voice cold and unyielding. Laia hesitates for a moment, her fingers fumbling with the ties of her tunic. She takes a deep breath and begins to undress, each movement slow and deliberate. Her hands are clumsy, betraying her nerves, but she doesn't stop. I watch her every motion, my eyes dark and intense. She's offering herself to me, a sign of submission that I demand from all who wish to stay under my protection. But behind her willingness, I see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. The firelight dances across her skin as she sheds the last piece of clothing. She stands before me, exposed and vulnerable, yet there is a strength in her stance that intrigues me. She's not just another broken soul seeking refuge. Irix's laughter echoes in my mind as I recall his earlier words. "You're too soft, brother." Perhaps he's right, because I see things in her that others don't. I remain silent, taking it all in. Laia's breathing is shallow, her body tense under my scrutiny. Yet she doesn't avert her gaze. She meets my eyes with a defiance that challenges my authority. "Your duties," I repeat, leaning forward slightly, "will be many." My words hang in the air like a promise and a threat. She nods again, her resolve firming despite the fear I know grips her heart. As more of her skin is revealed, the firelight dances across her curves, casting her in a warm, golden glow. She's beautiful, undeniably so, but I keep a tight grip on my emotions. I can't afford to let her in, not emotionally. She's an asset, nothing more. Irix and Kale enter, their eyes immediately drawn to Laia. Irix's lips curl into a wicked grin, while Kale's face hardens, a mixture of discomfort and desire flashing across his features. "Well, isn't this a sight?" Irix purrs, stepping forward. Without hesitation, his large, calloused hand reaches out to touch Laia. His fingers brushed over her bare shoulder and trailed down to her waist. Laia shivers under his touch, her breath hitching as her body responds. I sniff the air, and her unique scent slowly permeates the lair. I take a slow sip of my ale, my eyes never leaving Laia. I watch as Irix's hands roam her body, his touch possessive, and something dark stirs in my gut. She looks exquisite in my brother's arms, but I know this isn't a moment for jealousy. I just need her to be willing. Completely willing for the three of us to take. Kale, I command, my voice low and steady. Bring her to me. Kale hesitates, his eyes flicking between Laia and me. The room seems to hold its breath, the crackling fire the only sound breaking the tension. Kale's jaw tightens, but he nods, stepping forward to gently take Laia by the hand. His touch is tender, almost protective, as he leads her toward me. I keep my gaze locked on her, watching every nuanced expression that crosses her face. Her fear is palpable, but so is her resolve. She stops in front of me, her breath coming in shallow gasps. I reach out, my hand sliding up her side. My thumb grazes the soft skin of her chest, and she gasps, her body trembling under my touch. The sound makes my heart dance in anticipation. Leaning in closer, I brush my lips against her ear, my voice a dark whisper. You stripped according to my wishes, I murmur, but I can see the doubt in your eyes. I won't take you unless you come to me with all your heart, body, and soul. I require total submission. Laia's breath hitches again, her eyes wide and vulnerable as they meet mine. Her body is tense, caught between fear and something else. Something darker that stirs deep within her. She swallows hard, her throat bobbing with the effort. I keep my hand on her side, feeling the rapid beat of her heart beneath my fingers. Her lips part as if to speak, but no words come out. Instead, she leans into my touch ever so slightly. A subtle but unmistakable sign of submission, but not enough. Irix's hands grip Laia's waist, pulling her back against him. His lips pressed to her neck, his breath hot against her skin. Laia's head falls back, panting, her body caught between us. I see the struggle in her eyes, the war between fear and desire. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I look at Irix, my eyes sharp. Enough, I say, my voice cutting through the tension like a blade. We have a hunt to prepare for. Irix growls softly, frustrated but obedient. He releases Laia and steps back with a smirk. The disappointment in his eyes mirrors my own hidden desire. I rise from my seat, my eyes locking onto Laia's flushed, panting form. Behave while we're gone, I say coldly, turning to leave. My brothers follow without another word.
Chapter 14. Laia. My breath comes in sharp bursts as I swing the wooden practice sword, my muscles burning with exertion. The past 2 days have been grueling, a constant barrage of training and survival drills. Irix dances around me, his movements fluid and effortless. His eyes gleam with amusement, a predator toying with its prey. You're slow, Irix taunts, stepping out of my reach. Again. Frustration bubbles up inside me. I grip the sword tighter, my knuckles white against the rough wood. With a growl, I lunge at him, my movements clumsy and driven by anger and exhaustion. Irix sidesteps easily, his hand coming up to shove me back. I stumble, my back hitting the tree behind me. The rough bark digs into my skin through my thin tunic, adding another layer of pain to the already burning ache in my muscles. Before I can react, Irix is on me, his body pressing against mine, pinning me in place. His breath is hot on my face, his grin predatory. "You call that an attack?" His voice is a low rumble, filled with mockery. "You'll need to do better than that if you want to survive." I try to push him away, but he's like a wall of muscle and fur. Every inch of him exudes strength and power. My heart races like crazy, not just from the exertion but from the closeness of him, the intensity in his eyes. "I'm trying," I manage to gasp out, my voice strained. "Trying isn't good enough," he snaps back. "You either do or you don't." His words presses down on me as heavily as his body does. He's right. In this world, trying means nothing without results. Erendor's shadow looms over every decision I make and every move I take. His cruelty fuels my desperation even more. Irix's hand tightens on my wrist, drawing my focus back to him. "Again," he orders. I nod, determination flaring within me despite the fatigue dragging at my limbs. If I'm going to survive here, if I'm going to prove myself, I have to keep pushing forward. With a final deep breath, I gather what strength I have left and prepare to attack once more. "You're too tense," he murmurs, his voice low and teasing. "Relax." My heart pounds in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears. His words should anger me, but instead a flush of heat spreads through me. Every brush of his skin against mine leaves me breathless, the line between training and something far more dangerous blurring with every second. Irix's hands slide down my arms, his fingers rough but deliberate. "You have to feel the fight," he whispers, his lips brushing my ear. "Let it in." My breath hitches as his hand grips my waist, pulling me closer. The air between us is thick with tension, every touch sending sparks of heat through my body. I know I should push him away and put distance between us, but something in me won't let him go. "Like this?" I manage to say, my voice barely a whisper. "Yes," he murmurs back, his breath hot against my skin. "Just like that." His other hand moves to the small of my back, pressing me tighter against him. The practice sword slips from my grasp as I lose myself in the sensation of his touch. It's intoxicating, overwhelming, everything I shouldn't want but can't seem to resist. "Irix," I say softly, though I'm not sure what I'm asking for, release or more. "Focus," he says, though his own voice is tinged with something darker. His fingers trace patterns on my skin, igniting a fire within me that threatens to consume us both. The world narrows to just us, the heat of his body against mine, the roughness of his hands exploring me with a mix of gentleness and possessiveness. It's a battle of its own kind, one where neither of us wants to yield. "You're learning," he says with a chuckle that vibrates through both our bodies. "But you've still got a long way to go. I should be focusing on survival, on the next move that will keep me alive. But right now, all I can think about is the way his touch makes me feel, alive in a way I've never felt before. And maybe that's its own kind of survival." Suddenly Irix's lips crash against mine, the kiss hard and demanding, his body pressing me harder against the tree. I gasp, my hands coming up to grip his shoulders, my mind spinning as my body responds to him in ways I can't control. The kiss is a battle in itself, a clash of tongues and teeth, both of us fighting for dominance. My body is on fire, my heart racing as Irix's hands roam over me, claiming me with every touch. Each stroke of his fingers sends sparks of heat through my veins, igniting a desire I can't suppress. I try to push him away, but my resolve crumbles under the intensity of his kiss. His hand grips the back of my neck, holding me in place as his lips devour mine. There's nothing gentle about this, nothing soft or sweet. It's raw and primal, and it leaves me breathless. When we finally break apart, both of us are panting, our foreheads pressed together. Irix's eyes are dark with desire, his lips curling into a grin. Now that's more like it. His words send a shiver down my spine, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through me. This is dangerous, this pull between us, but I can't deny the way it makes me feel. Alive. Wanted. Irix pulls back slightly, his gaze never leaving mine. His hand lingers on my waist for a moment longer before he steps away entirely, leaving me leaning against the tree, trying to catch my breath. There's a wildness in his eyes that mirrors the chaos inside me. And for the first time since I escaped Erindor's grasp, I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I can survive this new world after all. Because here, with Irix's touch still burning on my skin and the taste of his kiss lingering on my lips, I feel more alive than I ever have before. But what does that mean for me, for us?
Chapter 15. Irix. Laya's chest heaves, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her lips, swollen from our kiss, call to me like a siren song. Every fiber of my being throbs with the need to claim her right here, right now. Yet something gnaws at the edges of my mind, a hesitation I can't quite name. I don't understand where it's coming from, and I also don't want to understand it deeper. What's the point? She's ours anyway. She leans on the tree as if she's about to collapse. My hand itches to touch her, and as I take a step closer to her, I can't stop myself anymore. A low growl escapes my throat as my hands grip her waist, pulling her closer. "Do you want this?" My voice comes out rough, almost feral with desire. "Because if we start, I won't stop." She looks up at me, eyes wide and lips parted. Hesitation flickers in her gaze, but beneath it lies something darker, more primal. Her chest rises and falls in a rhythm that matches the wild beating of my heart. Without waiting for an answer, I crash my lips onto hers again. My hands slide down to grip her thighs, lifting her against the tree with a fluid motion. She gasps, her legs wrapping around my waist instinctively as I press her harder against the trunk. Her body molds against mine, every inch of her igniting a fire that burns hotter than anything I've ever felt. Each kiss is a battle, tongues clashing, teeth grazing skin, both of us fighting for dominance and surrendering all at once. Her fingers tangle in my fur, pulling me closer, deeper into the abyss of no return. The smell of trees and earth mixes with the heat radiating from us, creating an intoxicating blend that drowns out everything else. Then her mouth brushes against my horn, and I shiver in ecstasy. Laya's nails dig into my shoulders as she clings to me, her breathless moans mingling with the rustling leaves around us. I can feel her heart pounding against my chest, mirroring the wild beat of my own. Every touch, every brush of skin sends electric shocks through me, heightening the tension until it feels like we might both combust. And yet, that nagging hesitation still lingers in the back of my mind. I brush it away. Right now, it doesn't matter. All that exists is Laya and this unquenchable fire between us. The world narrows to just the two of us. The heat between us builds until it's unbearable. It's raw and primal, nothing like the careful touches of before. This is a need, pure and simple.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I'm not a considerate lover. I take what I want, and I might just break her.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
What now? This is the first time I'm confused. What comes next?
Chapter 16. Lair. I sit by the stream, knees pulled to my chest, staring at the water as it rushes over the rocks. The encounter with Irix left me shaken. I ran away from him yesterday despite my shaky legs. It was kind of funny as I wobbled around, but that was all I could do at that time. His touch was searing, his kiss a consuming fire. But what does it mean? I can't deny the pull he has over me, but am I just falling into another trap? I wrap my arms tighter around myself, telling myself that this is payment, my body for their protection. The air is cool, the scent of grass and damp earth mingling with the faintest hint of smoke from our campfire. The stream's babble should be soothing, but my mind races, refusing to calm. The memory of Irix's hands on me, his lips claiming mine with such force, it sends my senses into overdrive. I close my eyes, trying to push away the confusion and fear that gnaw at me. Along with this endless desire that seems to consume every waking moment of my life. And at night, it helps chase the nightmares away. Soft footsteps on the mossy ground pull me from my thoughts. Kale approaches quietly, his presence a stark contrast to Irix's fiery intensity. He sits down beside me without a word, his calm eyes scanning my face. "Liar," he says gently, breaking the silence. "You've been avoiding Irix. Did he do something?" I swallow hard, unsure how to respond. My gaze shifts back to the stream. "It's complicated," I finally whisper. Kale nods, his expression understanding. "I can see that something is troubling you. You can tell me." The sincerity in his voice almost breaks me. I want to tell him everything, about Irix, my fears, about Erendor's hold on me that still lingers like a dark shadow. But the words stick in my throat. "I'm just trying to figure things out," I say instead, my voice barely above a whisper. Kale places a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Whatever you need, we're here for you," he says softly. "You're not alone anymore." I look up at him, meeting his kind eyes. For a moment, the weight on my chest lightens just a little bit. I don't answer at first, my fingers twisting in the fabric of my trousers. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken fears. Finally, I nod, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm scared, Kale. I feel like I'm losing control again." Kale's hand rests on my shoulder, his touch warm and comforting. "You have us now. We'll protect you." I look up at him, my eyes filled with uncertainty. But who's going to protect me from myself? Kale smiles softly, his hand moving to cup my cheek. "Come with me. I want to show you something." Kale leads me deeper into the forest, our footsteps soft against the moss-covered ground. The air grows cooler, the canopy above thickening as we move further away from the lair. We walk in silence, but it's a comforting quiet, not the heavy, oppressive silence that usually haunts my steps. After a few minutes, I hear the sound of rushing water. Kale pushes aside a curtain of vines, revealing a secluded waterfall nestled among the trees. The water cascades down in a shimmering sheet, crashing into a clear pool below, Mist hangs in the air, cool and refreshing against my skin. For a moment, I just stand there, taking it all in. The weight on my chest lifts, replaced by a sense of peace I haven't felt in a long time. It's beautiful, I whisper. Kale smiles softly, his eyes reflecting the tranquility of the scene. I come here when I need to clear my mind, he says. I thought it might help you too. Without another word, we wade into the water. It's cold but invigorating, and soon we're splashing and laughing like children. The tension between us melts away with each playful splash, the heaviness of our previous conversation forgotten for now. Kale's laughter is contagious, his usually serious demeanour giving way to a boyish charm. I find myself smiling genuinely for the first time in what feels like forever. We drift closer in the water, our movements becoming slower and more deliberate. Something shifts between us. The playfulness fades, replaced by a charged silence. Our eyes meet, and suddenly the air feels thicker, every breath laden with unspoken words and unacknowledged feelings. Kale's hand brushes mine under the water, a simple touch that sends a shiver up my spine. The waterfall roars behind us, but it's as if we're in our own little world, a world where fear and pain don't exist. I don't know what to say or do next. My mind whirls crazily, not with fear this time, but with something else, something I'm almost afraid to name. We stand there in the water, inches apart, yet feeling closer than ever before. Kale's hand brushes mine, and my breath catches. We're standing so close now, the water lapping at our waists, our bodies inches apart. Kale's gaze flicks to my lips, and I feel my heart skip a beat. The world narrows to just the space between us, filled with unspoken possibilities. Without thinking, I lean in, my lips meeting his in a soft, tentative kiss. His lips are warm and gentle against mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away. It's gentle at first, a question more than a statement, but then the kiss deepens. Kale's arms wrap around me, pulling me closer as the world melts away. His touch is both tender and firm. My fingers find their way to his hair, tangling in the damp strands as our kiss intensifies. In that moment, I forget the danger that lurks in the shadows of Protheka. I forget the fear that has haunted me since my escape from Erindor. I forget the uncertainty that plagues every decision I make. There's only Kale and the quiet comfort he offers. The waterfall roars behind us, but it's a distant sound now, background noise to our kiss. The cool water laps at our bodies, but all I feel is the warmth of Kale's embrace. His hands slide down my back, sending shivers of pleasure through me. We pull apart slightly, our foreheads resting against each other's as we catch our breath. Kale's eyes are filled with something I can't quite name, something deep and genuine. He makes me feel safe. Kale is so different from Irix. If Irix likes to take, Kale gives so much care and peace. And in Kale's arms, I believe that maybe, just maybe, I can find my way out of the darkness. Maybe I need him in more ways than one.
Chapter 17. Kale. Laya's lips taste of water and the wild, a blend of fear and fierce resolve. Our kiss deepens, slow and deliberate, as if we both know this moment might be fleeting. My hands glide over her skin, the cool water of the falls contrasting with the heat building between us. Her skin is slick, her breath coming in soft gasps against my mouth. I pull her closer, my fingers tangling in her wet hair. Her body presses against mine beneath the waterfall, the cascade enveloping us in a private world of sound and sensation. Laya's fingers clutch at my back, nails digging into my fur as if she's afraid I might vanish. Her breath hitches when my lips leave hers to trail down her neck. The pulse beneath her skin races under my touch, and I can't help but marvel at her strength and vulnerability intertwined. Each kiss I place along her throat feels like a promise a vow to protect, to cherish, to never let harm come to her again. Laia, I murmur against her skin, my voice barely audible over the roar of the falls. She tilts her head back, giving me better access, and I take it as a sign to continue. My hands slide down to her waist, feeling every curve, every scar that tells a different story. Her breath comes in shallow gasps now, each exhale a testament to the heat between us. I pause for a moment, pulling back just enough to look into her eyes. They're filled with something raw and unguarded. Trust. It's something I'm not sure I deserve, but in this moment, I'll do everything to be worthy of it. Our lips meet again, and this time there's an urgency that wasn't there before. A need to hold on to this fleeting connection for as long as possible consumes me. The world outside may be harsh and unforgiving, but here under the waterfall, we find a brief peace, a moment where nothing else matters but us. I press closer, my heart pounding in sync with hers. Every touch and every kiss is a silent conversation between us. In this secluded paradise, amidst the crashing water and our mingled breaths, we lose ourselves in each other. Laia, I whisper, barely carrying over the roar of the waterfall. She looks up at me, her eyes wide and trusting. It's a look that makes my heart pound harder than any battle ever could. Her hands move up my back, tracing the lines of my muscles as she pulls me closer. The touch sends shivers down my spine. This isn't just lust driving me. It's something deeper, something that scares me more than facing 100 enemies. Then her tongue follows, lapping on my skin and fur. I gasp, my eyes widening in ecstasy as her tongue plays with my chest. I hold her back, groaning and fighting for self-control. Do you really want this? Laia caresses my face with so much vulnerability and raw emotions in her eyes. She doesn't have to say anything at all. I pick her up, carrying her as she clings to me. We sink down onto the soft grass by the water's edge, our movements slow and deliberate. My lips travel down her neck, kissing every inch of skin with an almost worshipful care. Her breath comes in soft gasps, her body arching into mine as I explore every scar and curve. Kale, she whispers my name. Our eyes lock into each other. She licks my lips, biting the lower lip and playing with it. I close my eyes, feeling it as her hands roam all over my body. I raise her left leg, slinging it over my shoulder. I bring her toes to my mouth, sucking the droplets of water while never breaking eye contact with her. Her softness is such a contrast to my hardness that it makes me feel like I'm committing sacrilege. Me, a monster, with a human female as beautiful and perfect as her.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Just wow. But then a lingering question appears in my head. What happens after this? Will Laia take me as hers? My brothers' faces flash before me. Thalos, always so calculating, so cold. Irix is wild and impulsive. And then there's me, caught somewhere between wanting to protect her and needing to keep our world from crumbling. Will she be able to accept the three of us?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 18. Thalos. I stand at the entrance to the cave, my arms crossed, watching Irix and Kale move about the camp. Laia is with them, a soft smile on her face as she helps prepare the meal. It's been days since our last encounter, and yet I can't stop thinking about her. Kale hands her a bowl, their fingers brushing. His touch lingers a second too long. Her laughter fills the air, light and free. A stark contrast to the constant tension of our world. I clench my jaw, my thoughts racing. Laia should be nothing more than a tool, an asset to be used. I've always kept my distance from her and reminded myself of this fact. But now, watching my brothers grow closer to her, I feel something gnawing at me. Something dangerous. Kale's laughter echoes across the camp, pulling my attention back. My eyes narrow as I watch him. Kale has always been the soft one, the thoughtful one. But now, with Laia, I see a different side of him, a side that makes me uneasy. He's acting like they're lovers. She turns to Irix next, offering him a piece of fruit. He grins at her in that predatory way of his. But there's a warmth there too, something almost tender. It's not like him to be gentle, not like any of us. My grip tightens on my forearms as I fight the urge to intervene. What am I doing? What are my brothers doing? Forming an emotional bond with her would make us vulnerable. A weakness we can't afford in our world. She's here as a tool. Someone that we're using. And definitely one that they paid a high price for so she can stay. But it's more than that. Watching Laia with my brothers stirs something deep within me. A possessiveness I can't ignore. She's changing us, breaking down walls we've built over years of blood and battle. I force myself to look away, trying to quell the storm inside me. Laia is nothing but trouble, a distraction we don't need. Yet, despite all my efforts to keep my distance, I find myself drawn to her more and more each day. And that terrifies me more than any enemy ever could. I force myself to turn away, to focus on anything else. But even as I try to push those thoughts aside, they creep back in like shadows in the night. Laia glances up and catches my eye. For a moment, our gazes lock. There's something in her eyes, a challenge, a plea. I don't know. I've always kept my distance from her for a reason. But now it feels like I'm losing control. I take a deep breath and step back into the cave's shadows, forcing myself to break eye contact with Laia. I need to stay focused. We have enemies out there, dark elves who would love nothing more than to find us vulnerable. And yet, as Kael's laughter fills the air once more, and Laia's smile brightens our dark world just a bit, I can't help but wonder if this vulnerability might be worth it. But that thought, it's best left buried deep within where no one can see it, least of all me. I walk away, but hers and Irix's loud laughter grabs my attention. Laia laughs at something Irix says, and he grins back at her, that predatory smile that sends a chill down my spine. He's always been wild, always taking what he wants without a second thought. And now he wants Laia. Why do I feel this twinge of emotion that makes me want her to be mine alone? My grip tightens further, knuckles turning white as I fight the urge to step in and pull her away from him. But what right do I have? She's not mine. She's supposed to be nothing more than an asset. Yet the thought of Irix touching her, claiming her, makes the fire in my chest burn brighter. I know what I need to do. I need to screw her and get her out of my system. Maybe then I can think clearly again. Maybe then this maddening desire will finally be sated. But even as the thought crosses my mind, it only makes the fire burn hotter. The idea of taking her, of making her mine in every way possible. It's intoxicating, dangerous. I push away from the cave entrance and stride toward them, my heart racing. Frustration is pounding at me, and I don't even know how to handle all of this. Laia glances up at me as I approach, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Thalos," she says softly, her voice like a balm on my raw nerves. "Laia, Irix, Kale," I bark, my voice cutting through the camp like a whip. "We're training, now!" Laia's eyes widen in surprise, but she quickly stands, brushing off her hands. Irix and Kale exchange glances, but follow without question. They know better than to challenge me when I'm like this. We make our way to the clearing where we train, the tension thick in the air. I turn to face them, my gaze hard and unyielding. "Laia," I begin, my tone cold and unforgiving. "You've become a distraction. Your place here is not to appeal emotionally to my brothers." Her eyes flash with defiance, but she remains silent. "I'm the decision-maker here," I continue, stepping closer to her. "Whatever I say goes. If I want you gone, you'll disappear for good, understand?" She nods, her jaw clenched tight. I turn away from them, grinding my teeth in frustration. Why does their closeness irritate me so much? I can't afford to lose control now, not when the dark elves are closing in and danger lurks around every corner. "Laia!" I call out again without turning back. "You're a weakness, and in this world, weakness gets you killed." She doesn't respond, but I can feel her eyes on me, burning with that same defiance that both infuriates and intrigues me. No matter how hard I try to push the thoughts away, I can't shake the image of her from my mind. The way she looked under the firelight, her body trembling with need. What if screwing her only makes me want her more? The thought gnaws at me, unsettling in its intensity. I've always prided myself on my control and my ability to keep emotions at bay. But Laia, she's different. She's slipping through the cracks of my defenses. "Pair up," I command curtly, trying to refocus on the task at hand. We train until sunset. As they move into position, my eyes linger on Laia for just a moment too long before I force myself to look away. I need to get a grip, for all our sakes.
Chapter 19. Laia. I scrub the pots with vigour, the smell of herbs and cooked meat still lingering in the air. My hands move on their own. The motions are familiar now, almost comforting. But my mind? It's far from the lair and these chores. Safety. The word drifts through my thoughts, strange and foreign. I glance up, catching a glimpse of Irix sharpening his axe. His golden eyes flick to mine for a moment, and he offers a wolfish grin before returning to his task. Wild intensity. That's Irix. Dangerous but fiercely protective. Kale hums softly as he sorts through his healing herbs nearby. His presence is a balm, his quiet strength a constant reassurance. I think of the waterfall and the way he held me with such tenderness. It's more than just physical attraction. It's something deeper. Trust, maybe. Thalos stands at the edge of the lair, arms crossed, eyes scanning the horizon. Even in his coldness, there's a certain security. He might be hard on me, but he's never let harm come my way since I've been here. His protection feels like an iron wall, impenetrable and unyielding. I watch them from the corner of my eye as I finish scrubbing the last pot. They move like a unit, each brother understanding their role without needing words. It's a far cry from the chaos and terror of Erendor's estate. Could this be my life now? Could these brutal Minotaurs be my family? The thought warms me in a way I haven't felt in years. I place the pot down and stretch my back, feeling every muscle ache from both work and training. Kale looks up from his herbs and offers me a soft smile. "Need any help?" he asks. "I'm fine," I reply, though part of me wants to sit beside him and lose myself in his calm presence. "Suit yourself," he says with a wink before returning to his work. I can't help but smile back as I move to tidy up around the lair. It's strange, this sense of belonging that's starting to grow within me. Despite everything, despite their rough edges and harsh ways, these Minotaurs have become something more than just my protectors. They've become family. But then the dreams come. In the dead of night, when the camp is quiet and the fire has burned down to embers, the nightmares return. Erindor, his cruel smile. The bodies of my friends are broken and bleeding, the sound of their screams echoing in my ears. I wake with a start, my body drenched in sweat, my heart racing. I can still feel Erindor's hands on me and still hear his voice in my head, telling me I'm nothing, that I'll never escape him. Tears prick at my eyes, and I curl in on myself, trembling. The safety I've felt these past few days shatters, replaced by the cold, suffocating fear that has haunted me for so long. The moonlight filters through the trees, casting eerie shadows on the ground. I try to steady my breathing, but the images from my nightmare cling to me like a second skin. The sound of Erindor's laughter echoes in my mind, a haunting reminder of everything I've tried to escape. I hug my knees to my chest, rocking slightly as if that will shake off the terror. It doesn't. My breath comes in shallow gasps as I fight to stay grounded in the present. It's just a dream, but it feels so real. I can't shake the sensation of his hands on me, cold and unyielding. His voice whispers cruel words in my ear, telling me I'm worthless. No matter where I run or who I find shelter with, he'll always be there, lurking in the shadows. The tears spill over, hot and unrelenting. I bury my face in my arms to stifle my sobs, not wanting to wake the others. They've done so much for me already. They don't need to see me like this, broken and weak. But no matter how hard I try to hold it together, the fear consumes me. The safety I thought I'd found here crumbles like ash in the wind. It's as if Erindor's grip on my soul is too strong to break free from. The night stretches on endlessly as I lie there, trembling and lost in my own mind. Suddenly, Kale appears beside me, his face filled with concern as he kneels down. "Liar," he whispers, his hand resting on my shoulder. "What's wrong?" I wipe my tears hastily, trying to compose myself. "It's nothing," I lie, but the tremor in my voice betrays me. Kale's eyes soften, and he shakes his head. "You can tell me," he says gently. "I'm here." Taking a shaky breath, I nod. "It's the dreams," I admit. The nightmares about Erindor and everything he did. His hand tightens on my shoulder, a silent promise of protection. "You don't have to face this alone," he says softly. "We're here for you. I'm here for you." His words are like a balm to my frayed nerves. I lean into him, letting his warmth chase away the lingering chill of my nightmares. He shifts closer, wrapping an arm around me and pulling me against his chest. For a while we sit in silence, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat grounding me. "Thank you," I whisper. Kale presses his cheek to the top of my head. "Any time," he murmurs. As the tension slowly ebbs from my body, we begin to talk, about anything and everything. Kale tells me stories from his past, about the places he's seen and the people he's healed. His voice is soothing, a constant anchor in the storm of my thoughts. I find myself opening up more than I expected, sharing snippets of my life. Simple things, my favourite foods when I get the chance to eat them, the sound of rain on a tin roof, the way I used to dance when no one was watching. It was my escape from the terrible life I had. Kale listens with rapt attention, his eyes never leaving mine. There's no judgment in his gaze, only understanding and empathy. "I've never met anyone like you," he says quietly after a while. I look up at him, surprised by the intensity in his eyes. "What do you mean?" He smiles softly. "Despite everything you've been through, you're still strong. still kind. He brushes a strand of hair from my face. It's remarkable. Warmth floods through me at his words. I feel seen. Eventually, exhaustion catches up with me. My eyelids grow heavy as Kale continues to talk softly about herbs and their healing properties. "Sleep now," he whispers as he notices me drifting off. "I'll protect you." I nod weakly, feeling safe in his arms. The last thing I remember is Kale's soothing presence and the quiet strength in his voice as sleep finally claims me.
Chapter 20. Thalos. The night air feels thick, like a weight pressing down on us. I feel it more now that Laia is with us for her first hunt. Dark clouds bruise the sky, casting everything in a murky half-light. I move through the underbrush, each step silent and deliberate. Laia follows close behind, her breath steady but tense. My ears twitch. A rustle, a whisper of movement in the trees. My eyes narrow, scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. "Stay close!" I growl to Laia, my voice low and rough. I motion for Irix and Kale to spread out. We need to cover more ground without losing our formation. Irix moves to the right, his axe ready in his hand, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kale heads left, quieter than a shadow, his focus sharp. Laia's hand brushes against my arm. She's nervous. I can sense it in the way her fingers tremble slightly before pulling back. "You'll be fine," I murmur without looking at her. "Just stay behind me." We continue forward, the forest closing in around us like a living entity. The smell of damp earth fills my nostrils, mingling with the faint tang of fear that radiates from Laia. The darkness feels more oppressive tonight, charged with an energy that sets my teeth on edge. It's not just a hunt, it's something more. I pause again, straining to hear beyond the usual sounds of the forest. There, another rustle, this time closer. My hand tightens on my weapon. "Laia," I whisper, turning my head slightly toward her. "If things go south, you run." She opens her mouth to protest, but I cut her off with a glare that brooks no argument. "Run," I repeat. Irix appears from the shadows, signaling that he's found something up ahead. Kale emerges moments later, his expression grim. "Dark elves," Kale mutters under his breath. "Scouting party." My blood runs cold. We've encountered them again, vicious and relentless in their pursuit of Laia. "We take them out quietly," I command, keeping my voice low but firm. "No mistakes." Laia's eyes widen with fear, but she nods resolutely. I grip my weapon tighter and lead the way forward. The darkness feels alive around us, each step echoing with the unspoken promise of violence. Tonight will be different. Tonight, we must be swift and silent. No room for error. Laia grips her blade, her heart pounding in her chest as she falls in step behind me. The weight of the forest presses in on us, the stillness before the storm palpable. Something is coming. My instincts scream it. The attack comes like a thunderclap. Dark elves explode from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice. Blades clash in the eerie light, and the forest erupts into chaos. I roar, meeting the first attacker with a brutal swing of my axe, sending them crashing into the dirt. Blood sprays, painting the leaves red. Another elf lunges at me, but I sidestep and drive my fist into their face, feeling bones crack under my knuckles. Laia moves beside me, ducking under a slicing blade with a grace she's only recently learned. She's not as strong as us, but she's fast, darting between attackers like a shadow, her blade flashing in the dim light. Her movements are precise. Every strike is calculated to survive. Irix's laughter rings out amidst the chaos, his axe carving a deadly path through our enemies. He's enjoying this too much. Typical. Kale fights with quiet efficiency. His movements are fluid and lethal. "Laia, behind you!" I bellow, as I see a dark elf sneaking up on her. She spins just in time to parry the blow, her blade ringing out against the elf's sword. With a swift twist of her wrist, she disarms him and drives her dagger into his throat. The elf gurgles and collapses at her feet. The dark elf didn't die immediately. Laia's strength is clearly not enough, so she drives the dagger into his throat again. Good, I grunt approvingly as I crush another attacker beneath my boot. The dark elves are relentless, but we hold our ground. We have to. For Laia. For us. My muscles burn with exertion as I cleave through another foe, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest is alive with the sounds of battle, clashing steel, grunts of pain, and the desperate cries of our enemies. Laia, stay close! I command again as I see her drifting too far from our formation. She nods, sweat dripping down her face as she continues to fight with fierce determination. We will make it through this night. We have to. I fight like a beast, my large frame moving with terrifying precision as I cut down one dark elf after another. Each swing of my axe is a death sentence, each thrust of my blade a promise of finality. But even I can't fight them all. From the corner of my eyes, I see the dark elf, but it's too late for me to move as I parry another. Without thinking, Laia lunges, her blade sinking into the dark elf before they can strike me. Blood sprays across her face, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the dark elf crumples to the ground. I turn, my eyes locking onto hers, and for a moment there's something raw and unspoken between us, something like gratitude. The battle rages on, but we fight together now, side by side. Each time Laia falters, I am there, my massive form a shield between her and the enemy. She moves with newfound confidence, her strikes more sure, more deadly. When the last dark elf falls, we're both panting, covered in blood and sweat, but alive. The forest is eerily silent again, the echoes of battle fading into the night. We go back to our lair, and Laia tends to my wounds, her hands trembling slightly as she cleans the gashes on my arm. The fire crackles in the background, casting flickering shadows across my face. Kale is treating Irix in the corner of the room. His focus is split between his patient and our conversation. You saved my life, I mutter, my voice gruff but softer than usual. My eyes follow her movements as she works, her touch gentle but firm. Laia meets my gaze, her own eyes wide and searching. We're in this together, aren't we? She says softly, her voice tinged with something like hope. I hold her gaze for a moment longer before nodding once. Yes, I reply quietly. We are. For a moment, the air between us crackles with the same intensity as the fight. I reach up, my rough hand cupping her chin, pulling her closer. The kiss is sudden and fierce, like the clash of steel. My lips are hard against hers, but there's a desperation in the way I hold her. It's as if everything I've been holding back erupts in this one moment. Her lips part beneath mine, and I feel her shudder, her breath mingling with mine. There's something primal in the way she responds, something that mirrors my own need. The taste of blood and sweat lingers between us, a reminder of the battle we've just fought. But then I pull away, my chest heaving, my eyes dark and conflicted. The reality of what I've just done hits me like a cold wave. This doesn't mean anything, I growl, standing abruptly. My voice sounds harsher than I intend, but it's the only way to keep my walls intact. Get some rest. We hunt at dawn. Laia watches me go, her heart pounding so loudly I can almost hear it. She's torn between the heat of our kiss and the coldness of my retreat. I can feel her gaze burning into my back as I walk away, every step heavier than the last.
Chapter 21. Laia. Thalos' back is to me, his broad shoulders hunched over his work. He sharpens his axe with methodical precision, the rhythmic scrape of stone against metal grating on my nerves. For 2 days he's kept his distance, that kiss lingering like a ghost between us. I've had enough of his cold indifference. My hands clench into fists as I watch him from across the lair. Each scrape of the whetstone against the blade is a taunt, reminding me of the fire that burned so briefly and then was snuffed out. My heart pounds in my chest, anger and frustration mixing into a volatile cocktail. I storm over to him, my footsteps echoing off the stone walls. "Thalos!" I snap, my voice cutting through the steady rasp of the whetstone. What the hell was that the other night? He doesn't look up. He doesn't even pause in his task. "It was nothing," he says, his voice as cold as ever. Nothing. I can't believe what I'm hearing. The memory of his lips on mine still sends shivers down my spine, yet he dismisses it as if it were an inconsequential event. "You kissed me like you meant it." His hands are still for a moment, but he doesn't turn around. "I told you," he repeats. "It was nothing." "Liar!" The word slips out before I can stop it. "You don't get to decide what it meant for me." Thalos finally looks up, his dark eyes meeting mine with a mix of irritation and something else, something softer that he quickly masks. "Liar, we have bigger problems than your feelings," he growls. I step closer, refusing to back down. "My feelings aren't the problem here," I say, my voice trembling with pent-up emotion. "You're afraid to let anyone in because you think it makes you weak." His jaw clenches, his eyes still fixed on the blade in his hands. "You're here because you're useful, liar. Don't make it more than it is." The words hit like a slap in the face. My heart sinks, but I refuse to let him shut me out. "I'm tired of being treated like a pawn," I snap back. "I'm tired of you treating me and making me feel like I have value when you don't say anything." Thalos stands abruptly, towering over me, his eyes blazing with anger. "You think you understand what this is? What am I? You don't know anything, liar. Don't push me." "Then tell me. Show me something real for once," I demand, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. Thalos says nothing. His fists tighten at his sides, knuckles whitening. For a moment I think he might explode, but then he just turns and walks away, his broad shoulders tense with frustration. I'm not done. I follow him into the forest, my feet light on the mossy ground as I track his heavy footsteps. The dense foliage swallows us both, the silence only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Thalos doesn't glance back, but I know he senses me trailing him. We reach the waterfall, its steady roar filling the air. He often comes here to bathe, to wash away the grime and blood of battle. Tonight is no different. He stops at the water's edge and begins to strip off his armour with deliberate movements. I hide behind a cluster of trees, watching as each piece of armour falls away. The moonlight casts a glow on his dark skin, highlighting the scars that crisscross his massive frame. He's even bigger than his brothers, muscle upon muscle rippling beneath taut skin and fur. My breath catches in my throat as he steps into the water, his body glistening in the moonlight. His horn is even sharper than his brother's. He wades deeper into the pool, the water lapping at his thighs before he submerges himself completely. I can't tear my eyes away from him, the raw power and grace in every movement, the evidence of countless battles etched into his flesh. For a moment, I forget my anger and my frustration. All I can see is Thalos, the leader who carries the life of his brothers on his shoulders and who fights to keep us all alive in this unforgiving world. My heart aches with longing and confusion. The water cascades over him as he tilts his head back, eyes closed. The sight stirs something deep within me, a yearning for connection, for understanding. I stay hidden for a while more, my heart pounding in rhythm with the waterfall's roar, waiting for a sign that this man might finally let me in. My pulse quickens, but it's not just desire that pulls me forward. It's the need for answers. I step out from the shadows, my voice steady despite the nerves twisting in my stomach. You can't keep running from me, Thalos. Thalos's eyes flash with surprise and something darker as he turns to face me. You shouldn't be here. I step closer, my heart pounding in my ears. I deserve an answer. Thalos moves suddenly, grabbing my wrist and pulling me into him. His lips crash against mine, but this kiss is punishing, fierce, like he's trying to push me away with the force of it. But I don't flinch. I meet his intensity with my own, refusing to let him hide behind the kiss. His teeth sink into my lip, and I taste blood. His hands feel like a brand on my skin, hodling me like chains. He's so strong he might just break my arm if he exerts more force. It somehow made me feel excited. There's really something wrong with me. When he pulls back, his breathing ragged, his eyes are filled with conflict. This is why you shouldn't get close, he growls, pushing me away. I'll only hurt you. I watch as he gets up out of the water and disappears into the darkness, my lips still tingling from the kiss, my heart torn between anger and longing.
Chapter 22. Irix. The fire crackles, casting flickering shadows on Laia's face as she approaches. Her eyes are tired but determined, a look I've come to recognize. I find myself thinking of her and more, seeking her presence like a moth to a flame. It's not just lust anymore. Something deeper pulls at me whenever I see her. My pulse quickens as she moves closer, her steps steady despite the heaviness of the world on her shoulders. She sits beside me without a word, the silence between us heavy and thick. The fire's warmth contrasts with the cool night air, creating a cocoon of quiet intensity around us. I steal a glance at her, noticing the lines of exhaustion etched into her features. I've been noticing that Thalos and her have this weird tension going on between them. It seems she just came back from talking to him as I smell my brother on her. Poor her. Thalos doesn't really care about other things aside from family. We sit in silence for a moment, the crackling fire our only companion. You're different lately, I finally say, my voice low and rough to break the tension. You've been working hard and can fight now. She looks at me, green eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes me crave her more. I have to be, she replies softly. I can't afford to be weak anymore. Her words hit me harder than I expected, stirring something inside me that I can't quite name. There's more to this human than meets the eye, more than just survival driving her. I want to know what it is, to understand this fire within her that refuses to be extinguished. I reach out, my hand brushing against hers. The contact is brief but electric, sending a jolt of awareness through both of us. Laia doesn't pull away. Instead, she holds my gaze, and for a moment, it feels like we're the only two beings in the world. You've changed too, she says quietly, almost as if she's admitting something to herself. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. How so? You're different with me now, she murmurs. Not just what? I press gently. Not just seeing me as another tool, she finishes, her voice barely above a whisper. Her honesty catches me off guard. She's right, I do see her differently now. But what does that mean for us? The fire crackles louder as if echoing the questions burning in my mind. I smirk, but it's a softer expression than usual. You've earned it. Her eyes meet mine, and I feel something shift inside me. This isn't just about power anymore. It's about her, about what she makes me feel, and that scares me. Without warning, I pull her towards me, my lips crashing against hers. But this kiss is different. It's not just about possession. There's something raw and unguarded in the way I hold her, like I'm afraid of what I'm feeling but can't stop myself. Her lips are soft and warm, and the taste of her sends a shiver down my spine. My hands grip her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us. The fire crackles louder, but it fades into the background as everything else falls away. For a moment, it's just us. No past, no future, only the present, only this kiss. Laia responds, her fingers tangling in my fur as she presses closer. The kiss deepens, filled with unspoken emotions neither of us are ready to face. Her touch sends sparks through my body, igniting something primal and raw inside me. I pull her even closer, my hands roaming her back, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath my fingers. When we finally break apart, my chest heaves, and I search her eyes for some kind of answer. I don't know what this is, I admit, my voice rough, but I can't ignore it anymore. You've been driving me crazy. Her heart skips a beat. I can feel it against my chest. But she doesn't pull away. Instead, she looks up at me, her eyes wide and filled with a mix of fear and longing. Then don't, she whispers. That's all the permission I need. I lift her effortlessly, carrying her to my cave, where I made a soft bed just for her. Our movements are urgent yet careful, each touch sending waves of heat through us both. I lay her down gently, hovering over her as I kiss her again, this time slower, savoring the taste of her lips. My hands explore every inch of her body, mapping out the curves and lines that drive me wild. Laya's breath comes in soft gasps, her hands gripping my shoulders as if anchoring herself to me. I kiss her throat, down to, in between her chest, then trailing below her navel. I look up, and our gazes meet with so much intensity, it feels like she can see through my soul. Irix, take me, will you? She pleads. For a moment, I just stare at her. There's something so vulnerable in her face and voice, as if she really needs me. As if right this moment, I'm everything she needs. I frown, wanting to ask the question. It's a first for me, and I almost laugh because of the urge. It's not every day that I want to inquire about someone's emotions. Please, she begs again, her hands going to my horn. I gasp, my eyes widening a fraction. I didn't know my horn could be so sensitive. I tremble, my breathing coming in ragged gasps of air. Your wish is my command, I groan as I remove my armor and her clothes. Our lips meet again in wild ecstasy. Then she suddenly pushes me on the bed. Laya's on
Sorry
top
for the
of me.
interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
She lies on top of me, kissing my neck. Irix, tell me you're mine. My world seems to stop and I lock eyes with her. As if seduced, I open my mouth saying, I'm all yours.
Chapter 23. Liar. I sneak out of Irix's bed as he sleeps deeply, a smile lingering on my lips. Somehow I feel a bit guilty being seen with him. I don't want the others to see, not yet. I slept with him again, and it makes me feel like I'm not giving them the same attention. I go back to my bed to sleep, but that night, Erendor visits me once more. The screams of my friends echo in my mind, even as I jolt awake, drenched in sweat. Erendor's cruel smile haunts me, and I struggle to catch my breath, my heart pounding against my ribs. My body trembles uncontrollably, each beat of my heart a reminder of the terror that chases me through sleep. Why? It feels like a warning of some sort that he's coming. Morning comes too soon. I find myself alone with Kale, the gentle giant who has always given me peace. I need something more. Comfort, perhaps? We walk through the forest, the cool air a balm on my fevered skin. Kale moves beside me, his presence a steady anchor as we gather herbs. His eyes catch mine, and I know he sees the shadows that linger there. You don't have to tell me, but it might help, he says softly, his voice a gentle murmur amidst the rustling leaves. But if you need to talk, I'm here. I stop walking, my hands gripping the basket of herbs so tightly that my knuckles turn white. The words hover on the tip of my tongue, but fear holds them back. What if talking about it makes it worse? What if sharing my nightmares only spreads the darkness? Kale steps closer, his calm blue eyes full of understanding. Liar, he says again, more insistent this time, but still gentle. We talked last time. You can tell me more. I'm ready to listen. His words break something inside me. The dam holding back my emotions cracks, and before I can stop myself, they spill out. I see them, I whisper, my voice shaking. Every time I close my eyes, I see Erendor's face. I hear their screams. Kale's hand rests on my shoulder, grounding me. He doesn't speak, he just listens. The silence between us is heavy but not oppressive, more like a blanket offering warmth on a cold night. They haunt me, I continue, tears blurring my vision. I can't escape them. Kale's grip tightens slightly, a reassuring pressure. It's okay to be scared, he murmurs. I told you before, you have me and my brothers. Nothing will change that. The truth in his words sinks into me like a soothing balm. For once, I don't feel like running from the darkness inside me. With him by my side, just maybe, I can face it. I hesitate, my fingers brushing the leaves of a plant. The memories press against the walls of my mind, demanding to be let out. Kale's steady presence is like a lifeline, urging me to speak. I ran away after... I begin, my voice barely above a whisper. Erendor. He asked me to kill my best friend. Kale's expression softens with understanding, his blue eyes never leaving mine. Why? He asks, his tone gentle but probing. He wanted to break me, I say, the words tumbling out now. She was the only person who made the days bearable. He knew that if I killed her, it would destroy whatever hope I had left. Kale's hand finds mine, a comforting weight in the storm of my emotions. You refused. Yes, I say, my voice trembling. And he drained her blood right in front of me. I couldn't save her. Kale's grip tightens slightly, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. You did what you could, liar. You're here now because you chose to fight back. He tucks a hair behind my ear and kisses me softly on the forehead. He won't get to you again. I nod as we continue gathering herbs. We walk further into the forest, the heavy burden of my confession lingering in the air between us. Kale begins teaching me how to identify the herbs. His voice is calm and steady. He points out leaves and stems, explaining their uses and properties with patient precision. This one, he says, showing me a small plant with delicate white flowers, is good for soothing wounds. I nod, focusing on his words. He knows more than I do. The tension in my shoulders eases as I immerse myself in the task at hand. Kale's calm demeanour is infectious, making me enjoy the present. But then my foot catches on a root hidden beneath the foliage. I stumble forward, a startled gasp escaping my lips. Before I hit the ground, Kale's strong arms wrap around me, steadying me with effortless ease. His touch is warm and reassuring, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. Careful, he murmurs, his voice close to my ear. I look up at him, our faces inches apart. His blue eyes are filled with concern and something else, something deeper that sends a shiver down my spine. Thank you, I manage to say, my voice shaky. Kale's lips curve into a small smile as he helps me stand upright again. Any time. I lean in, pressing a soft kiss to his lips. It's tentative, almost hesitant, as if I'm afraid he'll pull away. But Kale freezes, surprised. For a heartbeat, I think I've made a mistake. Then his hands tighten on my waist, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens, tender and gentle, like a promise of something more. His lips are warm and soft against mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away. There's only Kale and the quiet intensity of this moment. When we finally pull apart, my cheeks flush with heat. I step back, my heart fluttering wildly. "Thank you," I whisper, barely audible over the rush of emotions. Kale watches me with a soft smile, his eyes filled with something I can't quite name. It's not just gratitude or relief. It's something deeper, something that makes my breath catch. I turn and walk away, leaving him standing there amidst the rustling leaves and dappled sunlight. As I move through the forest, the memory of his touch lingers on my skin. For once, hope doesn't feel like a distant dream. It feels like something real, something within reach. And it's all because of Kale.
Chapter 24. Thalos. I stand at the edge of the camp, my eyes fixed on the scene before me. Irix hands Laia the best cut of meat, his gaze lingering on her longer than it should. My fingers twitch with irritation. Beside them, Kale hovers close, his posture protective, almost possessive. The firelight casts long shadows across their faces, making their closeness seem even more pronounced. A growl builds in my throat, low and dangerous. Frustration burns in my chest, hotter than the flames crackling between us. I've always been the leader, the one who makes decisions, the one who ensures our survival. Yet here they are, acting like Laia is more than just a survivor, more than just a tool in our fight. Irix's laugh rings out, a sharp contrast to the tension twisting inside me. He leans in closer to Laia, saying something that makes her smile. A real smile that I haven't seen on her face since she arrived. It's unsettling how easily she has integrated herself into our lives, how easily my brothers have allowed it. Kale's hand brushes against hers as he hands her a cup of water, his touch lingering just a fraction too long. His eyes are soft when he looks at her, filled with something I can't quite name, but recognize all too well. Possession? Affection? Whatever it is, it's dangerous. I shift my weight, my muscles coiled tight with a mix of anger and something else. Something I refuse to name. Laia is supposed to be an asset, a means to an end. But every time I see her with my brothers, every time I catch her scent or hear her laugh, that resolve wavers. Why does this human girl evoke such strong emotions in me? She's fragile, vulnerable, everything I've learned to despise in this brutal world. Yet she fights with fierceness that rivals even the strongest warriors. She looks at me with those defiant eyes, challenging me without words. And it's working. I grind my teeth and turn away from the firelight, retreating into the shadows where I can wrestle with these unwanted feelings in peace. My brothers may be falling under her spell, but I cannot afford such weakness. From the shadows, I watch Laia. She moves with a quiet grace, her fingers deftly working to tend to Irix's wounds. Her touch is gentle, almost tender, and for a moment, Irix's usual bravado softens. He winces but doesn't pull away, and I see the gratitude in his eyes. It's a small moment, but it speaks volumes. Kale approaches her next, holding out a handful of herbs he gathered from the forest. She looks up at him, her face breaking into a soft smile that lights up the darkening camp. He sits beside her, explaining the uses of each plant, and she listens intently, nodding along with genuine interest. It's clear she values his knowledge and his presence. She's weaving herself into their lives, bit by bit. I can't decide if that's a good thing or a dangerous distraction. In the afternoon, Kale approaches me, an unusual look of determination on his face. "Thalos," he starts, his voice calm but insistent. "We need to talk." I raise an eyebrow but say nothing, waiting for him to continue. "It's about Laia," he says, meeting my gaze head on. "You need to treat her better." I snort in disbelief. "Since when do you tell me how to run things?" Kale doesn't back down. She's for the three of us, he says firmly. If you can't see that, if you keep pushing her away, she'll never feel welcome here. His words hit harder than any blow. The idea of having her integrate fully with us sounds good and scary at the same time, but admitting that means admitting weakness. I take a deep breath, trying to steady the storm inside me. Kale, she's human. You both are being controlled by a human. It's my duty as the oldest to protect you from this. My voice is low but firm, leaving no room for argument. Kale's eyes narrow, but there's a softness in his gaze. Thalos, she's been through more than we can imagine. From the first moment I saw her, I wanted to protect her. He steps closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Don't you see? She's not just a human. She's one of us now. My jaw tightens. His words hit harder than I want to admit. She's not of our race, Kale. You're forgetting that. He doesn't flinch. Maybe you're forgetting what it means to be more than our race. His words linger in the air like a challenge. Leave, I command, my tone final. Kale gives me one last look before turning and walking away. I watch him go, wrestling with the turmoil inside me. That night, I sit in my lair, the flickering fire casting long shadows on the walls. Kale's words presses on me. Maybe he's right. Maybe I need to see why my brothers are so taken with her. Laia, I call out, my voice gruff and unyielding. Come here. She hesitates at the entrance, her eyes searching my face for any sign of what's to come. The tension between us is palpable, thick enough to cut through. After what feels like an eternity, she steps inside, her heart pounding loud enough that I can almost hear it over the crackling fire. The air grows heavy as she approaches me, every step echoing in the silence between us. And deep down, beneath all my rationalizations and duties, there's a part of me that has wanted this all along. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment we just stand there, caught in the gravity of everything unspoken. The night stretches before us, filled with possibilities neither of us are ready to face, but can no longer ignore. I fight this obsessive feeling of wanting her, but it takes all of me. Right now, I don't think I can handle it.
Chapter 25. Lair. I step closer, feeling Thalos's gaze as it pins me in place. The room is dimly lit, the fire casting long, flickering shadows across the stone walls. The air between us crackles with unspoken tension, thick and suffocating. Thalos stands before me, his chest bare, muscles taut and glistening in the firelight. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stoicism that only adds to the anticipation thrumming between us. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The silence hangs heavy, every second stretching out like an eternity. My heart thumps like a drum beat in my ears, but I refuse to back down. I take another step closer, my voice soft but steady. Why did you call me here, Thalos? He doesn't respond immediately, his dark eyes boring into mine as if searching for something hidden deep within. His silence only heightens the tension, making the room feel smaller and more intimate. Finally, he speaks, his voice a low rumble that sends shivers down my spine. You've been distracting my brothers. I blink, taken aback by the accusation. Distracting? I'm just trying to survive. His jaw tightens. Survival is one thing. You've done more than that. The fire crackles loudly in the silence that follows his words. I search his face for any sign of what he's truly thinking, but he remains an enigma. What do you want from me? My voice trembles slightly despite my best efforts to keep it steady. Thalos takes a step forward, closing the distance between us until I can feel the heat radiating off his body. His hand reaches out, fingers brushing against my cheek with surprising gentleness. I need to understand why you're here, he says softly, his breath warm against my skin, and why you're affecting me like this. His admission leaves me breathless, the vulnerability in his words stark against his usual cold demeanour. I lean into his touch, my own hand coming up to rest against his chest. "Maybe you should stop fighting it," I whisper. Thalos's eyes darken, and for a moment I think he might pull away. But then his grip tightens ever so slightly, grounding both of us in this charged moment. "Maybe," he murmurs. The room seems to hold its breath as we stand there. Two survivors caught in a web of emotions neither of us fully understand, but can no longer deny. Thalos's eyes darken, his fists clenching at his sides. "I've been holding back," he admits, his voice rough. "But I can't anymore." Before I can respond, he closes the distance between us, his hands gripping my waist as he pulls me into him. Our lips crash together in a kiss that's fierce, desperate, and filled with all the emotions he's been fighting to suppress. I melt against him, my hands sliding up his chest, feeling the hard planes of muscle beneath my fingers. The kiss deepens, our bodies press together, and for the first time, Thalos lets himself feel, really feel. His hands roam my body with a mix of roughness and reverence, like he's afraid I'll slip away if he doesn't hold on tight enough. The heat between us intensifies, our clothes falling away, forgotten in the heat of the moment. Thalos's touch is possessive yet tender, each caress sending shivers down my spine. He lifts me effortlessly, his strength both a comfort and a reminder of the raw power he possesses. As we sink to the fur bed, the world outside fades away. It's just us. Thalos lifts my leg, putting it over his shoulder. I gasp, the contrast between the chill of the bed and the heat of his body sending a jolt through me. His lips trail down my neck, his breath hot against my skin, igniting a storm of emotions neither of us can control. Each touch, each kiss, deepens the intensity between us. Thalos's movements are slow and deliberate. It's as if he's trying to memorize every inch of me and every sound I make. His hands explore my body with a mix of roughness and tenderness, and I feel myself melting into him, surrendering to the raw connection that pulses between us. Suddenly, his lips stop atop my heart as if he's listening to how it calls his name. "You don't think it's over, right?" Thalos questions, his eyes dark with desire. "We're just starting, Lair." From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 26. Thalos. The night is still, save for the soft crackle of the fire outside the Minotaur lair. My sleep is light, as always, my instincts honed by years of battle. But something, an unfamiliar scent on the wind, a distant murmur, pulls me awake. Then, I turn to Laia by my side. She's stirring, her eyes opening slightly. "Thalos, why are you up already?" She's naked beside me, the memories of our lovemaking still fresh in my head. It was magic. The most beautiful thing that occurred in my existence. Suddenly, footsteps interrupt us. Irix comes into my cave, his eyes drifting to Laia for a second before he turns to me. Get up, Thalos! Irix is ready, his broad frame tense, eyes glowing in the dim light of the lair. Orcs. I'm up in an instant, heart pounding as I grab my axe. The air hums with the scent of smoke. Stepping outside, my gaze hardens. The forest is alight, the distant roar of flames licking at the night sky. Irix stands beside me, his grip tight on his weapon. They're close, he mutters. Kale, I call out sharply. He emerges from the shadows, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the sight before us. Laia follows close behind him, her face pale but resolute. We need to move, Kale says, his voice calm despite the tension crackling in the air. Stay with her, I order, my gaze locking onto Laia's. She nods, clutching a dagger tight against her chest. We move as one unit. The heat from the approaching flames grows more intense with each step. The scent of burning wood and orcish stench fills my nostrils. I'll take point, Irix says, already moving ahead. Stay close, I warn Kale and Laia as we follow Irix through the dense underbrush. The glow of the fire reveals figures moving through the trees, Orcish raiders, their crude weapons glinting in the flickering light. They're setting fire to everything in their path. I raise my axe and signal to Irix and Kale. We spread out, flanking our enemies with practiced precision. The first orc charges at me with a guttural roar. I sidestep and swing my axe in a wide arc, cleaving through its armor and flesh with ease. Chaos erupts around us as we engage the orcs in battle. Each strike of my axe feels like a hammer blow against an anvil. Beside me, Irix fights with wild ferocity, his movements a blur of muscle and steel. Kale remains close to Laia, protecting her from any orcs that break through our line. She's fighting too, quick and agile, but it's clear she's not used to this kind of chaos. Keep moving, I shout over the din of battle. We push forward through the flames and smoke. Why are the orcs attacking? Laia, her hair disheveled and eyes wide with confusion, asks with a voice that is barely audible over the rising chaos. Why are the orcs attacking? Before I can answer, a shout echoes through the trees. The guttural bellow of orcs calling my name. Thalos, show yourself, coward! My face darkens, grip tightening on my weapon. I step forward, chest rising and falling with barely contained rage. Stay back, I tell Laia, my voice a low snarl. The orcs emerge from the tree line, their armor gleaming with firelight. At their head, a hulking brute steps forward, a sneer twisting his scarred face. Erendor wants the girl, he spits, pointing a jagged blade toward Laia. Hand her over and we spare your miserable lives. I laugh. The sound is cold and dangerous, echoing through the burning forest. You're nothing but a dark elf's lackey now, I taunt, stepping closer, my broad shoulders casting a shadow over the orc. Is this what your honor has come to? Following his leash like a dog? The orc's face twists in fury, his tusks bared in a snarl. Enough! Hand her over or we'll burn your precious forest to the ground! My eyes flash with defiance. Come and try, I growl, raising my axe. But know this, you'll never touch her. The orc snarls a command, and the ground trembles as they charge. I roar, meeting them head-on, my axe cleaving through the first attacker like a blade through water. The battle begins. The clash of steel rings out as we collide. Irix's roar echoes beside me as he slams into an orc, his blade cutting through armor and flesh with savage precision. Kale stays close to Laia, his movements a dance of lethal grace as he deflects blows aimed at her. An orc lunges at me, its eyes filled with bloodlust. I swing my axe in a brutal arc, the blade biting deep into its shoulder. It falls with a gurgled scream, but there's no time to savor the victory. Another takes its place almost instantly. As the fight continues, I can't help but glance at Laia. She fights beside Kale, her dagger flashing in the firelight. She moves with surprising agility, ducking under wild swings and striking with precision. She's learning, adapting to the chaos around her. A massive orc barrels toward me, its axe raised high. I meet it head-on, our weapons clashing with bone-jarring force. The impact reverberates up my arms, but I hold firm, pushing back with all my strength. "Is this all you've got?" I shout over the din of battle, my voice dripping with disdain. The orc snarls, trying to overpower me, but I twist my grip and drive my axe into its gut. It crumples to the ground, and I pull my weapon free with a grunt. Around me, the forest is a blur of fire and blood. We fight on, each strike fueled by determination and rage. We will not let these invaders take what is ours. Not our home. Not Laia. I will make sure that Laia remains with us, with me. My enemies will pay the price if they try to take her away. Irix and Kale won't let anything happen to her. So am I.
Chapter 27. Kale. Orcs charge through the forest, their roars echoing off the trees. My heart pounds, a rhythm that matches the chaos around us. Laia stands beside me, eyes wide but fierce, ready to fight. Without thinking, I grab her wrist. "You have to move," I say, keeping my voice steady despite the storm brewing around us. "Now." She pulls back, determination flashing in her eyes. "I can fight, Kale." "No." The word slices through the air, sharper than any blade. "They'll overpower you. You need to go, now." I point toward the waterfall in the distance. "There's a cave behind the falls. It's hidden. Stay there." Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't argue further. She knows what's at stake. The orcs draw closer, their stench filling my nostrils. I push Laia toward the path leading to the falls. "Go!" I bark, more forcefully this time. Laia hesitates, her heart thudding in her chest as the sounds of battle rage around us. "But what about you?" "I'll come for you. I promise." My eyes soften, but my tone leaves no room for argument. "You'll distract me if you stay. Please. Trust me. I can't fight properly if you're here." Her breath catches, and for a moment, I see the conflict in her eyes. She wants to fight, to stand beside me, but she knows I'm right. With a final nod, her feet start moving, though it's clear each step costs her. She takes one last look at me, and I try to convey all the reassurance I can muster. Then she sprints into the darkness, her form vanishing among the shadows. Turning back to face the orcs, my grip tightens on my axe. They're close now, their wild eyes glinting with bloodlust. The first attacker lunges at me with a savage roar, his blade slicing through the air. I meet him head-on, my axe swinging with brutal precision. The blade sinks deep into his chest, and blood sprays across my face. But there's no time to dwell on it. Another orc is already upon me. With a swift kick, I send the dying orc crashing into his comrade. The forest erupts in chaos as more of them surge forward, but I stand my ground. Each swing of my axe is a promise, to Laia, to my brothers, that we will survive this night. Another orc charges at me from the side, and I pivot just in time to parry his strike. My muscles burn with effort as our blades clash, but I force him back with sheer strength. In the corner of my vision, Thalos fights like a whirlwind of fury and steel, while Irix's wild laughter echoes through the trees as he tears through their ranks. We've faced worse odds before. We will prevail. With a final push, I bring my axe down on another attacker, ending his threat. The battle rages on around me, but in the back of my mind, there's only one thought. Laia must be safe. More come, 5, 6, 7 of them, their weapons gleaming in the firelight. The orcs move with a savage purpose, their eyes fixed on us like predators zeroing in on prey. I grip my axe tighter, feeling the familiar burn in my muscles. There's no room for hesitation. They want to take Laia from us. These words keep repeating in my head, and I don't need another reason to fight with my life on the line. "Don't let them get through!" Thalos's voice roars through the chaos, a command that cuts through the noise. His form is a blur of power and precision as he fends off the attackers. Irix is going crazy beside me, his laughter wild and untamed. But my focus is razor-sharp. Each swing of my axe is calculated, deliberate. The blade slices through flesh and bone, the scent of blood thick in the air. An orc's blade comes from nowhere, A flash of steel in the firelight. It slices across my arm, searing pain erupting along the wound. Blood drips down, staining my fur red. But I can't stop. I won't stop. I thought of Laya's retreating figure. A sharp pain twists my heart, more intense than the wound on my arm. Will I see her again? The thought drives me to fight harder. With a roar, I push forward, my body moving on pure instinct. Each movement is a blend of rage and desperation. Another orc falls beneath my axe, his scream cut short by the blade's edge. As more orcs flood the area, I dig my feet into the earth, refusing to give an inch. My axe feels like an extension of my arm. Every swing is a testament to my resolve. No one will get past me. Not tonight. An orc lunges at me, and I meet his blade with mine, the clash of steel ringing in my ears. The impact sends a shockwave through my body, but I push back, forcing him to stagger. A quick twist of my wrist and my axe slices through his neck, blood spraying across the ground. My body screams with exhaustion, muscles burning with every movement. An orc a foot bigger than me charges from my side, his eyes wild with bloodlust. I sidestep his attack and bring my axe down on his shoulder, cleaving through bone and muscle. He drops to the ground with a guttural cry, but there's no time to rest. Another takes his place almost immediately. The battle presses on me like a boulder wanting shut me down. Every breath is a struggle. Laya's safety depends on this moment, on our ability to hold the line against these monsters. My strength is slowly leaving me, blood seeping from my wounds. Thalos's voice cuts through the chaos, a command that resonates deep within me. Stop them. My vision blurs for a moment as exhaustion threatens to overtake me, but I force myself to focus. Every drop of blood that spills from my wounds is a reminder of why I fight, why I can't give up.
Chapter 28. Lair. The roar of the waterfall drowns out everything else as I stumble toward it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The icy spray hits my face, but it does nothing to cool the burning fear coursing through me. Behind me, the sounds of battle fade into the distance, but my heart remains there with Kale and the others. What if they're hurt? What if Kale doesn't come? I find the cave hidden behind the curtain of water, just as Kale said. It's well concealed. Anyone would miss it if they didn't know where to look. I slip inside, the darkness swallowing me whole. The air is damp and cold, a stark contrast to the fiery chaos outside. But the cave's cool embrace does little to quell the storm of fear roiling inside me. I pace back and forth, my mind spinning with guilt. I should be out there, fighting alongside them, not hiding like a coward. My fingers curl into fists, nails digging into my palms as I struggle to steady my breathing. The cave's walls seem to close in around me, pressing down with all my doubts and fears. Kale's words echo in my mind. He needed me to go. He promised he'd come for me. But what if he can't? What if this is the last time I see him? What if I lost one of them? My legs feel weak, but I force myself to keep moving. Sitting still will only make it worse. Each step echoes off the stone walls, a constant reminder of my isolation. I run my fingers over the rough surface of the cave wall, trying to ground myself in something tangible. The texture is harsh against my skin compared to the soft touches of my Minotaurs. Minutes stretch into what feels like hours. The roar of the waterfall outside is relentless, a constant reminder of the battle raging beyond these walls. I bite down on my lip until I taste blood, trying to push away thoughts of what might be happening out there. Finally, I sink down onto the cold ground, wrapping my arms around my knees. Kale promised he'd come for me. Irix and Thalos. They'll come for me as well. I just know it. But as much as I want to believe that, doubt and fear gnaw at the edges of my mind. I close my eyes and rest my forehead against my knees, taking deep breaths to steady myself. I can't afford to lose hope now. Every sound outside the cave sets me on edge. my fingers twitching toward the old spear that leans against the wall. They probably left it here. The roar of the waterfall does little to drown out my racing thoughts. I strain my ears, listening for any sign of Kale or the others. My heart races, a relentless drumbeat of fear and anticipation as I wait. A sound outside, a heavy footstep. My heart leaps into my throat. Kale, I whisper, stepping toward the entrance, hope and dread warring within me. But it's not Kale. A massive orc steps into view, his face twisted into a cruel grin. He has only one eye, the other a deep scar that runs down his cheek. "Found you," he growls, his voice dripping with malice. The Minotaurs think they're clever, but I'm smarter. My blood turns to ice as I stare at the orc. He's blocking the entrance, his massive frame casting a shadow over me. The spear feels flimsy in my hand, but I grip it tighter, forcing myself to stand tall. "What do you want?" My voice shakes despite my efforts to keep it steady. He laughs, a low, menacing sound that reverberates through the cave. "You. Erindor wants you back." I swallow hard, my mind racing for a way out. The waterfall roars behind me, a constant reminder of the only escape route. But I can't run, not with him blocking the entrance. The orc takes a step closer, his grin widening as he sees my hesitation. "You're coming with me," he says, lifting his axe. Desperation surges through me. I raise the spear, hoping my trembling hands don't betray just how terrified I am. "You'll have to kill me first," I say, trying to inject some defiance into my voice. He chuckles darkly, his one good eye glinting with amusement. "No, I can't kill you, but he didn't say I can't rough you up." My blood runs cold as the orc steps closer, his eyes gleaming with dark hunger. "I'm going to have some fun with you before I hand you over to the dark elf." Fear surges through me, but I grip the spear at my side, my knuckles white. I won't go down without a fight. "Stay back," I warn, raising the weapon. The orc laughs, a deep, guttural sound that reverberates through the cave. "Come on, girl, let's see what you've got." Desperation and adrenaline flood my veins. With a cry, I lunge forward, aiming the spear at his chest. But he deflects it easily, knocking me to the ground with a brutal swipe of his arm. Pain radiates through my body as I scramble to my feet, but the orc is already upon me. His massive hand grips my shoulder, lifting me as though I weigh nothing. I twist and kick, but his strength is overwhelming. He slams me against the cave wall, and stars explode in my vision. "You're not going anywhere," he growls, leaning in close enough for me to smell his rancid breath. With every ounce of strength I have left, I stab my fingers in his eye. The orc grunts and loosens his grip just enough for me to slip free. I grab the spear again, holding it between us like a shield. He recovers quickly, a savage grin splitting his face. "Feisty," he says, almost admiringly. "But that won't save you." He lunges at me again, and this time I'm ready. I sidestep and thrust the spear toward his side. The tip grazes his flesh but doesn't penetrate deeply enough to cause real harm. "Pathetic," he snarls, swinging his axe in a wide arc. I barely manage to duck under the blow, feeling the rush of air as it passes inches above my head. My heart pounds in my chest as I dodge and weave, desperately trying to find an opening. But he's too strong, too fast. His next strike catches me on the shoulder, sending me sprawling to the ground once more. Pain shoots through my arm as I try to push myself up. The orc looms over me, raising his axe for a final blow. Panic surges through me. This can't be how it ends. I roll to the side just as the axe comes down with a deafening crash, splitting the stone where my head had been moments before. Struggling to my feet once more, I grip the spear tighter and prepare for another attack. Please come for me, my Minotaurs. My mind drifts from Kale to Irix and to Thalos. The orc is toying with me, letting me get up only to knock me down again. Each time I hit the ground, The pain intensifies. Blood drips from my lip, and my vision swims as I struggle to stay conscious. I can taste the metallic tang on my tongue, mingling with the dirt and sweat. He looms over me, his shadow casting a menacing pall over the cave. His cruel smile widens as he raises his axe. "I think I'll take your arm first," he sneers, the words dripping with sadistic pleasure. My heart almost jumps out of my ribcage, playing a wild drumbeat of terror. This is it. I'm going to die here, alone and defenseless. As the axe swings down, a flash of movement catches my eye. Irix appears out of nowhere, his axe already in motion. The blade cleaves through the orc's neck with a sickening crunch. Blood sprays across the cave walls as the orc's body crumples to the ground, headless. The relief is overwhelming, and I collapse back onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. Irix stands over me, his golden eyes fierce and protective. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the importance of what almost happened hanging heavy in the air.
Chapter 29. Irix. I stand over the fallen orc, chest heaving, blood dripping from a cut on my brow. The satisfaction of the kill courses through me, but my eyes lock on to Laia, crumpled and breathless. Relief floods me. She's alive. "Had a feeling you might need me," I say, grinning down at her. Laia stares up at me, still catching her breath. "Irix," she gasps, her voice trembling with both gratitude and disbelief. I extend my hand, firm and steady. She grasps it, and I pull her to her feet. Her fingers are cold, trembling. The sight of her beaten form stirs something deep within me, an urge to protect, to keep her safe from the horrors that lurk outside. "No time for thanks," I say, my grin fading as I glance toward the entrance of the cave. "The orcs are closing in. We need to move." Her eyes widen in fear, but she nods, gripping my hand tighter. We don't have a moment to lose. Laia's heart sinks. "What about Thalos and Kale?" My eyes darken, but I force a smirk. "Tied up right now, so it's my job to get you out of here." Before she can argue, the sound of Orcish war cries fills the air. They're here. I grab my axe, my grin returning, albeit bloodier. "Stay behind me." We charge through the cave entrance, orcs swarming toward us like a tide. My axe becomes an extension of myself, slicing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Blood splashes across my skin, but I don't slow. Each swing is precise, and each kill necessary. Laia follows close behind, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. She's strong, but this isn't her fight. It's mine. How can her small body fight off an orc almost 3 times her size? Physical strength is never a human strength, whereas orcs draw on it. A roar echoes in my ears as I cleave through another orc, their body crumpling to the ground in a heap of twisted limbs. The metallic tang of blood fills the air, mingling with the stench of sweat and fear. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I see an orc sneaking up behind me, blade raised. "Irix!" Laia screams, grabbing a broken weapon from the ground and hurling it. The makeshift projectile flies true, striking the orc on a shoulder wound and causing it to stumble back with a pained grunt. I turn just in time to deliver a final blow, my axe splitting its skull with a sickening crunch. I glance back at Laia, her chest heaving with exertion and fear. She's pale but resolute, standing her ground despite the chaos around us. "Nice throw," I say, grinning at Laia, blood streaming down my face. Her eyes widen in surprise, and something like pride flickers across her features. But then her smile fades, replaced by a look of sheer terror. I follow her gaze and see it, an arrow already loosed, flying straight toward her. My eyes widen. I move without thinking, every instinct screaming to protect her. I throw myself in front of her just as the arrow sinks into my shoulder. Pain explodes through me, white-hot and searing. I drop to my knees, gasping. "Irix!" Laia rushes to my side, panic rising in her voice. Her hands flutter around me, unsure where to touch without causing more pain. I grit my teeth, trying to focus through the agony. "Get out of here!" My voice is rough and strained. The arrow is poisoned. No, she says fiercely, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm not leaving you. Her stubbornness is both maddening and touching. I manage a pained smile. Stubborn human. Laya's fingers brush against the shaft of the arrow, and she winces as if feeling my pain. She's shaking but determined, and there's a fierce light in her eyes that tells me she won't abandon me. I try to stand. The poison is already spreading. My legs buckle beneath me. Laya catches me, her slender frame straining under my weight but holding firm. We have to move, she whispers urgently. They'll be here any second. The sounds of battle grow closer, the clang of steel, the guttural roars of orcs. And I know she's right, but all I can think about is keeping her safe. Laya! My voice falters as darkness edges my vision. Don't you dare give up, she snaps, more forcefully than I've ever heard from her before. With a strength that surprises us both, Laya manages to pull me up enough to lean on her shoulder. She's small but fierce, a survivor and warrior in every sense of the word. We stumble forward together, each step a battle against the pain and fear threatening to consume us both. Pain sears through my shoulder, the poison seeping into my blood like fire. I grit my teeth, my vision blurring at the edges. I'll protect you, no matter what, I manage to rasp, each word a struggle against the agony. Laya shakes her head, tears stinging her eyes. Stop it. You don't have to. I force myself to my feet, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. My legs tremble, but I steady myself, raising my axe high. The orcs close in, their laughter echoing like a death knell. You're not taking her, I growl, defiance fueling my strength. The orcs laugh louder, circling us like wolves scenting blood. They think they've won. My eyes flicker to the trees behind them, and a bloody grin spreads across my face. You're all dead, I say, the words dripping with dark satisfaction. From the shadows of the trees, Thalos and Kale emerge, their eyes blazing with fury. The orcs' laughter dies in their throats as they realize that my brothers are here. The tables have turned, and now it's our turn to strike. Thalos and Kale arrived, their massive forms moving through the trees like shadows. They hit the orcs with the force of a storm, cutting through them with brutal efficiency. Thalos's axe cleaves through flesh and bone, each swinging a deadly arc. Kale moves with a grace that belies his size, his blade slicing through the air with precision. I try to keep up, my vision blurring as the pain in my shoulder intensifies. But every movement sends searing agony through me, and I know I'm running out of time. Laya stays close, her eyes wide as she watches the battle unfold. She's seen us fight before, but never like this. Never with such raw, unrestrained fury. Thalos's roar cuts through the night as he brings his axe down on an orc, splitting its skull with a sickening crunch. Kale is beside him in an instant, his blade flashing as he takes down another attacker. The orcs don't stand a chance. They fall one by one, their numbers dwindling under the relentless assault. Blood splatters across the ground, mingling with the dirt and leaves. As the last orc falls, I feel my strength finally giving out. My legs buckle beneath me, and I drop to my knees. The world spins around me, the edges of my vision darkening. Irix! Laya's at my side in an instant, her hands trembling as she checks the wound. Her fingers brush against the shaft of the arrow, and she winces as if feeling my pain. The poison! I manage to gasp, my voice rough and strained. It's spreading. Her eyes widen in fear, but she doesn't hesitate. She tears a strip of cloth from her tunic and presses it against the wound, trying to stem the flow of blood. Stay with me, she whispers fiercely. Thalos and Kale rush over, their expressions grim as they take in my condition. We need to get him to safety, Thalos says, his voice tight with urgency. Kale nods, already moving to lift me. His touch is gentle but firm, his strength a comforting presence even through the haze of pain. Laya stays close, her hand gripping mine tightly as we make our way back to safety. The last thing I see before darkness takes me is her face, determined and fierce. And I know that no matter what happens next, she'll be there for me.
Chapter 30. Lair. We leave at dawn, the forest still smouldering from the battle. Thalos carries Irix on his back, his face pale and breathing shallow. Each step we take seems to echo with the memory of last night's chaos. The air is thick with the scent of smoke and blood, and every crackling ember feels like a stab of guilt. I walk beside them, my heart heavy. This is my fault. The thought churns in my mind relentlessly. If I hadn't been here, if I hadn't needed their protection, they would still have their home. Irix will still be fighting savagely against his enemies. He took the arrow meant for me. Kale walks up beside me, his expression softening as he sees the worry etched across my face. He'll be all right, he says, offering a reassuring smile. The poison isn't fatal to us. He just needs time. His words should comfort me, but they don't. The guilt remains a leaden weight in my chest. I glance at Irix's limp form and swallow hard. He's suffering because of me. Every step through the forest feels like a penance. The lair, the place that had become a refuge, a symbol of safety, is now nothing but ash and bloodstains. I think of the nights spent by the fire, the moments of laughter and connection. All of it is gone because I brought danger to their doorstep. Thalos marches ahead with determined strides, his silence more daunting than any words he could say. He hasn't blamed me outright, but I can feel his judgment in every measured step. Kael places a hand on my shoulder as we walk, his touch gentle but firm. You did what we told you. You fought, he murmurs, trying to ease my burden. I nod but don't trust myself to speak. How can I tell him that I don't feel like a survivor? How can I admit that right now all I feel is the crushing weight of being the reason they lost everything? We move forward through the smouldering remnants of the forest, each step taking us farther from what was once our home, but closer to an uncertain future. As we set up camp hours later, I focus on tending to Irix. His skin burns under my touch, each shallow breath a painful reminder of the poison coursing through him. I gently wipe the sweat from his brow, Kale's words echoing in my mind. He'll be all right. He has to be. Kale kneels beside me, his hands moving with practiced ease as he applies a poultice to Irix's wound. The scent of herbs fills the air, a sharp contrast to the lingering smell of smoke and blood. He's strong, Kale murmurs, his eyes flicking up to meet mine. He'll pull through. I nod, though the worry gnaws at me. I can't shake the feeling that this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be in this situation. Thalos approaches, his expression unreadable as he watches us work. I look up at him, my voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry. This is because of me. Thalos kneels beside me, his hand resting on my shoulder with surprising gentleness. The orcs have hated us for years, he declares, his voice calm and steady. You were just an excuse. This was inevitable. They wanted what we have, territory and power. His words take me by surprise. I expected anger, maybe even resentment, but instead, there's understanding in his gaze. I still feel responsible, I admit, my eyes dropping to the ground. My nails dig on my palm as I clench my fists. Thalos's grip tightens slightly on my shoulder. We chose to protect you, he says firmly, and we'd make that choice again. Lair, I didn't know I would feel this strongly toward anyone, especially a human. We had a deal, and we will honor that. I blink up at him, trying to process the comfort in his voice. It's a stark contrast to the harsh warrior I've come to know. Kale finishes applying the poultice and stands up, giving Thalos a nod. We need to let him rest. Thalos helps me to my feet, his hand lingering on my arm for a moment longer than necessary. You should rest too. He rubs my arm, his touch oddly comforting. It makes me want to cry. I blink my eyes to stop my tears from falling. I glance back at Irix's still form, and then at Kale's reassuring smile. For now, all we can do is wait, and hope that morning brings some semblance of peace. I turn to Thalos, and our eyes meet, locking in a silent exchange that speaks volumes. For a brief, suspended moment, the world around us fades away. The smouldering forest, the scent of blood and herbs, all of it vanishes. There is only Thalos and me. His gaze softens, the hardness I've come to associate with him melting away. Slowly, almost tentatively, he leans in. Our lips brush in a soft, tender kiss, an unspoken promise of forgiveness and something more. My heart flutters as the guilt and fear momentarily lifted by the gentle connection. But then Kael's voice breaks through the moment like a crack of thunder. "He's awake!" We both turn instantly, our connection severed by the urgency in Kael's voice. Relief surges through me as I see Irix stirring, his eyes fluttering open. I rush to his side, my heart soaring at the sight of him conscious. Irix grins weakly up at me, his voice hoarse but filled with that familiar spark of mischief. "Told you I'd protect you." A laugh escapes me, half sob, half joy, as I kneel beside him. "You did," I whisper, my fingers brushing his forehead gently. "You really did." Chapter 31. Lair. The air buzzes with the sounds of rebuilding, the rhythmic thud of hammering, the scrape of wood being dragged into place, the low murmur of voices working in tandem. I stand at the centre of it all, a smile tugging at my lips as I watch the Minotaurs build our new lair. The scent of fresh pine mingles with the earthy aroma of damp soil, creating an odd sense of home amidst the wilderness. It has been 3 days since that battle with the orcs, and things have certainly changed. Thalos, once stoic and distant, now pauses to ask my opinion on the placement of new walls. "Lair, what do you think about extending this section?" he asks, his voice softer than I remember. I consider it for a moment, imagining the space filled with warmth and light. "I think it would be perfect for a common area," I suggest. "Somewhere we can all gather. I want the lair to look more like a house than just simply living inside a cave or a rock formation." He nods, a small smile playing on his lips. "Good idea." Irix, who used to be overbearing, listens to my suggestions with a teasing grin, but always with respect. "What about this beam here?" he asks, holding up a thick piece of wood. "Think it'll hold?" I step closer to inspect it, my fingers brushing against the rough surface. "It looks sturdy enough," I reply. "But maybe reinforce it at the base." He chuckles, nodding in agreement. Noted. Kale is never far from my side, his touch lingering longer than necessary whenever he hands me tools or materials. His eyes are softer than usual, filled with an unspoken affection that warms me from the inside out. "Careful there," he murmurs as he steadies a plank I'm holding. His hand brushes mine, sending a shiver up my spine. "Thanks," I whisper back, our eyes locking for a moment longer than needed. The three of them work seamlessly together now, an unspoken bond having formed between us all, a bond forged in fire and blood, but strengthened by trust and mutual respect. The new lair takes shape around us, each piece of wood and stone representing not just survival, but something more, a future. As I step back to take in our progress, Thalos catches my eye and nods approvingly. Irix gives me a playful wink before returning to his work. Kale stands close by, his presence a comforting anchor in this sea of change. It feels like we belong together. Can I really believe it? Warmth floods my chest, a sense of belonging that I haven't felt in years. They ask for my input and value my presence. I'm not an outsider anymore. I watch Kale work on crafting a bed for me, his powerful hands moving with surprising gentleness. Each strike of his hammer, each precise cut of wood, speaks of care and thoughtfulness. It's huge, This bed can probably fit 6 people in it. I don't get why he made it this big, but I'm loving it. How's it coming along? I ask, unable to hide the excitement in my voice. Kale looks up, a soft smile touching his lips. Almost done. Just need to secure the last few pieces. I stand close by, my fingers itching to help, but knowing better than to interrupt his process. Instead, I marvel at the way his muscles flex with each movement and the concentration etched on his face. There's something comforting about watching him work, knowing he's building something just for me. Do you think you'll like it? He asks, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. I already do, I reply, my heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Kale. He nods, turning back to his task with renewed focus. The minutes pass in a blur of activity until finally he steps back and gestures toward the finished bed with a flourish. There you go. The bed is huge and sturdy, covered with soft fur blankets that look incredibly inviting. I can't resist the temptation any longer. With a laugh, I leap onto it, the fur cushioning my fall. The softness envelops me as I bounce up and down like a child, free and unburdened. Laughter bubbles up from deep within me, a sound I haven't heard from myself in what feels like forever. Kale watches me with an amused grin, crossing his arms over his chest. Comfortable? More than comfortable, I reply between giggles. This is amazing. I feel like I'm truly safe here. My past seems to lift just a little more each day I spend here with them. The fear that has haunted me for so long starts to fade into the background. I lie back on the bed, staring up at the wooden beams of our new lair's ceiling, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. This place, these Minotaurs, have given me something precious. Hope for a future where I'm not just surviving but living. And in this moment, surrounded by the sounds of rebuilding and laughter echoing through our new home, I allow myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, happiness is possible again. My laughter is interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps at the doorway. I sit up, my heart skipping a beat as I see Thalos, Irix and Kale standing there, watching me. Their gazes lock with mine, and for a moment, the air in the room shifts. The playful laughter fades, replaced by a tension that crackles between us. Thalos clears his throat, his deep voice rumbling in the quiet. May we come in? I nod, my throat suddenly dry, and the 3 of them step into the room. The space feels smaller now, their presence filling every corner. The tension is palpable, a silent question hanging in the air. What now? Irix's eyes twinkle with mischief as he leans against the doorway, his gaze sweeping over me. Enjoying your new bed? His tone is teasing, but there's an underlying seriousness that I can't ignore. Yes, I manage to reply, my voice barely above a whisper. It's perfect. Kale moves closer, his hand brushing against mine as he steadies a nearby plank. We're glad you like it, he says softly, his eyes filled with warmth. Thalos remains silent for a moment longer, his dark eyes scanning the room before settling on me. There's something different in his gaze, a mix of resolve and vulnerability that I haven't seen before. We've been talking, he begins slowly, about what comes next. I swallow hard, my mind racing. What does he mean? Are they planning to leave? To send me away? Thalos must see the fear in my eyes because he steps closer, his hand reaching out to cut my cheek. You're part of this now, he says firmly. We're not just surviving anymore, we're building something, together. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with meaning. My heart swells with emotion as I look at each of them in turn. Irix with his teasing grin but fierce loyalty. Kale with his gentle strength and unwavering support. Thalos with his commanding presence and newfound openness. For the first time since escaping Erendor's clutches, I feel a glimmer of hope, a sense that maybe, just maybe, we can build a future together. What now? I finally ask, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside me. Thalos's lips curl into a small smile as he glances at his brothers before turning back to me. Now, he says softly, we make this place our home. Chapter 32. Lair. Irix is the first to move, shouldering his way past Kale and Thalos with a smirk. He strides over to my bed, his massive form dwarfing the soft furs as he flops down with a satisfied sigh. Not bad, he says, stretching out his arms. Big enough for all of us. My heart races, my mind spinning at his words. All of us. The thought sends a flush of heat through me, and I mentally chastise myself. How can I even think this way? I'm crazy. Thalos and Kale follow, both glancing around the room. Thalos's sharp eyes scan the space, as if assessing its security. Kale sits on the edge of the bed beside Irix, his fingers tracing the fur with a thoughtful expression. We've worked hard to make this place feel like home, he says softly, his gaze meeting mine. You deserve that. Thalos remains standing, his arms crossed over his chest as he watches us. There's a protective edge to his posture, as if he's still wary of letting his guard down completely. But there's also a warmth in his eyes that wasn't there before, a silent acknowledgement that we're in this together. Irix shifts, propping himself up on one elbow as he grins at me. So, Lair, he says, his tone playful but serious beneath the surface. What do you think? Ready to share your bed with 3 Minotaurs? The question hangs in the air, charged with possibilities. My pulse quickens as I look at each of them in turn. Kale with his gentle strength, Thalos with his commanding presence, and Irix with his wild intensity. I think, I begin slowly, choosing my words carefully, that we've come a long way from where we started. Thalos nods in agreement, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yes, he says quietly, we have. The room falls into a comfortable silence as we sit together on the bed, each lost in our own thoughts but bound by this tension that refuses to let up. The tension in the room thickens, the air growing heavy with unspoken words and desires. I can feel their eyes on me, their attention is making my pulse quicken. I don't know where to look, my thoughts tumbling over each other in a frantic rush. Do they all want this? Do I want this? Irix breaks the silence, his voice teasing but with an undercurrent of something more. Mind if I sleep here tonight? I freeze, my heart skipping a beat. I glance at Thalos and Kale, unsure of how to respond. The last thing I want is to upset them, but before I can speak, Irix laughs, rising from the bed and moving toward me. I freeze, my heart skipping a beat. I glance at Thalos and Kale, unsure of how to respond. The last thing I want is to upset them. Relax. Irix laughs and ruffles my hair like I'm a kid. He leans in closer until only inches separate us. I can see the hesitation in your eyes, he whispers. His thumb brushes over my cheek while cupping my chin and tilting it towards him. But you seem to forget Lair. You're ours. All 3 of us. My breath catches at these words' weight, hitting me like lightning. 3. Not 1. 3. Irix's lips press against mine, roughly demanding. For an instant, everything fades away until he pulls back, showing possessiveness gleaming within those eyes. When Irix pulls back, his eyes gleam with desire. We share when it matters. The room is heavy with silence, their words echoing in my mind. Before I can respond, Thalos steps behind me. His breath is hot against my neck, and his lips brush the sensitive skin there. My entire body shivers at the sensation, my mind reeling from the sudden intimacy. Kale stands nearby, his armour already discarded, his eyes dark with desire as he watches. Their combined attention makes my heart race. Thalos's hands move to my shoulders, his touch firm but gentle. "Relax," he murmurs, his voice a soothing growl. He kisses the nape of my neck, sending jolts of pleasure coursing through my body. Kale steps closer, his gaze never leaving mine. The air between us crackles with tension. He reaches out, his fingers brushing my cheek, then trailing down to my collarbone. My world spins, everything happening too fast, and yet not fast enough. My body responds before my mind can catch up, heat pooling in my belly, skin tingling under their touch. Thalos's hands slide down to my waist. His lips continue their assault on my neck, each kiss more demanding than the last. Kale leans in, capturing my lips in a slow, tender kiss that contrasts with Thalos's roughness. The dual sensations overwhelm me, making me gasp against Kale's mouth. Irix watches from the side, his golden eyes gleaming with approval and hunger. He moves closer too, his presence adding to the whirlwind of emotions and sensations. Caught in the heat of the moment, the tension between us finally snaps. There's no going back now. I'm theirs, completely and utterly theirs. With this realization, I throw all my inhibitions out of the window. I don't care about anything anymore. This moment is where I live and savor my newfound life. Thalos's hands grip my waist, pulling me back against his solid chest. His roughness contrasts with Kale's tender kiss, making my head spin. Irix's eyes burn with intensity as he watches from the side, a smirk playing on his lips.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Carefully, Kale takes me from Thalos's arms and whispers, "You need to rest. Let me clean you up, but don't think this is over yet, liar. You'll have to learn to take all of us." My eyes widen at his statement, exhaustion taking over me. All I hear is their chuckle before sleep takes me under.
Chapter 33. Thalos. We have finally settled into our new home, but Arendor won't stop. He just can't let Laia go. The forest is quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. I move through the underbrush like a shadow, my senses sharp, every instinct on high alert. Today, I'm not hunting for food. The scent of dark elves lingers in the air, faint but unmistakable. Arendor's scouts, they're getting too close, too bold. My lip curls in disgust as I think of Arendor and his minions daring to encroach on our territory. My grip tightens around the haft of my axe, the familiar weight of comfort and a promise of violence. Movement ahead catches my eye, a trio of dark elves, their black armor gleaming faintly under the canopy. They haven't seen me yet. Good. I move swiftly, my steps silent and sure. In moments I'm upon them, my axe already in hand. The first dark elf turns just as my blade slices through his throat in a single brutal motion. Blood sprays, painting the forest floor red. The other two react too slowly, their eyes widening in shock as their comrade falls. One fumbles for his weapon while the other stumbles back, trying to assess the threat that's already upon them. I waste no time, my axe swinging in a deadly arc. The second dark elf raises his blade to block, but he's too slow. My axe cleaves through his defense and buries itself in his chest with a sickening crunch. He gasps, blood bubbling from his lips as he crumples to the ground. The third one tries to run, panic written across his face, but there's no escape. I lunge forward, catching him by the shoulder and yanking him back with brutal force. His scream is cut short as I drive my axe into his back and I slam him onto the ground. I stand over their bodies for a moment, breathing heavily, my eyes scanning the trees for any more threats. The forest is still once more, save for the dying gurgles of the dark elves at my feet. Erendor's scouts will think twice before coming this close again. But this is just the beginning. They won't stop until they've taken everything from us, until they've taken Laia from us. I scan the bodies and spot the one with the fewest injuries, the one I had slammed into the ground. He's still alive, barely conscious, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Good. We need answers. Grabbing him by the collar, I haul him to his feet. He groans in pain, his head lolling as he tries to focus on me through the haze of agony. "You're coming with me!" I growl, dragging him back toward our lair. Blood drips from the dark elf as we walk, potentially attracting other beasts. But I don't care. What matters is he's not dead and can tell him what's going on. Right now, I'm so on edge I'll just smash anyone standing in my way. The journey back is slow, each step heightening the urgency of the situation. Erendor won't stop until he has Laia back. But why? What is he planning? Didn't he have enough of her? When I finally reach our new lair, Laia is waiting at the entrance. Her eyes widen in fear as she sees the bloodied elf in my grip. "Thalos," she whispers, her voice trembling. "Inside," I order, my tone leaving no room for argument. She steps aside as I drag the dark elf into our lair, his feet scraping against the ground. Laia follows hesitantly, her gaze darting between me and our prisoner. "We need answers," I say tersely, dumping the elf onto the floor with a thud. He groans again, trying to push himself up, but failing miserably. He crawls, trying to get away, but I slam my boot onto his foot. The sound of bone-breaking echoes in the lair, the dark elf screaming in pain. Laia's eyes are wide with terror. Is she scared of me? "Why won't Erendor let you go?" I ask her directly, though my eyes never leave the elf's prone form. She shakes her head slowly. "I don't know. He's crazy. Erendor liked to break me. For some unknown reason, I became the subject of his torture. They call me his favorite." Laia shives as she states this, her eyes looking distant. I grab her hand, bringing it to my lips as I apologize. "I'm sorry for making you remember all the bad memories." She smiles at me, and my heart softens even more. "I understand. We'll make him talk, I promise. He'll tell us what he knows about Erendor." "He probably doesn't know anything," Laia sighs. "It doesn't matter. They'll all die anyway." Irix joins us, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Laia steps back, her heart pounding as Irix picks up a hammer. "You don't need to see this!" Irix growls as he steps toward the prisoner. Before Laia can protest, I gently but firmly steer her away, my voice low and commanding. "Go with Kale. We'll handle this." She hesitates for a moment, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty, but she obeys, casting one last worried glance at us before following Kale out of the room. I frown. Sometimes her heart can be too soft. Irix's interrogation is brutal. The sounds of the dark elf's screams echo through the basement of the lair, each cry a testament to the pain inflicted. "I don't know anything, forgive me," he croaks, but I don't let up. I grab the bat from the side and smash it onto his legs. No, I don't know anything about Erendor and the woman, I swear." "Tell us about your group," Irix cuts him off. The dark elf nodded, ready to spill everything. When Irix and I emerge, our expressions are grim. "There's a camp," I say to Kale, my voice tight. "Not far from here. They're looking for Laia." "We're taking the fight to them," Irix declares.
Chapter 34. Laia. I pace the lair, my heart thudding in my chest. Thalos and Irix move with deadly efficiency. gathering weapons and armour as if they've done this 1,000 times before. The air is thick with tension, each clink of metal and rustle of leather amplifying my growing anxiety. Kale stands beside me, his presence a quiet comfort. His eyes follow his brother's movements, but he remains still, ready to act when needed. The waiting gnaws at me, each second stretching into an eternity. "Where are you guys going? What's happening?" I finally ask, my voice tight with worry. I need to know. I can't stand this uncertainty any longer. Thalos looks up, his expression unreadable. "There's a dark elf camp not far from here," he says, his voice steady but cold. "They're searching for you. We're going to end this." My stomach twists at his words. They're still hunting me. The fear I thought I'd escaped claws its way back into my mind. But there's also a flicker of something else. Determination. "Do you know how many?" Kale asks, his voice calm but serious. "Enough to be a problem," Irix replies, strapping a broad-bladed axe to his back. His golden eyes meet mine for a moment, and there's something fierce in his gaze. But we've handled worse. I swallow hard, trying to steady my breathing. What can I do? Thalos's eyes narrow slightly as he considers me. "Stay here," he finally says. "We can't risk you getting caught." "I can fight," I insist, my hands clenching into fists. "I've killed dark elves before." "You're strong," Kale says softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. "But we need you safe." My heart skips a beat. "I'm coming with you." Irix shakes his head, his tone final. "Number, you're staying here with Kale." Only Thalos and Irix are going, so Kale can protect me. The thought of staying behind gnaws at me, filling me with frustration and helplessness. I can't just sit here while they risk their lives for me. "Please, let me come with you," I plead, my voice rising with desperation. "I even fought that orc." Irix's eyes flash with anger, his voice a low growl. "This isn't up for debate, liar. You're staying." My fists clench at my sides, a mix of anger and determination surging through me. "I can fight. I fought that orc, didn't I?" Thalos doesn't turn, his focus remaining on his preparations. Irix steps closer, his golden eyes blazing. "And you nearly got killed," he snaps. "We're not risking you like that again." I turn to Kale, my eyes pleading. He's always been the voice of reason, the one who listens. "Please, Kale, I need to do this. I need to fight for myself." Kale's face softens, but there's a hardness in his eyes too, a protective edge that wasn't there before. He places a hand on my shoulder, his touch warm and steady. "Liar," he says gently, "your strength isn't just in fighting. Staying here keeps you safe, and that keeps us focused." His words are kind but firm, a reminder of what's at stake. My shoulders slump in defeat as their decision presses down on me. They're doing this out of love and protection, but it feels like a cage. I don't want to be useless," I whisper, my voice breaking. Kale pulls me into a tight embrace, his warmth seeping into my bones. "You're not useless," he murmurs against my hair. "You're everything to us." The words hang in the air as Thalos and Irix finish their preparations. The tension thickens, an unspoken promise of what's to come. I give up, clenching my hands in frustration. "Be safe," I say softly as they turn to leave. Thalos nods once without looking back, while Irix gives me one last lingering glance before they disappear into the forest shadows. The lair falls silent again, the waiting beginning anew with an unbearable heaviness in my body. But soon, I can't stand it. Every second that passes feels like a lifetime, each heartbeat a reminder that Thalos and Irix are out there, risking their lives. I can't stay put. Grabbing a bow and arrow from the table, I head toward the entrance. Kale intercepts me, his brow furrowing as he blocks my path. Liar? What are you doing? I'm going after them, I say, my voice trembling but resolute. I need to help. Kale's eyes darken with concern. You can't. It's too dangerous. I don't care, I snap, frustration boiling over. I can't just sit here while they fight for me. I need to do something. This waiting game is making me crazy. He steps closer, his presence both comforting and imposing. I don't want you to get hurt. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to meet his gaze. If I don't face them, if I don't fight for myself, I'll never be able to heal. Please let me do this. You're a healer. You know I need this. Kale's expression softens, his eyes searching mine. He hesitates, the internal battle clear on his face. Finally, he sighs, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. All right, he says quietly, but promise me you won't be reckless. Relief floods through me and I nod eagerly. I promise. He steps aside, giving me room to pass. Stay close to me, he instructs, his voice firm but gentle. I grip the dagger tightly and follow him into the forest shadows, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination.
Chapter 35. Irix. The enemy camp lies before us, a collection of crude tents and flickering fires. Dark elves move about, their voices low and unintelligible. They're oblivious to the danger lurking just beyond the tree line. I crouch beside Thalos, my muscles coiled and ready. There are more of them than we expected, but that's never mattered. We've faced worse odds. Thalos's eyes meet mine, a silent question in their depths. I nod once, my lips curling into a grin, as I spot a lone dark elf stepping away from the group, heading toward the trees. Perfect. I move like a shadow, my steps silent on the forest floor. The dark elf doesn't even sense me until it's too late. My knife slips into his throat with practiced ease, cutting off his breath before he can make a sound. Blood spills onto the ground, dark and viscous. I drag the body into the bushes, wiping my blade clean on his tunic. One less to worry about. Thalos takes out another dark elf, his axe cleaving through the elf's skull with brutal precision. The camp is none the wiser, their oblivious chatter continuing as if nothing has happened. I feel the familiar rush of adrenaline, the thrill of the hunt coursing through my veins. This is where I thrive, in the chaos of battle, where blood and death are my only companions. Each heartbeat echoes like a war drum against my ribcage, each breath sharp and exhilarating. Thalos nods at me, signaling that it's time. Together we move into the camp with the grace of predators on the prowl. The scent of smoke soon fills the air as we set fire to the tents, flames licking hungrily at the fabric and wood. The crackle of burning timber mingles with the shouts of surprise and panic from the dark elves. One steps into our path, sword drawn and eyes wide with fear. My axe meets his chest before he can react, splitting armor and flesh with ease. Blood sprays in an arc, painting the ground red. Another charge at Thalos, but he's too slow. Thalos's axe cuts him down mid-stride, his body crumpling to the dirt. We strike down anyone who gets in our way, our movements synchronized and lethal. Each swing of my weapon brings another dark elf to their knees, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Thalos fights beside me, his powerful form a blur of destruction. The camp descends into chaos, dark elves scrambling to escape or defend themselves. But it's too late. We're already among them, a force of nature that cannot be stopped. The thrill of battle surges through me with each kill, a reminder that this is where I belong, at the heart of chaos and bloodshed, where I am most alive. The dark elves scrambled in confusion, but Thalos and I cut through them like a storm, our weapons flashing in the firelight. Each strike of my axe sends another dark elf to the ground, their blood mixing with the dirt. The scent of smoke and iron fills the air, mingling with the panicked shouts of our enemies. A dark elf charges at me, his eyes wide with fear and determination. I meet him head-on, my axe cleaving through his armor and sinking into his chest. He gasps, blood bubbling from his lips before he crumples to the ground. I yank my weapon free, my gaze already seeking out my next target. Pain flares in my side, but I push it aside. I didn't even notice this injury. Blood pours from the wound, warm and sticky against my fur, but it only fuels my rage. Pain is nothing compared to the thrill of the kill. I fight with reckless abandon, each swing of my axe a testament to my fury. Another dark elf falls before me, his scream cut short as my blade finds his throat. The world narrows to the rhythm of battle. The clash of steel, the spray of blood, the satisfying crunch of bone. Irix, duck! Thalos' voice cuts through the chaos, urgent and commanding. I turn too slowly. A dark elf lunges at me, a sword aimed for my throat. Time seems to slow as I see the glint of the blade coming toward me and feel the sharp edge of danger. Before the blade can strike, an arrow whistles through the air, embedding itself in the elf's hand. I whirl around, my eyes wide, as I see Laia standing at the edge of the camp, bow in hand. She looks like a warrior in every sense of the word. She's a vision of fierce determination, her posture steady despite the chaos swirling around her. She's wearing armor that Kale made for her, with a bow and arrow. Laia's one heck of a shooter. Any other day, I will love to have her guarding my back, but not today when we're battling those that plan to do harm to her. It's too dangerous, but I still can't help but want her more, pride blossoming in my very being. Without missing a beat, she knocks another arrow and lets it fly. It pierces the throat of another dark elf with perfect precision, sending him crumpling to the ground. "Told you I could fight," she says, her voice steady. A grin splits my face, blood dripping from my lip. "Guess we'll see." She nods, her eyes flashing with resolve. There's no time for more words. We dive back into the fray. Her arrows continue to fly, each one finding its mark with deadly accuracy. I can't help but feel a surge of pride as I watch her fight beside us, proving she belongs here. The dark elves don't stand a chance. Thalos breaks through my thoughts. "What are you doing, Kale? Why did you bring her?" Laia replies before Kale can, saying, "This is also my fight. In fact, I have to face them myself to move on from my past. Please allow me to fight side by side with you, my Minotaurs."
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 36. Kale. The clang of steel and the guttural cries of enemies surround me, but my focus narrows to a single point. Laia. My grip tightens on my axe, the handle slick with sweat and blood. The battlefield is a chaotic blur, the air thick with the scent of ash and death. Yet through it all, my eyes remain fixed on her. Laia moves with grace and precision, drawing her bowstring taut and releasing arrow after arrow. Each shot finds its mark in the chest of a dark elf, her face set in fierce determination. She's become a warrior, but she's still vulnerable. Every instinct in me screams to protect her. A dark elf lunges at me from the side. I pivot, my axe cleaving through his torso with a satisfying crunch. But even as he falls, my gaze snaps back to Laia. She's surrounded by 3 more elves, their blades gleaming menacingly. "Laia!" I roar, surging toward her. Adrenaline rushes through my body as I swing my axe, taking down one of her attackers. She doesn't flinch, doesn't hesitate. Her next arrow is already nocked and aimed at another foe. Thalos' voice cuts through the din of battle, sharp and commanding. "Kael, don't leave her side. We'll finish this faster if you stay with her." I nod, though he can't see it amidst the chaos. "Understood." Another dark elf charges at Laia from behind. My blood runs cold. I leap forward, swinging my axe in a wide arc that catches the elf mid-stride. He crumples to the ground, his blade clattering uselessly beside him. Laia turns, eyes wide, for just a moment before she nods in silent thanks. Her trust in me sends a surge of resolve through my veins. We move together now. She fires arrows with deadly accuracy while I guard her flank, cutting down anyone who dares get too close. The battlefield may be chaotic, but our bond is unbreakable. With each swing of my axe and each arrow she looses, we carve a path through our enemies. The fight rages on around us, but in this moment, we are unstoppable. I will protect her with everything I have. The battlefield swirls with chaos, but I keep my focus sharp. My heart pounds as I swing my axe, splitting my attention between cutting down enemies and guarding Laia's flank. A dark elf lunges at her, his blade aimed for her side. I step in front of her, deflecting the sword strike with a grunt before driving my axe into the attacker's chest. Blood sprays across my arms, but I barely notice. Laia's breath catches behind me, but she doesn't falter. She knocks another arrow, her eyes scanning the battlefield with deadly intent. "Kale!" she calls, her voice taut with adrenaline. "Behind you!" I pivot just in time, bringing my axe up to meet the blade of another dark elf who tried to flank me. The force of our clash reverberates up my arms, but I grit my teeth and push back. With a powerful swing, I cleave through his torso, sending him crumpling to the ground. Grinning at Laia, exhilaration courses through my veins. "Good shot!" I shout over the din of battle. My chest swells with pride as I watch her take down enemy after enemy with terrifying precision. Each arrow she looses finds its mark, each movement calculated and deadly. We move in unison now, a seamless dance of steel and arrows. My axe swings in wide arcs, cutting down any who dare approach, while Laia's arrows fly past me, striking true every time. The battlefield may be a chaotic blur, but together, we carve a path through our foes. With every enemy that falls, our bond strengthens. The fight rages on around us, but here and now, we are an unstoppable force. She's quick, darting from cover to cover, and I'm always there, a shield at her back, my axe a brutal force that cuts through our enemies like a scythe. The battlefield is a storm of chaos, but amidst the blood and fury we find a rhythm. Laia's arrows whiz past me, each one finding its mark with unerring precision. I swing my axe in wide arcs, cleaving through dark elves who dare approach her. Our movements are seamless and instinctive, two parts of a whole. Between breaths and swings, Laia glances at me, a wild smile on her lips. "I might be going crazy," she yells over the battle's roar, "but I think you three are even hotter when you're savage like this." Her words send a thrill through me, and despite the chaos around us, I chuckle. My blood pounds in my ears, the exhilaration of the fight surging through my veins. "Is that so?" I tease back, swinging my axe and sending another dark elf crumpling to the ground. I'll take that as a compliment. Laia's laugh is bright and fierce, cutting through the din of battle like a blade. Her confidence fuels my own, and together we push forward, cutting down anyone who stands in our way. Laia grins back at me, her face flushed with the thrill of the fight. "And I kind of like the feel of their blood on my skin," she adds, her voice almost breathless. "It's exhilarating." My chest tightens with pride, not just for her skill, but for the raw courage she's showing. She's no longer the frightened girl from when we first met. She's a warrior, fighting alongside me. I can see the transformation in her eyes, the fire that wasn't there before. It's a fire that matches my own. An hour later, the battlefield is silent except for the crackling of flames as we set the dark elf camp ablaze. The bodies of our enemies litter the ground, a grim testament to our victory. The air is thick with smoke and the pungent scent of burning flesh. But amidst this carnage, there's a strange sense of peace, a quiet that speaks of survival. I glance at Laia, her chest heaving as she wipes dark elf blood from her cheek. Her hair is matted with sweat and grime, and her clothes are torn and stained. Yet she stands tall, unbroken, a fierce determination still burning in her eyes. As we walk through the smoldering wreckage of the camp, I feel a surge of satisfaction wash over me. We fought together. We survived together. Thalos strides ahead, his shoulders squared and his expression one of grim satisfaction. Irix limps slightly, but wears a triumphant grin despite his injuries. Laia stays close to me, her presence a comforting reminder of what we've accomplished. "We did it," she whispers, almost to herself. I nod, feeling the weight of our victory settle around us like a mantle. Yes, we did. Together.
Chapter 37. Lair. The night hums with life, the flicker of flames casting a warm, golden glow over our camp. The tension of battle has melted away, replaced by a sense of triumph and camaraderie. I sit by the fire, a mug of ale warming my hands, my body still humming with the aftermath of the fight. We're celebrating our victory against the dark elves. Irix throws back his head, laughing at something Thalos said. His laughter is deep and hearty, a sound that resonates through the night air. Thalos smirks, his usually stern face softened by the victory and the ale. Kale leans against a tree, his eyes soft as they find me across the flames. There's something tender in his gaze, something that makes my heart flutter in my chest. I lift my mug to him in a silent toast, and he smiles in return. The Minotaurs have shown me their way of celebrating, with food, drink, and music. Kale begins to play a stringed instrument, the melody rough but vibrant. The notes are wild and free, much like him. As I listen, I feel a tug in my heart, something wild and free stirring within me. This moment feels surreal, like I'm finally part of something bigger than myself. The fear and uncertainty that once gripped me seem like distant memories now. Irix catches my eye and raises his mug in a playful salute. "To our warrior Lair," he declares, his voice booming over the crackling fire. "Who fights like one of us?" Thalos nods in agreement, his dark eyes glinting with approval. "You did well today," he says simply, but there's a depth to his words that warms me more than the fire ever could. Kale's melody shifts into something softer, more intimate. The music wraps around us like a comforting embrace, binding us together in this shared moment of peace. I take a sip of my ale, savouring the warmth that spreads through me. I allow myself to relax, to truly feel safe and at home. As Kale's music fills the night air and Irix's laughter mingles with Thalos's quiet approval, I realise that this is what I've been searching for all along, a place where I belong. A grin tugs at my lips as I stand, the firelight dancing in my eyes. "Show me how you celebrate," I say, my voice teasing, but there's an underlying challenge in my tone. Irix's eyes glint with mischief as he stands, towering over me. "You want to see how we celebrate? You'll have to keep up, little one." My laughter rings out as I move to the centre of the clearing, the music picking up pace. My body moves instinctively, swaying to the rhythm. My movements are fluid and graceful. The melody wraps around me, pulling me into its wild embrace. Irix joins me first, his presence a mix of raw power and playful energy. He moves with surprising grace for someone so large, his eyes never leaving mine. His hands reach out, guiding me in a dance that feels both primal and exhilarating. Thalos watches from the edge of the firelight, his gaze intense and unyielding. There's a spark in his eyes that sends a shiver down my spine. He steps forward, his movements deliberate and commanding. The three of us form a circle around the fire, our steps in sync with Kale's music. Kale's fingers fly over the strings of his instrument, his eyes locked on mine with a look of tender admiration. The music swells, filling the night air with a sense of joy and freedom. My heart races as I feel their gazes, Kale's gentle warmth, Thalos's smouldering intensity, Irix's playful challenge, all focused on me. I lose myself in the moment, the rhythm guiding my steps as I twirl and spin. The heat of their attention fuels me, making every movement feel electric. The fire crackles and pops beside us, casting flickering shadows that dance along with us. This is more than just a celebration. It's a declaration of belonging, a testament to the bond we've forged through blood and battle. For the first time in my life, I feel truly alive, free to be myself among these incredible beings who have become my family. As the night wears on and the music continues to play, I know that this moment will stay with me forever. We are more than just survivors. We are warriors bound by something deeper than words can express. And tonight, under the light of the flickering flames and the watchful eyes of my Minotaur protectors, I am home. The air crackles with tension, the firelight casting long shadows as I spin, my laughter mingling with the night air. I beckon them closer with a playful smile, my feet moving in time with the beat. Irix's hands find my waist, his touch firm but gentle. We move together, our bodies close, the heat between us palpable. His eyes gleam with mischief, and I can feel the raw energy radiating from him. Thalos and Kale follow as the music disappears, their presence magnetic as they circle me, like wolves around their prey. But there's no fear, only excitement. A wild, untamed energy pulses through my veins. Our gazes lock, and for a moment, the world narrows to just the four of us and the firelight. Kale leans in, his lips brushing my ear. "You're ours tonight," he whispers, his voice low and rough. I shiver at his words, the heat in his gaze mirroring the fire burning in my belly. But it's not just Kale. Thalos is behind me, his presence like a shadow, while Irix's teasing grin promises something wicked. The night is charged with unspoken desire, and I would love to fulfill it with my Minotaurs. Chapter 38. Lair. The bonfire casts a warm glow, its flames flickering in the night as the celebration winds down. But the tension between us only grows hotter and more tangible. My skin is flushed, my body humming with the fire of the dance, with the ale, and with the heat of their gazes. I can feel their eyes on me, hungry, possessive. Irix's hand slips around my waist, pulling me against his broad chest. The touch is firm, grounding me in this moment. My breath hitches as his lips find mine, rough and demanding. The kiss is a collision of need and desire, a force that sweeps me up and carries me away. I melt into him, my body responding instinctively to his touch. His fingers press into my skin, leaving a trail of heat in their wake. I lose myself in the kiss, in the sensation of his strength wrapped around me. Thalos's presence looms behind me, a dark shadow that only intensifies the heat coursing through my veins. His breath brushes against my neck, sending shivers down my spine. The world narrows to just this moment, this connection with them. Kale watches from a step away, his eyes dark with desire as he takes in the sight of us. There's a tenderness there, a quiet strength that promises safety and passion all at once. The bonfire crackles beside us, casting long shadows that dance along with us. The night air is thick with our desires, a promise of what's to come. Irix deepens the kiss, his tongue teasing mine with a hunger that leaves me breathless. I cling to him, my fingers tangling in his fur as I give myself over to the moment. I hold onto his horn, making him groan in pleasure. Thalos's hand slides up my arm, his touch sending sparks of electricity through me. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. His presence alone says everything. Kale steps closer, completing the circle around me. His hand finds mine, squeezing gently, a silent promise that we're in this together. The flames of the bonfire flicker and dance beside us, mirroring the heat building between us four. This moment is ours, wild, untamed, and undeniably real. Thalos, gentle but firm, tilts my head back. His mouth trails kisses along my neck, each touch sending shivers down my spine. My breath hitches, my body arching into him. The sensation is electric, his kisses igniting a fire that spreads through every inch of me. Thalos! I gasp when he sucks the area where my shoulder and neck meet. Irix's grip on my waist tightens, grabbing my attention again. He captures my chin and forced me to stare at him. Thalos's kisses grow more insistent, his teeth grazing my skin in a way that makes me gasp. Kale removes his armour, the metal clinking softly as it falls to the ground. When he steps forward, his touch is reverent, almost tender. He pulls my face from Irix, his eyes searching mine for a moment before he leans in. His lips brush against mine in a slow, deliberate kiss. It's a stark contrast to Irix's roughness and Thalos's intensity. Kale's kiss is like a promise, gentle and full of unspoken words. I melt into him, my fingers tangling in his hair as I return the kiss. We move together, a tangled mess of limbs and desire. The heat of the bonfire is nothing compared to the fire burning between us. My senses are overloaded as their hands and mouths explore me, each touch sending jolts of pleasure through my body. Thalos's hands roam down my back, pulling me closer to him as his lips continue their assault on my neck. Irix's grip on my waist shifts, his fingers digging into my hips as he presses himself against me. Kale's kiss deepens, his tongue teasing mine with a tenderness that makes my heart ache. The world narrows to just this moment, this connection with them. Each touch, each kiss is a reminder that I'm not alone anymore, that I'm theirs, and they are mine. I pant, thinking I'm crazy for loving this, but also thankful that they're all mine.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 39. Liar. I wake to an eerie silence. The warmth of the Minotaurs' bodies is gone, replaced by the cold, empty space beside me. My heart pounds as I sit up, my eyes scanning the house and the clearing outside. The bonfire has long since died down, leaving only smouldering embers and soft fur that Thalos placed under me. But more importantly, they're gone. Thalos, Irix, Kale, none of them are here. Panic flares in my chest as I stand, my eyes darting around the camp. The usual sounds of their movements, their breaths, even their grunts. Nothing. The clearing feels unnaturally quiet, almost as if the forest itself is holding its breath. My gaze sweeps over our home. Their weapons are missing from their usual spots. My breath quickens. Did they go hunting? But why didn't they wake me? I stumble towards the edge of the clearing, my mind racing with possibilities. The shadows between the trees seem to loom closer, darker. My fingers brush against a fallen leaf, still damp with morning dew. Thalos! I call out, my voice sounding small and fragile in the vast silence. Irix? Kale? No answer. A shiver runs down my spine as I move towards where we usually keep our supplies. It's not here too. The sight of their missing weapons sends another jolt of fear through me. They wouldn't leave without them. not without a reason. I force myself to think logically, to push through the rising tide of panic. If they didn't wake me, it means they didn't want me involved. Whatever it is must be dangerous. "Where are you?" I whisper to the empty space around me. I scan the perimeter of our lair again, hoping for any sign of them. A footprint, a broken branch, anything. But the forest remains still and silent. My heart thuds painfully as I turn back to the house. My fingers tremble as I reach for one of Kale's discarded herbs, still tied in a bundle from our last forage together. The scent is faint but comforting. "I need to find them," I murmur to myself, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. But where do I even start looking? The silence presses down on me, heavy and suffocating. Something isn't right. I grab a dagger from the ground, my fingers trembling as I hold it close. Every instinct screams that something is wrong. A shadow moves behind me, and I spin, my heart leaping into my throat. Erendor steps out of the shadows, his dark eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. "Looking for your protectors, little one?" he asks, his voice dripping with mockery. I stumble back, my breath catching in my throat. "What are you doing here?" I whisper, fear gripping me like a vice. Erendor's smile widens, his teeth sharp in the dim light. "They're fighting, thinking you're safe here. Usually they'll leave one behind with you, but I'm so smart, I outsmarted them." He steps closer, his presence suffocating. "They're so wrong for leaving you alone." My blood runs cold as Erendor steps closer, his voice a sickening purr. "I'll kill them, skin them alive, use their fur as rugs beneath my feet." His eyes gleam with malice, and I can see the cruel delight in his expression. Unless, of course, you come with me willingly. My heart races, my mind flashing back to the horrors of my past. The memories of my friends, my family, slaughtered by this monster. The screams, the blood, the lifeless eyes staring back at me. I can't let that happen again. I can't lose them. "No," I whisper, shaking my head, as if denying his words could make them untrue. Erendor's smile widens, and he takes another step forward. "Oh yes," he hisses. "You know what I'm capable of, liar. You've seen it firsthand." The dagger in my hand feels pitifully small against his towering presence. My grip tightens around the hilt until my knuckles turn white. I can't let him win. Not again. "Stay away from me," I say, trying to inject strength into my voice, but it comes out as a shaky plea. Erendor chuckles darkly, his gaze never leaving mine. "Do you really think you can stop me? Your precious Minotaurs are fighting for their lives as we speak, and when they fall, and they will fall, I'll make sure they suffer." My heart clenches at the thought of Thalos, Irix and Kale being hurt, or worse, because of me. The images flash through my mind. Thalos's stern gaze softening when he looks at me, Irix's playful grin, Kale's gentle touch as he heals my wounds. I can't lose them. "I won't let you hurt them," I say, my voice steadier now despite the fear gnawing at my insides. Erendor's eyes narrow, and for a moment I see a flicker of annoyance in his expression. Brave words for a little girl who couldn't even save her own friends. His words cut deep, but they also ignited a fire within me, a determination that burns brighter than the fear. "I'm not the same person I was back then," I say through gritted teeth. Erendor tilts his head, studying me with a mix of curiosity and amusement. We'll see about that. He looks at me as if he can see through me. Fear grips my whole being, and the dagger in my hand drops to the ground. Tears sting my eyes as my body trembles. "I'll go," I whisper, my voice breaking. "Just don't hurt them." Erendor's smile is triumphant, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Good girl." He gestures for his men to take me, and rough hands grab my arms, pulling me away from my home. The fear and desperation in my chest feel like a physical weight, crushing me with every step. As they lead me away, I glance back at the lair, my heart shattering. The place that had become my refuge, my home. It feels like I'm being torn from it all over again. Thalos, Irix, Kale, they're fighting for me, risking everything. And here I am, walking away with the very monster who destroyed my life. The pain of leaving them behind cuts deeper than any wound. I haven't even told them I love them. I haven't told them how much they mean to me.
Chapter 40. Thalos. The moment we step back into our lair, I know something's wrong. The air is too still, too quiet. My blood turns to ice as I scan the clearing. The bonfire's embers are cold, untouched. Laia is gone. We left her sleeping on a pile of fur earlier, thinking we would be back after I noticed 3 dark elf scouts eyeing us. Kale went with us so we could finish it faster. Taking care of them only took 10 minutes. But how is Laia gone this fast? My fists clench at my sides, rage and fear warring within me. I failed her. Irix's voice cuts through the silence like a blade, his anger barely contained. Where is she? He rounds on me, his eyes blazing with fury. You were supposed to protect her. You asked us to go with you. What if the Dark Elves got her? The accusation hits hard. A punch to the gut that leaves me reeling. But I don't fight back. I can't. He's right. I was in charge. I know, I say, my voice rough with guilt. This is my fault. Irix's fist slams into my jaw, the force knocking me off balance. Pain explodes across my face, but I don't resist. I let him hit me again, the second blow sending me sprawling to the ground. The pain is a welcome punishment for my failure. The only thing that keeps on repeating in my head is Laia's face, and the fact that she disappeared. You think this helps? Irix snarls, his voice a mix of fury and desperation. We were supposed to keep her safe. She trusted us. I stay down, tasting blood in my mouth. He's right. Every word is a knife twisting in my gut. Kale steps between us, his voice sharp and commanding. Enough. This isn't helping. We need to focus. We need to get her back. Suddenly, a weird scent enters my nose. Something that smells like dead flowers and animals. Unfortunately, this is a scent I'm too familiar with. Arendor. I push myself up, wiping the blood from my lip with the back of my hand. My eyes lock onto Kale's, then shift to Irix's blazing gaze. Arendor has her, I say, each word laced with venom and resolve. We can't waste time. The name alone sends a shiver of rage through me. That monster dared to come into our home and take her. I can smell the bastard, Irix growls, clenching his fists until the knuckles turn white. There's no way I'll forget that stench of death on him. Kale nods, his eyes hardening with determination. Then we follow it, he says simply. Irix takes a deep breath, his anger simmering just below the surface, but controlled now, directed toward a single purpose. Getting Laia back. Without another word, we gather our weapons and move out, following the faint but unmistakable trail left by Arendor and his men. The scent of death leads us like a dark beacon through the trees. We will find her. And when we do, Arendor will pay for every moment she spends in fear. Irix glares, his chest shaking with anger, but he nods. We'll kill him. Slowly. Kale's voice is steady, but there's a dangerous edge to it. We'll make him pay. But first we get her back. My resolve hardens as my failure presses down on me like a vice. I won't fail her again. No matter the cost, we will bring her home. The trail left by Arendor and his men is faint but unmistakable, the scent of death leading us through the dense forest. Every step fuels my rage, every broken branch and disturbed leaf a reminder of what's at stake. Laia's face flashes in my mind, her laughter, her strength, her vulnerability, and it propels me forward. Irix moves beside me, his breathing heavy but controlled. His fingers flex around the hilt of his axe, eager for the fight to come. "We'll find her," he mutters, more to himself than to anyone else. Kale lingers at the rear, his eyes scanning our surroundings with sharp precision. He's always been the cautious one. But now, there's a steeliness in his gaze that I've rarely seen before. We push through the underbrush, the scent growing stronger with each passing moment. The trees thin out ahead, revealing a clearing bathed in eerie moonlight. Shadows move within the circle of light. Erendor's men. I raise a hand, signaling for silence as we approach the edge of the clearing. The sight before us makes my blood boil. Dark elves are packing up. Seems they got what they needed from them. Laia's not here, but there's traces of her. They passed by. Irix grits his teeth, and so is Thalos. If Erendor has his way, they'll probably never see her again. "We killed them," Kael delcares. "Now," I whisper, my voice low and deadly. We move as one, a force of nature descending upon our enemies with silent fury. Irix's axe swings in a deadly arc, cutting down the first dark elf before he can react. Kael's blade finds its mark with precise efficiency, each strike driven by cold determination. I look for the leader as Erendor isn't here. I find the dark elf captain. I grab the dark elf's head and smash him on a metal box at a corner, forcing him to speak. "Tell me, where did Erendor bring his women?" The captain doesn't reply, so I grab the axe and smash the back of it onto his leg. The sickening crunch of bones echoes in the night, followed by a scream of agony. "Let me tell you," he sobs. "He brings the women back to his estate and plays with them." "Good, let's leave," Irix declares, leaving me with the captain. With cold precision, I stab my dagger into his throat, blood bubbling out of his mouth, and I let him go. Then I turn on my heels, following after my brothers. Under my breath, I vow, "I'll save you, Laia. I'm coming."
Chapter 41. Laia. The chains bite into my wrists, each step sending a fresh wave of pain through my battered body. The dark elves drag me down the stone steps, their laughter echoing in the narrow corridors. The dungeon reeks of blood and decay, the air thick with a stench that makes my stomach churn. We reach a large chamber, dimly lit by torches flickering in the damp air. My breath catches in my throat. Humans hang from chains, their bodies broken and bloodied. Their eyes are hollow, and their lips cracked from dehydration. The sight is a grotesque reminder of what Erendor's cruelty knows no bounds. Erendor stands in the centre, watching with sick satisfaction as a dark elf slashes a human's back with a whip. Each crack sends a fresh spray of blood across the floor. I flinch with every lash, my heart pounding in my chest. Erendor's gaze shifts to me, his smile widening. "Ah, Laia," he purrs, stepping closer. "Welcome back to your rightful place." His hand grips my chin, forcing me to look at the scene before me. This is what happens to those who defy me. The chains clink as I struggle against his hold, but it's useless. The dark elf holding the whip sneers at me before delivering another brutal lash to the human's back. The man's scream echoes through the chamber, searing into my soul. "Stop it!" I shout, my voice breaking. "Please, stop!" Erendor chuckles, his breath hot against my ear. "Oh, Laia," he whispers, "this is just the beginning." My stomach churns, my heart pounding against my ribs. "You're a monster," I spit, my voice trembling with fury, worse than anything this world has to offer. Erendor turns to me, his lips curling into a slow, predatory smile. "Oh, little Laia, you wound me with your words." He gestures toward the humans hanging from chains. "You should be used to this by now. After all, this is how the strong thrive in Protheka." My fingers curl into fists, my body trembling with rage. "You're nothing but a coward," I bite out, my voice raw. Erendor's smile fades, his eyes darkening. "Perhaps you need a reminder of your place. He steps forward, his voice a low, menacing growl. Watch. Erendor's eyes gleam with sadistic delight as he waves a hand. Kill them, he orders, his voice as cold as the dungeon's stone walls. No. The scream tears from my throat, raw and desperate. I pull against the chains, feeling them dig deeper into my flesh. One by one, the dark elves move to the hanging humans, their blades glinting ominously in the dim light. The first man's eyes widen in terror as the blade presses against his neck. Please, no, he begs, his voice a choked whisper. The dark elf's expression remains impassive as he draws the blade across the man's throat. Blood spurts out, painting the floor crimson as the man's body crumples. Stop it, please, stop! My voice is hoarse, my sobs echoing through the chamber. The next victim, a woman, meets my eyes for a brief moment before her life is snuffed out with a swift slash. Her body falls like a broken doll. Each death is a fresh wound to my soul. My knees buckle, but the chains hold me upright, forcing me to witness every horror. Tears blur my vision as another life is taken, and another, until the chamber is littered with lifeless bodies. Erendor watches me, his smile widening with every sob that escapes my lips. I never tire of watching you cry, Lair, he says, his voice dripping with cruelty. He steps closer, his hand gripping my chin again, forcing me to look at him through my tears. But you know how this works, he continues, his breath hot against my face. Beg me, and perhaps I'll spare you. I choke on my sobs, my body trembling with rage and despair. The weight of his words presses down on me like a suffocating shroud. My voice is barely a whisper as I speak. You're a monster. Erendor's smile only widens at my defiance. Perhaps, he murmurs, his eyes gleaming with malice, but I'm your monster. The chamber falls silent except for my ragged breaths and the drip of blood from the lifeless bodies around us. I meet Erendor's gaze, my chest heaving, but I don't bow. I don't beg. My mind flashes to Thalos, Irix and Kale, their fierce eyes, their strong hands that have pulled me from the darkness. Their faces give me strength. I'm not a slave anymore. I've learned to fight. I'm a warrior now. Erendor's expression hardens, his smile fading. You've grown defiant, he sneers, his eyes narrowing. I made a mistake letting you go. I should have broken you completely when I had the chance. His words sting, but they only fuel my resolve. The dark elves drag me outside, the sudden burst of sunlight blinding me after the dim dungeon. My heart pounds as they lead me into the courtyard, the rough stone under my bare feet, a harsh reminder of my captivity. They string me up, my arms pulled taut above my head, the chains biting into my wrists once more. The position is agonizing, but I grind my teeth against the pain. Erendor's voice cuts through the air like a blade. No food, no water. Let her hang here as an example. My heart races, fear clawing at my chest, but not for myself. It's for Thalos, Irix and Kale. They'll come for me, they have to. But Erendor's words echo in my mind, a chilling reminder of his cunning nature. What if he's ready for them? What if they never make it? The thought sends a shiver down my spine, but I push it away. They're strong, stronger than Erendor knows, and so am I. As the hours drag on, the sun beats down on me, every second stretching into an eternity of pain and thirst. My vision blurs at the edges, but I hold on to the image of my Minotaurs, their fierce loyalty and strength, clinging to it like a lifeline. I won't give up on them, and I know they won't give up on me.
Chapter 42. Thalos. The night is thick with tension as we crouch outside Erendor's estate, the moon casting long shadows over the heavily guarded walls. The place crawls with dark elves, but we know how to navigate it. We've been here before. This isn't our first time coming into this place. My jaw tightens, my mind racing. We'd had dealings with Erendor in the past, and we'd been fools to trust him. The memory of our last encounter gnaws at me, a bitter reminder of our naivety. Kale's voice is a low growl beside me. He never intended to keep his promise to us, his end of the bargain. I nod, my eyes scanning the estate. We should have known. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Erendor's betrayal was inevitable, yet we walked right into his trap. Irix shifts beside me, his eyes gleaming with barely restrained fury. What's the plan? His fingers twitch on the hilt of his axe, eager for action. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to focus. We split up. Irix, you take the left flank and create a distraction if necessary. Kale and I will go through the main gate and check on the main entrance. I'll signal you once we find it. My voice is steady, but inside I'm a storm of worry and determination. Kale nods, his jaw set in grim resolve. And Laia? We find her, I say, my voice hardening. No matter what it takes. Irix's lips curl into a fierce grin. Then let's get this done. We move silently through the shadows, each step bringing us closer to the estate. The dark elves patrol the grounds with a practiced vigilance, but they're no match for our combined stealth and strength. As Irix slips away to be on the lookout, Kale and I approach the main gate. My every sense is heightened by the imminent danger. We've fought battles before, faced death more times than I can count, but this is different. This is for Laia. The gate looms ahead, guarded by 2 dark elves. Kale signals me and we move as one, silent and deadly. In a blur of motion, we take them down before they can raise an alarm. My pulse quickens as we slip inside the estate grounds. Every corner could hide an enemy, every shadow could be our last mistake. But there's no turning back now. We find her, I whisper to Kale as we press forward. And we end this. His eyes meet mine, filled with a determination that mirrors my own. We will save Laia or die trying. We move swiftly, each step measured and deliberate. The entrance to the underground tunnel is hidden beneath a pile of debris, a secret even Erendor doesn't know exists. Irix pushes aside the rubble with a grunt, revealing the narrow opening. The tunnel is pitch black, but we've navigated it before. We slip inside, the darkness swallowing us whole. The stench of death greets us as we emerge into the cold, stone corridors of the dungeon. My grip tightens on my axe, every sense on high alert. The air is thick with decay, a grim reminder of what awaits those who fall into Erendor's hands. Stay close, I whisper to Kale, and gesture for Irix to follow. Their silent nods are the only acknowledgement I need. We move through the shadows, our footsteps barely a whisper against the stone floor. Dark elves patrol these corridors, but they're no match for us. The first guard rounds the corner, his eyes widening in surprise. My axe is faster than his scream, cleaving through his neck with brutal precision. Blood sprays across the walls as his body crumples to the ground. Kale and Irix move with deadly efficiency, their blades cutting down anyone who crosses our path. We don't stop. We can't afford to. Each second brings us closer to Laia, or further from saving her. We reach the chamber where the human cages are kept. The sight before me makes my heart sink. Rows of cages filled with emaciated humans, their eyes hollow and lifeless. But Laia isn't among them. My chest tightens as I scan each face, desperation clawing at me. "Where is she?" I mutter under my breath, my voice rough with fear and frustration. Irix curses under his breath, his eyes darting around the chamber. She has to be here somewhere. Kale's hand rests on my shoulder. "We'll find her," he says quietly, his voice steady despite everything. But doubt gnaws at me as we move deeper into the dungeon. Each step feels heavier than the last. A soft whisper catches my attention. I whirl around, my eyes locking onto a terrified human huddled in the corner of a cage. His body trembles, his eyes wide with fear. I step closer, my voice a low growl. "Where is she?" Laia, do you know her? She has green eyes, someone who is defiant and a fighter. The humans look at each other, nodding. One man trembles as he speaks, his voice barely above a whisper. They took her at noon. We don't know where she is. A curse escapes my lips, boiling over with frustration. Noon. Hours ago. I exchange a grim look with Irix and Kale. Our situation is dire. We need to find her. Now, I say, my voice hardening with determination. Irix nods, his eyes flashing with barely restrained fury. We'll search every inch of this place if we have to, he growls. Kale's jaw is set in grim resolve as he meets my gaze. There's no hesitation in his eyes, only the fierce determination to bring Laia back, no matter the cost. My voice is sharp as I give orders, every word laced with urgency. We split up, search every room and every hallway of this damn estate. We don't stop until we find her. They nod in unison, their expressions mirroring my own resolve. As we move out, each of us takes a different direction, our movements swift and deliberate. The corridors twist and turn like a labyrinth, each shadow hiding potential danger. But we don't slow down. We can't afford to. Every room we search brings us closer, or so I tell myself as we press on through the maze. The sound of our footsteps echoes off the walls, mingling with the distant cries of other prisoners. Laia's face flashes through my mind, a beacon of hope amid the darkness threatening to consume us all. We will find her. We have to. And Arendor will pay for what he's done.
Chapter 43. Irix. I rush through the darkened halls, my axe gripped tightly in my hand. Each step echoes with purpose, every breath a growl. My heart pounds in my chest, a relentless drumbeat driving me forward. The only thought consuming my mind, finding Laia. A dark elf appears from a side corridor, eyes wide with surprise. He barely has time to draw his blade before my axe cleaves through him. His scream is short, cut off by the wet thud of his body hitting the stone floor. Blood splatters across my chest, warm and sticky, but I don't slow down. Each kill only fuels the fire burning inside me. Another dark elf lunges at me from behind, but I swing around, my axe slicing through flesh and bone. His body crumples to the ground, lifeless. I keep moving, not sparing a glance at the carnage left in my wake. These vermin are nothing but obstacles in my way. The halls twist and turn, each one looking like the last. My rage simmers beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. I think of Laia, her strength, her defiance, and it pushes me harder. I will find her. I will save her. A group of dark elves, 3 of them, cross my path. They're surprised to see me, and I take that short time to destroy them. I smash my axe into the closest elf and pull out my hunting knife to stab the other on the neck. As for the third one, he scrambles on his feet, fear taking a hold of him. Monster! I grin savagely and bring down my axe to slice his body in half. Blood gushes, bathing me in it. I wipe the crimson liquid from my eyes and continue on my mission. As I round a corner, a flicker of movement catches my eye through a narrow window. I stop dead in my tracks, my heart freezing for a split second before roaring back to life with pure fury. Laia. She hangs from a pole in the courtyard, her body limp and battered under the cruel moonlight. The sight tears through me like a blade, igniting a primal rage that explodes from deep within. A roar of pure fury erupts from my throat, echoing through the darkened halls like thunder. The sound is raw and wild, shaking loose stones from the walls. I surge forward, my mind singularly focused on one thing: saving her and making Arendor pay for every ounce of pain he's caused her. Laia, hold on. We're coming for you. My vision goes red. Rage blinds me as I smash through the enemies that stand between me and Laia. Dark elves rush at me, blades flashing, but I don't feel the pain when they cut me. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except getting to her. I swing my axe with brutal force, cleaving through flesh and bone. Blood sprays on my skin, hot and metallic, but it only fuels the fire burning inside me. The dark elves fall like leaves in a storm, their screams echoing in the night air. They're nothing, mere obstacles in my path. Irix! Her voice reaches me, weak but filled with desperation. Laia. I push harder, my muscles straining as I cut down another dark elf who dares to stand in my way. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat a thunderous roar driving me forward. I see her hanging there, her body battered and bruised, and a savage fury grips me tighter. I charge forward, every fiber of my being focused on reaching her. But before I can get close, the ground beneath me gives way. A trap, a hidden pit lined with spikes. I tumble into it, the sharp metal tearing into my side as I crash to the bottom. Pain explodes through me, white-hot and searing. But even as blood pours from the wounds, even as agony racks my body, one thought blazes brighter than the rest. Laia needs me. I grit my teeth against the pain, forcing myself to move despite the agony. I have to get out of here. I have to save her. But for now, all I can do is roar in frustration and pain as the world spins around me. Pain explodes through me, radiating from the spikes embedded in my side. I grit my teeth, forcing myself to my feet. My blood drips down my arms, pooling at my feet. I look up, my vision swimming with red. Arendor stands at the edge of the pit, his lips twisted into a cruel smirk. His eyes gleam with malice as he looks down at me. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Arendor taunts, his voice dripping with condescension. "You Minotaurs are always so predictable." A snarl rips from my throat as I try to climb out of the pit, but my strength is fading fast. Each movement sends fresh waves of agony through me, and the edges of my vision blur. I can't let him win. Just as Arendor steps forward, ready to gloat over his victory, a roar echoes through the courtyard. Thalos and Kale burst onto the scene, their weapons drawn and eyes blazing with fury. Thalos's voice is a low, deadly growl. "Get away from him and Laia." Arendor's smirk falters as he turns to face them, but he quickly regains his composure. "Ah, Thalos," he says smoothly, "you're just in time to witness your brother's demise." Kale steps forward, his eyes locked on mine. "We'll see about that."
Chapter 44. Kale. I see Laia hanging from the pole, and a rage I've never known ignites within me. How could Arendor do this to her? The sound of my heart sounds like thunder in my ears as each beat echo with hatred for the dark elf who dared to take her, who dared to hurt my Laia. "Stay back!" I snarl at Arendor, my voice dripping with venom. "You shouldn't have crossed us." For the first time, I let my emotions take over. All the careful strategies, the measured actions, I abandon them. My vision narrows, tunneling in on Laia and Arendor. I charge forward, my axe swinging with reckless abandon. Dark elves fall around me, their blood splattering across my armor. Their screams are distant echoes. All I hear is the pounding of my heart and Laia's faint cries. An enemy blade slices through my armor, grazing my side. Pain flares, but it's a distant thing, secondary to the fire burning within me. I stumble but refuse to fall. Before the dark elf can land a fatal blow, Thalos's axe crashes down, cleaving through the enemy with brutal precision. I barely acknowledge the rescue. My focus remains on the fight ahead. With each step closer to Laia, my determination hardens. I won't let her suffer another moment under Arendor's cruelty. I won't let him take anything more from us. I charge again, swinging my axe with all the strength and fury I possess, cutting a path through the dark elves that stand between me and Arendor. Arendor tries to stop us, screaming, "I will kill your brother!" But Irix just laughs uncontrollably, not caring about his injuries and climbing out of the pit. All the soldiers he sent below die with brutal efficiency. "Do you think you can take us down?" Thalos sneers, moving like a torrent of fury. "I'll kill the woman!" Arendor picks up a sword, aiming for Laia, but I throw a knife, hitting him at the feet so he stops moving. He stops, staring at it, then screams like a baby. Help! Arendor's face twists in agony. I can kill him now, but it will be too easy. He should watch how his world crumbles. Arendor's face pales even more, fear flashing in his eyes as I advance on him. His soldiers are falling, their numbers dwindling with each passing second. He knows he's losing. The realization paints his features with a desperation I've never seen before. Good. I grip my axe tighter, feeling the weight of it and the familiar roughness of the handle against my calloused palms. This is for Laia, for every moment she suffered under his cruelty. I roar, the sound tearing from my throat as I swing my axe with all the fury pent up inside me. Arendor stumbles back, barely managing to deflect the blow with his sword. The force of it sends him reeling, his eyes wide with panic. He's not used to facing someone who can match him in strength and surpass him in rage. Kale! Thalos' voice cuts through the chaos, and out of the corner of my eye, I see him and Irix reaching Laia. They're cutting her down from the pole, their movements frantic but precise. I force Arendor back with another swing, but before I can land a killing blow, my focus shifts. Laia's weak cry reaches my ears, tugging at something deep inside me. She needs me. I abandon Arendor without a second thought, turning my back on him as I rush to Laia's side. My heart hammers in my chest as I drop to my knees beside her, my hands trembling as they reach out to touch her bruised face. Laia, I whisper, my voice breaking. We're here. Her eyes flutter open, and for a moment they lock onto mine. There's pain there, so much pain, but also relief. She tries to speak, but all that comes out is a faint croak. Thalos and Irix hover close by, their faces grim but determined. We're not done yet, not by a long shot, but we have her now. That's all that matters. The world around us fades as I focus on Laia, on keeping her conscious and safe until we can get her out of this nightmare once and for all. Irix tilts a flask to Laia's lips, offering her water as his hands shake with relief. She drinks slowly, agonizingly, as if the act of drinking pains her even more. Maybe because her throat is swollen. Thalos and I glance at each other, our eyes mirroring hatred and pain. My chest tightens even more. Her skin is pale, bruises marring the delicate surface. I reach out, my hand trembling as it brushes against her cheek. Laia! Her eyes flutter open again, barely a sliver of green visible through the swollen lids. She looks at me, her gaze unfocused, but filled with recognition. You came for me, she whispers, her voice so weak it's almost lost in the chaos around us. Emotion swells within me, threatening to break free. I pull her close, my arms wrapping around her fragile body as if I can shield her from all the pain she's endured. Always, I murmur into her hair, my voice thick with emotion. She sags against me, the last of her strength fading. I hold her tighter, feeling the rise and fall of her shallow breaths against my chest. My brothers are close, their presence a silent vow that we will protect her with our lives. Stay with us, Laia, I whisper, my voice cracking under the overwhelming fear and love inside me. We're not losing you.
Chapter 45. Thalos. Laia stands over Arendor, her body trembling with exhaustion, but her eyes burning with rage. The courtyard is silent, save for the crackling torches in the night. Her fingers wrap around the hilt of a sword, but her grip is weak, her knuckles pale from the effort of holding it upright. The weight of her ordeal presses down on her, but she keeps her gaze locked on the dark elf kneeling before her. Arendor's face is a mask of fear, his once arrogant sneer replaced by wide, terrified eyes. His lips quiver as he stammers, "Please, Laia, I was wrong, Kale steps forward, his large hand gently lowering the sword from Laia's grasp. "Not tonight," he murmurs, his deep voice steady. "You need to rest. You can barely stand, let alone swing a blade." Laia's chest heaves, her breath ragged, but she doesn't resist. She knows he's right. Her body feels like it's been through a storm, every muscle aching, every nerve frayed. But the fire of vengeance still burns in her heart. I watch her closely, my eyes dark with concern. "Tomorrow," I say softly, my voice low. You'll have your justice, but not like this. Laia's gaze shifts to me, and for a moment, the fire in her eyes dims, replaced by fatigue. She nods, her voice barely a whisper. Tomorrow. Her acceptance brings a small measure of relief to my chest. We will see this through together. I exchange a look with Kale, and we silently agree on what needs to be done next. Irix, take her back to her room, I command, my tone gentle but firm. Irix steps forward, his broad frame casting a protective shadow over Laia. He picks her up gently and carries her. As they turn to leave, Laia glances back at the courtyard, her eyes lingering on Erendor's trembling form. The dark elf's pleading eyes follow her. I block Erendor's view of her. Kale and I turn our attention back to Erendor, our eyes hardening as we watch him cower. His once noble posture is broken, and he looks like a shadow of the tyrant he once was. The air between us is thick with tension as Erendor begins to speak, his voice shaky and desperate. Please. I've made mistakes, but I can make amends, he stammers, his words tumbling over each other in his haste to plead for mercy. I should have honored our deal. I shouldn't have taken her back. I shouldn't have sent the orcs, the dark elves, the attacks. I only wanted... His voice trails off as he looks up at us, fear etched into every line of his face. There is no pity in our hearts for him, not after everything he has done. The courtyard falls silent again, save for the distant crackle of torches and the quiet shuffle of footsteps. This moment isn't for begging or bargaining, it's for reckoning. Erendor swallows hard, his eyes darting between Kale and me, searching for any sign of leniency. He finds none. Spare me, he whispers finally, his voice barely audible. But we remain unmoved. We will see this through together, on our terms. Kale's snarl cuts through the air. You wanted to control her. You thought you could use her like a pawn. We made a deal. You give her to us in exchange for cleaning up your mess. Erendor's voice cracks, his words tumbling over each other as he grovels, his knees sinking into the dirt. I was wrong. It was my ego, my obsession. I didn't think clearly. I step forward, my towering form casting Erendor in shadow. His eyes dart up to meet mine, wide and filled with terror. The pitiful sight of him, this once arrogant dark elf, now reduced to a trembling mess, does nothing to soften the rage boiling inside me. You let your desire destroy any honor you had, I growl, my voice low and menacing. You deserve to die for what you've done. Erendor shrinks back, his eyes wide with terror. No, please, I beg you. The courtyard is silent, save for the crackling torches and Erendor's desperate pleas. His fear is palpable, a bitter taste in the air that does nothing to sway me. He deserves every ounce of it. I can see the tremor in Kale's hands and the barely contained fury in his eyes. This isn't just about vengeance for what Erendor did to Laia. It's about everything he represents. The cruelty, the manipulation, the utter disregard for life. Erendor's lips quiver as he continues to plead, his voice growing more frantic with each word. But it all falls on deaf ears. No, please. I beg you. Erendor's voice shakes as he continues to plead, desperation dripping from every word. It was all part of the plan, he stammers. Our agreement. I let her go. I guided her to you. The first attack, it was meant to push her towards you, to make her willingly surrender. My eyes narrow, rage boiling inside me. You think that justifies anything? But the orc attack, that was different. That was my mistake, my selfishness. I wanted her back. I couldn't let go, Erendor babbles. Kale's expression darkens, his voice a cold whisper. Laia must never know about this. I nodded, my jaw clenched. Agreed. Without another word, I slam my fist into Arendor's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The sickening crack of his jaw hitting the dirt echoes through the courtyard and blood spills from his nose. "This is for every scar on her body," I growl, yanking him back up only to slam him down again. His cries of pain fill the air as I unleash blow after blow, each one fueled by the torment he put Laia through. Kale circles behind us, his axe gleaming in the torchlight. "He needs to live," he murmurs, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. Kale stops him from bleeding profusely. My chest heaves with each breath, and my fists bloodied from the assault. But I step back, my eyes still burning with fury. "Then make sure he can never speak again." Kale moves swiftly, his blade flashing as he grabs Arendor by the throat. With a swift, precise motion, he cuts out the dark elf's tongue. Arendor's screams are silent now, his body writhing in pain as blood pours from his mouth. We leave him hanging in the courtyard, his body broken but alive, if only for Laia's final judgment.
Chapter 46. Laia. The morning sun rises, casting long shadows across the courtyard. The sky is a pale blue, and the air is still cool with the remnants of night. I stand before Arendor, my hand gripping the handle of a heavy axe. My body is still weak, but my mind is clear, and my purpose is singular. Arendor hangs from the post, his body battered, his eyes sunken and wild. His mouth moves, but no sound comes, his voice stolen by Kale's blade. My heart races, but it's not fear I feel anymore. It's power. It's control. For the first time since my capture, I'm the one with the power. Thalos, Irix and Kale stand behind me, silent sentinels, their presence a wall of strength. They're here with me, but this moment is mine alone. Arendor's eyes meet mine, and for a fleeting moment I see something that almost looks like remorse. Almost, but it's too late for that now. He made his choices. Now he faces the consequences. I tighten my grip on the axe handle, feeling its weight in my hands. My arms tremble slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion and anticipation. I take a deep breath and step forward. The air is thick with tension. Every breath is a reminder of what this moment means. It's not just about revenge, it's about reclaiming my life, my freedom. "Do you remember?" I ask him, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. "Do you remember what you did to me? To my friends?" Arendor's eyes widen slightly, but he doesn't respond. He can't respond. Kale made sure of that. Kale pinned his tongue on the top of his head. I take another step closer, the axe feeling like an extension of myself now. "You took everything from me," I continue, my voice gaining strength. "But you didn't break me." A small smile tugs at the corners of my lips as I see the fear in his eyes grow. He knows what's coming. I glance back at Thalos, Irix and Kale, my protectors, my family, and draw strength from their presence. They nod in silent support. I step forward, my gaze locked on Arendor's twisted form. The courtyard is silent, save for the faint rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. The air smells of earth and iron, a grim reminder of what's at stake. "This is for every life you've taken," I say, my voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "For every scar you've given me, for every moment you tried to break me." Arendor's eyes widen, his body trembling in the chains that bind him. He tries to speak, but only a faint gurgle escapes his lips. His fear is palpable, almost a tangible thing in the air between us. I raise the axe high above my head, feeling its weight shift in my hands. The morning sun glints off the blade, casting a brief flash of light across Arendor's face. His eyes are wild and desperate, filled with a fear he's never shown before. With one swift motion, I swing the axe down. The blade slices cleanly through Arendor's neck, the force of the blow sending his head tumbling to the ground with a dull thud. Blood splatters across the dirt, pooling around his lifeless body. For a moment I stand still, my chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. The world feels different, lighter. His tyranny falls with his severed head, and for the first time in what feels like an eternity, I'm liberated. The chains of my past shatter around me, leaving nothing but open air and possibility. I look back at Thalos, Irix and Kale, my protectors, and see their faces softened with pride and relief. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly as I drop the axe to the ground. The sound of its metal clanging against stone echoes through the courtyard. It's over. Thalos steps forward, his hand resting gently on my shoulder. You did it. I exhale, my body trembling but my heart steady. I killed him. Then I turn to the dark estate looming behind me. Let's burn it all to the ground and destroy everything Erendor held close to his heart. My Minotaurs smiled at me, letting me take the lead. The estate burns behind us, flames licking up the stone walls, consuming the place of my torment. As the fire roars, I lead the humans out, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Their chains clink as they shuffle forward, blinking against the light of freedom. Thank you, one whispers, her voice choked with emotion. Tears streak down her dirty face, but there's a spark of hope in her eyes. You saved us. I smile faintly, my heart swelling with pride. You're free now, just like I am. We move away from the burning estate, the heat of the flames warming our backs. Thalos, Kale and Irix stand by my side, their presence a fortress of strength and solidarity. They fought for me, bled for me, but now we stand as equals. Our bond has been forged in fire and blood, and it's unbreakable. As the flames rise higher, casting a fierce glow against the dawn sky, I look at them, my protectors, my family. Thalos with his unyielding strength, Kale with his quiet compassion, and Irix with his fierce loyalty. My heart is full. I'm not just their lover. We're finally on equal footing. Together, we turn away from the burning estate, ready to start our new life, together. Chapter 47. Lair. 3 weeks later, the world has shifted. The past feels distant, like a shadow that has finally faded. I stand in the sacred meadow, the grass soft beneath my bare feet, the air thick with the scent of blooming flowers. The sun is just beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the ceremony. The meadow is alive with colour, wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. It feels like a dream, too perfect, too peaceful. But it's real. We've earned this moment. The oldest Minotaur of their race stands before us, his voice deep and reverent as he speaks the ancient words of bonding. His fur is grey with age, and his eyes are wise and knowing. He's seen countless ceremonies like this one, but today, it feels special. I glance at Thalos, Irix and Kale standing beside me. Their eyes are fixed on the elder, their expressions solemn but filled with an underlying excitement. Thalos's hand brushes against mine, a silent reassurance that we're in this together. The elder's voice rumbles through the meadow, each word carrying weight and history. Today, we witness the union of 4 souls, bound by fate, strengthened by trials, and united in love. His eyes sweep over us, pausing on me with a gentle smile. I feel a surge of emotion, gratitude, love, hope, all blending together in a heady mix that makes my heart swell. This ceremony isn't just about us. It's about everything we've been through and everything we've become. The elder continues. By this bond, you vow to protect one another, to cherish one another, and to walk together through all of life's challenges. He raises his hands, his voice growing louder with the ancient incantation. My gaze meets Kael's soft eyes first. There's a tenderness there that makes my breath catch. Then Irix's fierce golden gaze, always so intense but now softened with an emotion he rarely shows. And finally, Thalos's steady eyes, filled with unspoken promises and an unbreakable resolve. The elder's final words hang in the air like a benediction. May your bond be as strong as the earth beneath your feet and as enduring as the stars above. As the sun sets behind us, casting long shadows over the meadow, I feel a sense of completeness I've never known before. We are bound together now, by choice and by fate. My heart swells with emotion as I look at Thalos, Irix, and Kale. Each of them stands with me, their eyes filled with love and devotion. I've never felt so complete, so whole. The past seems like a distant nightmare, something we conquered together. Thalos is the first to speak. His voice is a low rumble, filled with the strength and determination that have always defined him. I vow to protect you, he says, his dark eyes locking onto mine. To stand by your side no matter the battle, no matter the storm. His words resonate deep within me, echoing all the promises he's kept without ever needing to say them aloud. My throat tightens with emotion, and I can only nod in response, my eyes misting over. Irix steps forward next. His deep blue eyes meet mine, filled with an intensity that's both fierce and tender. I vow to provide for you, he says, his voice rough but sincere. To be your strength when you need it most, and to cherish you always. His hand reaches out to cup my cheek, and the warmth of his touch sends a shiver down my spine. I lean into his palm, feeling the rough calluses from years of battle, each one a testament to the life we've chosen together. My gaze shifts between them, Thalos's unyielding resolve, Irix's fierce devotion, and I know without a doubt that these vows are not just words. They are promises carved from the very essence of who they are. In this moment, surrounded by the beauty of the meadow and the love of these incredible beings, I feel a sense of peace that's eluded me for so long. It's more than just survival now. It's living, thriving, and loving with every fibre of my being. We stand here not just as individuals bound by fate, but as a united force stronger than any challenge we might face. This bond is our strength, our shield against whatever comes next. And for once in my life, everything feels right. Kale's voice is soft but steady, his hand reaching out to cup my cheek. I vow to serve you, to honour you as my equal, and to love you for all my days. His words wrap around me like a warm embrace, and my throat tightens with emotion. I manage to speak, my voice trembling but sure. I vow to love you, to stand with you, and to cherish each of you for the rest of my life. The air between us feels electric as we close the distance, our lips meeting in a kiss that lingers with the promise of forever. Thalos's kiss is firm and grounding, Irix's fierce and passionate, and Kale's tender and filled with reverence. Each kiss is a testament to the bond we share, stronger than any force, any pain we've endured. The meadow around us comes alive with joy. The ceremony isn't just a ritual, it's a celebration of our love, our survival, and our future. Laughter mingles with the music of the wind through the wildflowers. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over everything. My heart feels light, my soul free, as I embrace Thalos, Irix, and Kale in turn. This is more than a moment. It's an affirmation of everything we've fought for and everything we've become together. This is my home. This is my family. The three of them are forever bound to me, my life, my heart, and my soul. Chapter 48. Lair. The full moon hangs high in the sky, its pale light casting a soft glow over the sacred pool. The water shimmers beneath the moonlight, reflecting the stars above. Thalos, Irix, and Kale have told me this place is sacred to their kind, a place where bonds are solidified, where love is eternal. I stand in the cool water, my body surrounded by the warmth of my mates. The night is quiet, save for the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the gentle lapping of the water against our skin. It feels like a dream, a beautiful, surreal dream where everything is right. Thalos's strong arms encircle me from behind, his chest pressed against my back. His breath is warm against my neck as he murmurs, "This is our sanctuary, lair. Our bond is forever." Irix stands to my right, his fingers trailing through the water before finding mine. He lifts my hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to my knuckles. "You're part of us now," he says, his voice a deep rumble that resonates through me. Kale is on my left, his touch gentle as he caresses my arm. His eyes meet mine, filled with a tenderness that makes my heart swell. "Together," he whispers, his voice steady and reassuring. The cool water laps at our bodies, but I am enveloped in their warmth. The world narrows to just us, our breaths mingling, our hearts beating in unison. The sacred pool reflects our unity, its surface shimmering like a mirror of our souls. I lean into Thalos's embrace, feeling his strength surround me. Irix's hand tightens around mine, and Kale's touch on my arm sends a shiver of contentment through me. In this moment, I know that no matter what challenges we face, we will face them together. The moonlight casts a silver sheen over the water, making it look almost ethereal. I close my eyes and let myself sink into the moment, the peace, the love that binds us all. Here, in this sacred place, I feel whole. We stand there for what feels like an eternity, wrapped in each other's presence. The night air carries with it a promise, one of forever and always. Thalos's hands slide over my shoulders, his touch firm but gentle. Each caress sends a wave of warmth through me, grounding me in the reality of this moment. Irix's lips brush against my neck, and I shiver, the sensation electric. His breath is hot against my skin, a stark contrast to the cool water surrounding us. Kale's hands find mine, his grip reassuring as he pulls me closer. My heart races, each touch, each kiss filling me with a warmth that spreads through every part of me. The water ripples around us, cool and refreshing, heightening the intensity of their touches. The heat of their bodies surrounds me, creating a cocoon of safety and love. Thalos's lips find my shoulder, his kisses slow and deliberate. Irix's hands slide down my sides, his touch sending sparks of desire through me. Kale's fingers intertwine with mine, his thumb gently stroking the back of my hand. Irix kisses me and says, "I love you." We smile at each other, staring at the beautiful dark sky. We float in the sacred pool, the moonlight casting a silvery glow on our entwined bodies. Thalos's arms encircle me, his breath warm against my neck. Irix's hand is still intertwined with mine, his touch firm and possessive. Kale's gentle caress on my arm grounds me, making the moment feel eternal. Irix lifts my chin, his golden eyes locking onto mine. "You'll never escape from us, lair," he murmurs, his voice a low growl. "We're mates now. There are no more chances for you to run." His words send a shiver down my spine. I'm about to ask what he means when he continues, his gaze intense. "From the moment I first saw you in Erendor's mansion, I wanted you." Confusion swirls in my mind. "What do you mean?" I look at Kale questioningly, then at Thalos. Irix's lips press against mine in a fierce kiss before he pulls back and admits, "We first saw you at Erendor's estate. Kale wanted you too." Kale nods, his eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and longing. "Thalos wasn't as certain," Irix continues, glancing at his brother. "He was on the fence about getting a human female. Thalos's grip tightens around me as he speaks. But we struck a deal with Erendor in exchange for you. Their touches become more intimate as they speak, their hands exploring my body, as if to remind me of the bond we now share. The realization hits me like a bolt of lightning. Everything was a ploy to get me. They knew all along that I was coming. Thalos's voice is firm as he declares, "You're ours forever now, liar." There's no use hiding it anymore. We've sealed the deal. Fear mingles with ecstasy within me. The knowledge that I can't escape them sends a thrill through my veins, but I refuse to let them think they have all the power. If you think I'm the one trapped in this, I say softly but firmly, you're wrong. You're the ones trapped with me. My words hang in the air as their eyes widen in surprise. I lean forward and kiss each of them in turn, my lips lingering on theirs as I make my vow. This is forever.